foods. Nothing worked. He wasn't the first to suffer so, though it's rare and usually afflicts young children. They die before reaching adulthood. Nobody knows what causes it, and nobody knew why he was different. Except me. I knew because he told me that as a young man, he'd discovered certain books and had played at spellcraft until he felt something quicken inside of him. It wasn't until a month later, when he found the first growths, that he realized he had made a mistake. Even still, until the day he died, he remained a magician, trying to fix what he had set wrong inside of him. He failed, Jane. He failed. He died a horrible death, starving, drowning with pneumonia as he was locked inside his own body, and it was because of magic. Jane couldn't respond, overwhelmed with the horrible images Augustine had conjured for her. She thought, too, of Dr. Nisamiev's photographs, men and women locked in an asylum, heedless of the world outside, trapped in some unknowable suffering, and her parents, putting her in the carriage to Larenton, turning back toward death. "Do you see?" he asked, voice softening. "Do you see the danger now? I am lucky to have escaped with so gentle a punishment. It is a reminder not to reach beyond what we can understand." His terrible logic made sense. It settled over her like a leaden pall. Why fight? Why reach for something better, greater? But she wanted him to. She remembered his confidence, his kindness, his humanity in the face of Mr. Renton's surgery, a surgery that had left her feeling half monstrous. She remembered his hands on her hips, his quick wit, his mastery of the scalpel. She remembered the happy piece of her that he had quickened, the way she felt her world expanding just from being near him. She had never realized, until him, that she might love and be loved. She wanted him to risk it, because if she could see only the best in him, if they could agree he could be what she had thought he would be the best man in all the world. She wanted him to try. "Jane," he murmured, "I told you from the first that our marriage was inappropriate. If you want to leave, you may leave. If you want to stay, you may stay. But I will always be this man. I will always be tormented, and I will always fight to save my patients, even as it kills me. But now you can make your choice honestly. I can at least give you that much." "You have given me nothing at all," Jane whispered, and left the study. Alone in her bedroom, Jane couldn't sleep. When she closed her eyes, she smelled blood, or felt again Elodie's cold hands on her throat, or heard Augustine's retching echoing from the washroom. Her mind twisted and turned, fighting to reorder her newly disordered world. Magic and death, lies and desire, all of it upending everything she'd thought she knew, as surely as zero destroyed the logic of mathematics. He had killed Elodie. Yes, she would have died no matter what. Yes, he had been desperate to save her. But in her final moments, he had cut her open and gripped her heart. And all for nothing. And yet, when Mr. Renton had been dying, Augustine had plunged his hands into his body, and she had seen him as a hero, not a butcher. And even though Mr. Renton had died, Jane did not feel the same disgust for the surgeon's actions that she felt now for what had been done to Elodie. Had Elodie trusted him? Had Elodie believed that no matter what Augustine did, he did for her benefit? If he was not a murderer, then he was still a liar. Yet a liar was a far smaller thing than a murderer. And what did Jane's hurt matter, now that it was done? He couldn't do worse to her. It had been painful to learn this lesson, but it was learned. So she was left to go on and build for herself a life that would satisfy her, a life she could comprehend. In time, she might forget ghosts. She might forget a dying woman she could never have saved. She might forget magic. None of them were her responsibility. The worst of it, I decided, was that I did not hate Augustine. The more honest he became, the more tragic he grew, and the less she knew how to be happy with him. But she did not hate him. It would have been far easier to hate him. It would have been easier to fear him. She looked for a long time at her mathematical treatise, brought back to her with her gowns. It was not so different from Augustine's magic. She could bury herself in figures and equations, follow footnotes and stray thoughts, until she'd filled sheaves of paper with annotations and experiments, practice and exploration. The book held the impossible, as surely as Lindridge Hall did. There was no need for her to learn such a thing. There was danger in it, and danger in her fascination, too. She cast the book aside and turned off her light. When at last she dozed, she dreamed of Augustine's arms around her. She dreamed of tearing out a rotted pit inside of him where his martyrdom resided, and of Lindridge Hall burning to the ground, and of Elodie, laid gently to rest and made reparations to for the desperate horror Augustine had worked upon her. She dreamed of Elodie, her hands gentle upon Jane's cheeks, her lips on Jane's brow, her blood-soaked gown clinging wet to Jane's flesh, even as Jane tried to flee. She dreamed of blood, blood. Lurching from her bed in confused panic, Jane at first could not separate reality from her vision of Elodie, the stench of blood filling her nose and turning her stomach. She gripped her dresser, begging reason to reassert itself. A glance out the window showed that it was mid-morning. She took deep breaths, fighting to drive away the nightmare. But the stench remained. Fearful, she opened her bedroom door. Mr. Lowell had just reached the head of the steps. "Ma'am, you're needed downstairs, in the surgery." A patient. She had the wild urge to refuse. Her hands trembled from exhaustion, and her feet were still painfully swollen. She had no real training and no real experience. She had been married only to do the books. But she could not abandon a patient. Augustine would not have sent for her unless he needed her, and the stench of blood would not be so strong if things were not dire. "Of course," she said, and disappeared back into her room. She threw on her simplest gown, ignoring half the fasteners, ignoring her plaited hair that had grown wild and bulging from its confinement through the night. She stuffed her feet into shoes, ignoring the pain, and rushed down the stairs. The surgery doors were shut but not latched, and they opened at her touch. There, on the table, was the body of a woman younger than Jane. Pale, too pale. Her head lolled, her eyes heavy-lidded and unfocused. Her chemise was pushed up around her breasts, her bared flesh stained scarlet, and she was dying. And all Jane could see was Elodie, Augustine's hands inside her chest. She felt the pulsing of hot blood across her arms, as if she were already cradling the body on the slab. It took every ounce of strength within her not to fall upon her husband, black-clad and blood-stained, and tear him away from the pale woman on the altar, the woman dying in her dreams. This is not Elodie. This is not Elodie. This was a patient, teetering on the edge of death, a dying woman who needed help. Jane donned an apron, rinsed her hands, and came to Augustine's side. "What can I do?" "Retractors," Augustine said, and Jane shuddered with grim, hysterical humor. Retractors, just like Mr. Renton. The retractors were discarded on the operating table itself, already bloody, and she slipped them into the wound Augustine had made in the woman's belly. The flesh was distended. She was pregnant. Augustine set his scalpel aside and slid his hands inside the incision, pushing and pulling. He muttered a curse, and Jane looked up at him startled. There were dark circles below his eyes, and his skin was sallow. His forehead was still beaded with sweat. He was not well. The dawn had not brought relief, not enough. His hands trembled as he took a pre-threaded needle and began stitching something deep inside the wound, quickly but precisely. Skill and training won out over exhaustion, at least for the moment, and Jane made herself focus on keeping the surgical site clear for him. She used the flushing bulb when he demanded and shifted the angle of the retractor to open up more room to one side of her abdomen. This was all too much like Mr. Renton. She could see him again, hear his moaning. But no, if this was not Elodie, this was also not him. "Jane, look away," Augustine said softly. Look away, please." She did so reluctantly. Augustine whispered what might have been a prayer. She felt the retractor shift as his hand went beneath it. Something wet squelched and thudded, and Jane's stomach flipped. Perhaps he was right to have her look away. "Why isn't she screaming?" Jane asked. "Ether, exhaustion, blood loss," Augustine responded. By the vibrations in the retractors, he was stitching again. Another flush demanded, another curse. He closed the skin, set the body to rights, inch by painful inch. At last he pulled away from the patient, exhaling a long, shuddering breath. He reached up to mop his brow, leaving a slash of blood across his face. His whole front was soaked in it. He looked monstrous and tired as he staggered over to the sink. Jane remained behind to wash the woman's belly. Her chest rose and fell in shallow rhythm. Jane cleaned up the woman's legs and hips, then found a cloth to drape over her bare skin. From there, she focused on her stomach, cleaning gently around the sutures. She circled around to the woman's other side, then covered her mouth to contain the shriek that came from her lips without warning. There, in a ceramic dish, lay the unmoving remains of a small, half-formed infant, alongside a mass of bloody flesh, the color and texture of raw liver. The world seemed suddenly very far away, and she staggered to the wall, bracing herself against it and vomiting. The tap turned off behind her. She arrived several months pregnant and hemorrhaging extensively, Augustine said. Her husband reported that she'd been bleeding on and off for her whole pregnancy, but without pain. When they went for a ride together this morning, the bleeding began again and wouldn't slow. I suspected a miscarriage, but when I attempted to induce labor, she only bled more and reported extreme pain. Palpation revealed that her pregnancy was taking place outside of the womb. "Outside?" Jane whispered. The fetus had damaged her womb beyond repair. The placenta had grown into the outside of the uterine wall and had been torn from it during the ride. The tearing and subsequent bleeding meant that the only course of action was to remove everything. I had hoped maybe to save the child, but he shook his head, and she thought again of the still form in the pan. Bile rose in her throat again, but she pushed it down and turned back to the patient, and to Augustine. She met his gaze across the woman's body, then went to the operating table. She ignored the dish at her feet and gently mopped the woman's stomach. "She will probably die," Augustine said, more softly this time. Jane shook her head, fighting down the urge to clap her hands over her ears. "Don't say such things. She can still hear you." "Ether clouds the mind. She won't remember." "Jane, if any part of her believes she will die, especially in such a clouded state, it may become reality," Jane snapped. Augustine stared back at her, confusion surfacing through his numb exhaustion. It took her a moment to realize she had echoed the basic concept of magic that Dr. Nizamiev had tried to explain to her. Before, it had been only impossible, insane thinking. Here, now, it made sense. "Is it too dangerous to move her to my room?" "Your room? So that she can be comfortable." Augustine shook his head. "The stairs are too narrow. We will take her to the recovery room." The recovery room was a bare thing, built for practicality, not comfort. She deserves better. His jaw tightened, but he said, "I will see what can be done in my office, then." "Good. Go." He stared at her a moment longer, then left. The woman's skin was white, not from lack of sun, but lack of blood. When Jane touched the top of her belly, she could feel her pulse, thin and fluttering. The door to the operating room opened, and Mr. Lowell stepped inside, his own skin tinged green. He must have been too horrified to be of any help. "We should get her warm," she said to him. "Can you go up to my room? There's a heavy housecoat in the wardrobe." "She's likely to bleed again," Mr. Lowell cautioned. "I don't mind," Jane said. He looked down at the patient, then nodded. Halfway to the door, he paused and turned to her. "Her name is Abigail Yu. I'm glad you're back, ma'am." And then she was alone with the patient. Abigail Yu. She'd gone to school with her, Jane realized with a guilty start. Now that the chaos had slowed, Jane took the time to look at Abigail's face. Her curling russet hair was plastered to her forehead with sweat, her lips slack and chapped from the ether. They hadn't been close. Jane hadn't been close to any of her schoolmates.
But they had shared a schoolhouse for several years, and Jane had even attended her wedding just over a year before. True, her invitation had been only a formality, but she knew this girl, and it hadn't even registered. No wonder the Cunninghams had left so quickly. They had ample evidence to suggest she wouldn't have cared to see them off, so wrapped up in her own self, so abstracted from the town. Jane pulled Abigail's chemise down, then smoothed the hair from her brow. Abigail moaned, eyes twitching beneath their lids. Her flesh was growing cold, and Jane clasped one of Abigail's hands in her own, hoping that some measure of warmth would pass between them. The door creaked as Mr. Lowell returned. She motioned for him to hand over the housecoat, and together they maneuvered the girl into the quilted cloth. They tried to keep the coat out of the blood, but there was too much on the table, too much in the room. "Let's get her to the office," Jane said, and Mr. Lowell lifted Abigail into his arms as if she were made of cobwebs. Jane stripped off her bloody apron, then followed them across the hall and into the office. Augustine had made a bed out of 2 armchairs and the upholstered footstool, and it proved to be just long enough to settle Abigail into, like a nest. Augustine appeared a moment later with a blanket. Jane helped him tuck it around her still body.
The careful blankness of his face told her everything she needed to know. He thought Abigail looked worse. He thought she was fading. He was already anticipating this new spirit come to haunt him. "Mr. Lowell, once you've cleaned the theater, take a walk to clear your head," Augustine said. "Maybe get yourself a drink." "Sad, nasty business," Mr. Lowell muttered, then disappeared back into the hall. Jane settled onto the arm of the chair that held Abigail's head and stroked her brow. Augustine hovered nearby, watching the both of them. He'd shed his apron and scrubbed his hands and face mostly clean, but his sleeves were still wet, and he stank of butchery. She existed half in the present and half in the day Mr. Renton had died. She had sat in the chair that now cradled Abigail Yu's head, and she had overheard talk of superstitions in the hallway. But now she knew what they meant. Chalk and salt, and why Augustine had summoned Dr. Nizamiev when he saw the impossible twisting of Mr. Renton's flesh. "Was this magic, Augustine?" Her voice came out thin, afraid. "Was there chalk upon her dress? Jane, this was unnatural." She looked up at him. "Like Mr. Etheridge, like Mr. Renton. So like Mr. Renton. Another malformation, another thing growing out of place," he considered. "I don't think so. Mr. Yu gave no indication, and such things as this are known. The word is ectopic." The thought settled ill upon her, that horrors could come as much from vagaries of the body as from magic. It hardly seemed fair. "Shouldn't you be with Mr. Yu?" she asked, to push aside her dark thoughts. "He left when I informed him we would need to operate," Augustine said. The words refused to process, and Jane lifted her gaze to his, brow creased. "Left? Yes, he left. He didn't say if he'd return. She needs him," she said. "She needs somebody. One anchor. In all the world? Was that so much to ask?" Augustine's expression turned helpless. He looked down at his feet, as if unsure how to answer. "She will have me," Jane declared, and found Abigail's hand beneath the blankets. She took it in hers, twining their fingers together. "It will take several days, maybe weeks, for her to recover," he said. "So be it. I have nowhere else to go." Abigail Yu survived the first 3 hours. When Mr. Lowell returned, he made up warm broth with the leftover fish heads from the previous night's dinner. Jane fed it to the insensate woman drop by drop, focusing only on the spout of the bowl, on Abigail's pale lips, on the flutter of her throat as Jane coaxed her to swallow. Augustine entered the room every half hour to take the woman's pulse, but he said nothing to her each time, and Jane was thankful for his silence. Sitting with Abigail's body felt something like a ritual. Jane's stronger breathing timed to Abigail's own, as if their parallelism could keep the woman alive. It was tempting to think of Dr. Nizamiev's lectures, to know that Abigail would recover, and truly believe that meant she would. But Jane held fast against it. There was nothing good that could come of it. Better to focus on realities only, no matter how terrible. Patients came and went. Augustine met them in the kitchen and left her and Abigail to rest. She heard his unsteady gait in the hall. She heard his groan once his patients left and his door closed. The day wore on, and her charge rallied, even as her husband began to fail. His hands trembled as he helped her change Abigail's bandages, as he checked the incision sites and declared them well, as he took her pulse and conceded that it had not faded any further. She left Abigail's side only to change the hastily rigged bedpan and to relieve herself. She met Augustine by chance in the hallway on her way back from the ladder. They regarded each other in silence. He looked ill. He looked more than ill. "Go back to Lindridge Hall tonight," Jane said. Augustine grimaced. "Mrs. Yu, I have accepted responsibility for her," Jane said. "You need rest. There will be more patients tomorrow. What would happen if he retched in the operating theater? If he collapsed in the compounding room? He was no good to anybody like this. Laurenton needed its surgeon." Augustine looked as if he were about to argue. "Are you afraid, then?" Jane asked. He frowned. "Afraid? Of the spirits? Of seeing Elodie?" By the way he paled, he hadn't imagined the possibility yet. Or perhaps a fever was come upon him. "No," he said. "But leaving you alone?" He trailed off, uncertain, hand fisted at his side. He didn't meet her eyes. "Our arrangement," she said, "is that I will sleep here and you there, right?" Augustine nodded, and Jane left him to gather his things for his journey. He departed without saying farewell, and Jane was glad of it. Mr. Lowell brought her dinner and more broth for Abigail, then shut up the surgery for the night. Jane drew the curtains on the office windows and made herself a bed of cushions stolen from other rooms. She ate slowly, then read aloud. The empty surgery folded its arms around them. Abigail's steadied breathing, soothing and even. She was alone, and it was good. It was safe, and simple, and real. She slept deeply despite herself, and when she awoke with the dawn, Abigail still lived. Jane bathed and dressed once Mr. Lowell arrived to open up the surgery, and she was settled once more on the arm of the chair that supported Abigail's head when Augustine arrived from Lindridge Hall. She looked up as he entered the office, and he searched her face a moment before coming to the makeshift bedside. She watched him as he took Abigail's pulse, checked her bandages, her incisions, the pallor below her fingernails, searching for signs that he was healthier today as well. His color seemed better. Below them, Abigail stirred, murmuring in her sleep, whimpering with the first signs of pain she had given in a day. "You have worked magic," Augustine said. She nearly laughed, but stilled as she saw Augustine's expression. It was not an ill-chosen turn of phrase, a simple expression of thanks. No, he looked horrified, awed. He meant magic. "No," she said. "She could not have survived the night otherwise," Augustine said. "You have worked magic. Magic surgeons would die for. Magic I tried to teach myself and failed." "Augustine, she has been drawn back from the very edge of death," he said, abandoning their patient and taking her hand. "How did you learn it? The books in my study?" She looked to the text she had left on the table by the window, the one she had read from the night before. "It was only a novel. I learned nothing," she said, turning back to him. "Do you see chalk and salt? I only gave her attention and company. I only believed that she deserved to live. She had not even willed it strongly. Had she? Or was the intensity of the willing not the point, but the pervasiveness of it? She had not let herself falter in her belief the night before. Perhaps, but no. What of your dire warnings?" she hissed, drawing close to him, nearly looming. "Of the risks of magic? Of why Lindridge Hall should forestall me? Forestall you?
You seemed very clear the other night." He stepped back, eyes going wide. "No," he said, hands lifting. "No, I didn't mean." "Hypocrite," Jane said. "You cannot fault me for hoping that the world I used to dream of, the potential of magic, was real," Augustine returned. Oh, but she could. Abigail gave another whimper of pain, her head lolling. It was one of the first movements she had made besides breath. "She needs laudanum," Jane said, desperate to change the subject, to clear the sick-room air of their clashing anger. "Not laudanum. It is a sedative, and might harm her already delicate breathing," Augustine said. The correction steadied him. He was once again his surgeon self. "An infusion of willow bark in her broth may help, though." Jane nodded, and, with reluctance, left Abigail's side and went to the compounding room. Augustine followed. She scanned the bottles of medicine lining the shelves, then pulled down the crock that contained willow bark.
At her side, Augustine selected one of several bottles filled with fine white powder. When he set it on the counter, the glass clattered from the shaking of his hands. Still ill, then. "In addition to that, I will need your help," he said, tone strident to cover embarrassment. "I can't see patients as I am. Please, compound a quarter measure with water." "Cocaine?" she asked, drawing up close enough to see the label. "It will steady me." He regarded her evenly. "Did you not return to Lindridge Hall last night?" "I did, though your intrusion seems to have riled the spirits," he said. Jane stepped back, eyes wide. "What?" "They would not leave me alone," Augustine said, glaring at her a moment before scrubbing at his eyes. "Before, I could sleep, after a fashion. They would come to me, torment me, and then leave, and I could sleep a few hours, then rest in the carriage on the way to town. But last night they came to me in an unceasing parade." "Do not blame me," Jane whispered, drawing in upon herself. "But what else has changed, except your involvement? If I am lucky," he continued, "then with time they will settle, like birds stirred from their roost. But you will stay far away from Lindridge Hall, for my sake as well as yours. And you will help me tend to my patients." She eyed the jar of fine white powder, pictured the prick of the needle as he injected it into his veins. It was only medicine. It was a solution, a necessary one. "You saw me during Mrs. Yu's surgery," Augustine pressed. "I am just as much a danger exhausted as I was sick." He was right. Very. The spirits of Lindridge Hall for responding to her so, for making her not just the betrayed victim, but a cause of harm to others. "Go back," she wanted to tell him. "Go back and fix the root of this. You must fix this." But he didn't know enough and was too afraid to try. And it was far too dangerous for her to touch. And yet as she mixed his suspension, as she watched him inject it, as she fed bitter broth to Abigail, who should not have survived the night, she wondered if there was still some way for her to help. That night, against her better instincts, she penned a letter to Dr. Nizamiyev. She asked for guidance and help for Augustine. Anything she knew about how to avoid ending up floating in the air, how to touch magic without being seized by its impossibility. She'd seen the hunger in Augustine's eyes that morning when he thought she had worked magic. What else did he hunger for? What else did he wish were different? Just the smallest offer of help might be enough to push Augustine toward attempting to set things right, if it was specific, if it was actionable. The letter went out at first light, shortly before Augustine returned from Lindridge Hall, looking just as haggard, just as drawn. He took his dose of cocaine once more and tended his patients with less than his full focus, his full brilliance. His hands trembled. He dropped tools, forgot patients were waiting for him back in the kitchen, talked rapidly to himself about theories and frustrations. It was only by dint of his inherent need to heal and his long training that he managed at all. Jane watched, and she helped, and she waited, hoping that a response from Camhurst would arrive with the evening post. It didn't. Augustine did, however, ask her to measure out laudanum for him that he might sleep through the night. She hoped it would help. His carriage left as the sun set, and Jane took thickened broth up to Augustine's room, where Abigail now rested. She had woken up that morning, addled and in pain, but able to recognize her name. Her color was improving, her limbs warming on their own. Halfway through the day, Jane and Mr. Lowell had moved her at Augustine's suggestion. Abigail stirred only enough to swallow her broth without aid, then fell into a light sleep, brow furrowed but cheeks pink. Jane left the bedroom door open and paced the hallway, scrubbing her face. Augustine's salvation was not her responsibility. She repeated that to herself over and over, but she couldn't shift the weight that had settled onto her when she saw him with his patients. Should she tell him to quit the surgery entirely? Let Larrington find a new doctor? Retreat to Lindridge Hall to live out the rest of his life, tormented until the last? Then at least the sick and injured and dying of Larrington would be sent a new, more reliable steward. But what a monstrous choice to make, and how terrible that he might agree to it. Her pacing took her to the door of the study. Inside, hoarded curiosities lined the shelves. How many were silent eulogies to dead magicians? Did they all serve as a constant reminder of the punishment he had earned? Her hand was halfway to the knob when frantic knocking filled the surgery. She pulled away as if singed and flew down to the foyer. "Mr. Lowell," she called out, "Mr. Lowell, come quick." But she heard no other footsteps. She was alone. Mr. Lowell was out visiting his family. He wouldn't be back for another hour at least, perhaps many more. It was only her. She hauled open the front door, expecting carnage, a crushed limb, a pock-skinned child. But it was only a man and a woman, frantic but whole. "It's her son," the man said. "Illness, wretched illness. She wanted to wait until morning, but he can't be moved, and he can't see. He's vomiting something horrible. Please, is the doctor in?" Jane straightened up as much as she could. "He is out," she said. The woman wailed, and the man swore. Jane hesitated only a moment before saying, "But I can fetch him. Where is the patient, please?" They gave her directions to their farm as she dragged on her traveling cloak and hat. "Stay here an hour more if you can," she told them. "Rest, eat something. The other assistant will be back, and he can accompany you to the farm, to see what he can do." They nodded, and she bundled them into the kitchen, setting the kettle on for them. Her nerves were on fire, alive and roaring, and she rushed up the stairs to check on Abigail as well. She slept soundly now, deeply, and Jane felt almost confident as she raced from the surgery and fetched the neighbor who took Augustine to and from Lindridge Hall and paid him extra to drive out once more. She had vowed to never again step foot in Lindridge Hall, for 100 different reasons, but there was no other option. A life hung in the balance, and what was her fear to that? The road was dry, and they made good time out of town and up into the hills. Even in the warmth of the box, she clutched her cloak tight to her, wondering what she would find. Would Augustine be conscious still, or in a drugged stupor? Would the spirits be at work? Would they leap upon her the moment she crossed the threshold? The carriage slowed, then stopped, and she alighted, paying the man an extra sum to wait outside. His eyes on her, or at least the knowledge that they could be, spurred her to a performance of confidence. She strode across the deadened garden as if she weren't quaking with terror inside. Her heart grew tight and cold as she came closer and closer to the door, but she made herself press forward, never slowing. The door came open at her touch, as it had the night of the storm. The lights were on, brilliant and high, gas flames leaping against their shades. But there was no movement, no sign of Augustine. She thought to call out, but her voice died in her throat. She was too afraid of what might answer. Instead, she crept up the stairs and made for Augustine's study. She took each step with care, peering into shadows for any sign of movement, an elongated head, the hem of a nightgown. But everything was as she had left it, and she pressed her hand against the rapid beating of her heart. They had only come to her past midnight or in the cellar. She still had time, even with the heavy night pressing in on every window. The wind had picked up, and the glass groaned in its frames.
The study door was closed, as it had been on their wedding night. Now, though, she did not hesitate. She did not call out or knock before she entered. Augustine did not stir from where he lay, sprawled on the low couch. Laudanum. His exhaustion and his dread must have led him to dose himself possibly as soon as he got into the carriage or through the front door. She went to his side and took his shoulders, shaking him firmly. He groaned, his eyelids fluttering, but he did not wake. "Augustine," she hissed. "Augustine, wake up." "Leave," he mumbled, barely loud enough for her to hear. "A patient needs you," she cried. Around her, Augustine's bookshelves seemed to prowl and watch. She could picture too clearly Elodie climbing the stairs, blood leaving a trail behind her, blood filling the hallways, blood drowning her. The front door banged shut below. Jane leapt away from Augustine, biting down her shriek. That stirred Augustine, at last, and he sat upright, bleary-eyed and bewildered. His gaze fixed on her. "No," he said. "No, no, you're not real. You can't be here. You knew not to come." "It's one of the boys at the Thorndale farm," she said, coming back to him, seizing his hands and drawing him up from the couch. He staggered after her, pale. "His vomiting. He's gone blind. We must go, quickly." Outside, the carriage sat, the driver unknowing. Time was passing, and if neither of them emerged, he would leave, and the boy would be without a doctor until the morning. "That's right next to Marebeck's farm," Augustine said, frowning. He swayed on his feet. "I was just there." "Augustine, you must come. How much laudanum did you take?" "I'll be fine," he said. He did not sound fine. "If it's the same sickness, he needs help immediately." He turned to her with fervent solemnity, but his eyes were having trouble focusing. "Where is Mr. Lowell?" It was enough, that he was upright and talking. She led him into the hallway, down the stairs. Above them the light wavered, flickered, threatened to extinguish. "Out with family. I gave him the evening. He's to be back soon, and the boy's mother is waiting for him, but we will need you." Shadows moved across the walls at the third-floor landing. Twisting, she saw more behind them, on the stairs. No figures yet, but they would come soon. The door. They had to get to the door. Augustine might sicken in the carriage, to be drawn away from them so abruptly and in such a state, but she could still get him to the Thorndale farm in time. She could be his hands, if only she had his mind. But the front door was locked, and the lock refused to budge. Not for her, not for Augustine. "It was open when I arrived," Jane said. "I don't know, it's never done this." A shadow fell over them, its root stretching in the direction of the cellar, and Jane fell back half a step with a whimper of fear, her bravery faltering at last. It was Augustine who steadied her. "We must reach the kitchen," he said, urgent and low. His hand shifted in her grip, and then it was him leading her, through the door under the stairs that led to the sitting room, the dining room. I will work a protective circle, give us time to think. Come quickly." "Magic? You would work magic? What other option do I have to keep you safe? I can endure their taunts, but if they fall upon you again, please, Jane." They ran together. The kitchen was dark and empty, and the shadows of it were unfamiliar. Drying herbs hanging from her head, reaching for her head. "Chalk and salt," Augustine muttered, "chalk and salt." He let go of her to pull open drawers, searching frantically. Jane retreated farther into the kitchen, then froze. Sitting on the central table was a black doctor's bag, cracked from heat. "Where is the very salt?" cried Augustine, slamming another drawer. They were running out of time. Out in the hall, the lights began to blink out, one by one. Augustine hauled open another drawer, then stopped, going very still. "Jane," he whispered, turning to face the door. "Jane, do you hear that?" Jane heard nothing at all. "Mr. Renton," Augustine whispered, taking a step back. "Can't you hear him? I hear his screams, his begging. Jane, Jane." She took hold of Augustine's hand, pulling him close to her, back toward the center of the room. She heard nothing from the hallway, but she gasped as the first figure appeared, a solid silhouette, an unnatural shape. Its carved crescent head filled the doorway. Augustine let out a low moan, and though he tried to stand strong in the face of the creature, she could feel him trembling. 2 more figures appeared in the threshold, all inhumanly tall, with distorted proportions and malformed heads, featureless faces. They approached no closer, simply watching, waiting. "Mr. Renton," Augustine whispered, "Mr. Renton, and the Marebeck boy, and Mr. Etheridge. All of them, here. Please, please, I'm so sorry." Jane kept hold of his wrist, keeping him upright when he tried to sink to the floor. "No, Augustine," she whispered, "it isn't them. Look, Augustine, this is not what you think. Those aren't your patients. There's something else entirely." He turned to look at her, frantic, and then he froze. The light in his eyes changed. He swore and took her head in both his hands. She jerked back, but he held fast, peering into her eyes. "Jane, look at me," he said. She strained against his grasp. "One of us needs to keep an eye on them." He moved one of his hands to her throat, pressing his thumb against her pulse point and counting, numbers whispering over his lips. She began to feel lightheaded from the pressure, and she tried to jerk away. Elodie had held her that way. And then, as suddenly as he had grabbed her, he pulled away. He left her, reaching for the table behind her. She heard the click of something opening, the medical bag. She spun around, eyes widening. The burned medical bag that Mrs. Luthbright had surely disposed of. But now, open beneath his hands, the insides gleamed, clean and new and whole. Or was it Ving's bag, lost to the house just 2 days before? Either way, Augustine now wore the look he had when he performed surgeries, focused, cold, analytical. He held a polished lancet in his hand. "Put that down," she said, taking a step back and glancing toward the creatures. "Augustine, why didn't you tell me? About the headaches, the fatigue and nausea? I know I haven't given you reason to trust me in most things, but this, you should have told me, Jane." He had something else in his hands, but in the gloom she couldn't make it out. The lancet and the statue-like figures took all of her attention that wasn't focused on his face. "Augustine, I am quite well." She'd had headaches, yes, but they came from stress, not illness. "We don't have time for this. You must focus." "That is how the fever works," he said. His voice softened, gentle, as if he were speaking to a spooked horse. "You feel as if you are on the mend. You think you will recover entirely, but you don't." There his voice cracked. "A few days of seeming relief, and then the end comes on swiftly." He was describing the fever that had taken Elodie, and with a sickening lurch, she remembered the bite of the scalpel into her fingertip. The cut had healed, but was still visible, a faint pink line. Ving had said the whole bag was fouled. Ving had said, "Augustine, I am well," she said, forcing the wild panic aside, gaze darting between him and the figures. "I will submit to an examination in the morning, but Augustine, the creatures—" "I can prioritize the health of my wife over magic," Augustine said, refusing to so much as glance at them. His gaze was fixed entirely on her. "Then Thorndale Farm," Jane said. "We must get out. All the rest can come after." Slowly, he set the lancet back in his case. Slowly, he closed it. Jane turned back to the creatures, still motionless. Their impassivity made her deeply uncomfortable. It made her want to look away. She fought the impulse with all her focus, and so she didn't move when Augustine stepped up behind her.
The noxious cloth he clapped over her nose and mouth broke that concentration. She jerked forward, but his other arm was already around her, pinning her to his chest. She might have had a few inches on him in height, but he was far stronger. She tossed her head, desperate for a gasp of fresh air, but the ether was already in her mouth, cloyingly sweet on her tongue and against the back of her throat. Her head began to spin. The taste of the ether brought memories roaring back, not of Augustine covered in blood, but of sitting tucked in her mother's lap, waiting for the shelling to stop. The fumes, not ether, much worse, but so similar in how it had burned, had reached her first, crawling along the floor, winding up her mother's legs. She'd wrinkled her nose, not knowing what it was, but her mother had. She'd shouted for Jane's father and stood up abruptly, despite the heavy vibrations rocking the foundation of the cellar. She'd pulled up the fabric of her overskirt, covering Jane's head with it. "Shallow breaths, darling, shallow breaths," she repeated over and over. But Jane couldn't take shallow breaths. She could feel the panic of that night, as if the very floor was shaking beneath them from the impact of the mortars. She sucked in deep, desperate gasps of air, but they were all tainted, all soaked in that burning sweetness. The creatures. She had to focus. She kicked backward at Augustine's legs, heel connecting with his shin, but her shoes were soft. He grunted and held fast. "I'm sorry," he whispered in her ear, "but I cannot lose you too." As Jane's vision swam and her lungs burned, she tried to shout. These spirits took joy in playing horrid tricks on Augustine. This was just the newest. If she could only remind him, he would see. He would let her go. But everything felt distant, far away, and teased apart into strands of nothingness. Her vision was going dark. She felt herself sag against Augustine, felt him lift her in his arms. "I'm quite well," she mumbled. Her lips hurt. Had the ether burned her? "Your eyes have begun to yellow," Augustine replied. He eased her against the table just long enough to settle the burned case on her stomach, and she could smell it then. The fire, the smoke, burned. It was burned. It couldn't have contained the bottle of ether. Then he lifted her again. Her head rolled back. She tried to stop it and managed to get her cheek pressed to his shoulder. "The bleeding from your nose has already begun," he said, but all she could feel was mucus against her lip, courtesy of the gas. "If it progresses much further, you will begin vomiting up great masses of blackness, and you will be beyond my reach." "No," she whispered. "No, I'm not Elodie. Augustine, the spirits. This is the work of the spirits." "What spirits?" he asked. Moaning, she closed her eyes, pressing her head against him as he began to move. His steps were heavy and staggering, but even with her vision obscured, she could tell they were leaving the kitchen. Full darkness enveloped them. He moved without hesitation. "I was well a week ago, and I'm well now." "Augustine, they are twisting your mind," she said, some strength returning to her voice as the ether passed off. "Jane, I've been given another chance. I will not lose you the way I lost Elodie." They reached a pool of light, a welcome reprieve from the suffocating darkness. It led toward the foyer, and Augustine turned to it without hesitation. Jane's initial relief from being able to see quickly soured as she saw more lights spring to life to guide their path. To the crypt. "Augustine, stop," she said. "Please, please don't take me there." "It's the fever talking," he murmured. He sounded like a man possessed. The crypt door hung unlocked and open. Candles had been placed along the stairwell wall, lighting their way down into the blinding white of the stone. She struggled, but Augustine held her fast as he descended into the crypt and through the first doorway. He laid her out, gently, on the white stone table. It was cold and solid beneath her, and it seemed to sap every ounce of strength and warmth from her. Still she pushed and thrashed, trying to sit up. Just as she straightened, her head spinning, he fitted the ether cloth over her face again. She arched against him in struggle, but he held her down until, once more, the sweet gas slackened her limbs. It was a small mercy, or a sickening curse, that the ether now removed the edge from her panic. Her head lulled upon the stone, and she saw no figures waiting for her at the margins. Elodie was absent, and Jane was stretched out in her place. Had it always been destined to come to this? Augustine set his bag on Elodie's chair, and she watched blearily as he withdrew the bleeding kit and its scarificator. He took hold of her arm, pulling it out over the floor. "Stop, Augustine, stop," she begged. She tried to wiggle her toes. They responded only sluggishly as Augustine pushed up her sleeve.
He was gentle but firm, a perfect physician as always. His fear and worry had been overtaken by his training, and he looked at peace as he pressed the scarificator into the vein that pulsed at the inside of her elbow. Its springs jumped to action, and she let out a weak whimper as it sliced 3 perfect lines into her skin. Blood, hot and thick, dripped with a stomach-twisting patter against the stone below her. Her blood. She could smell it. She could feel blood beneath her, covering the plinth, covering Augustine. Elodie, stretched out where Jane was now, chest split in 2. "It would be easier if you were upright," Augustine murmured, "but I cannot trust you to stay still without the ether, and the ether might lead you to fall." "Augustine, please," she whispered. Her toes moved with slightly more force this time. "There's a carriage outside. If we can get the door open, we can go to the surgery." Augustine set the device aside and circled around to her head to place his pulse. "No time, Jane, and the cold of the crypt is best. The surest treatment for this fever is to weaken you. You are the host, and it thrives inside of you when you are strong. That is why it takes the best of us, the hardy dock workers, the soldiers, the athletes, and it took Elodie. Jane, you are so strong. It's no wonder that the fever chose you for its host." "I am not ill," she said, staring up into his face. He stroked a lock of her hair, pain rising in his eyes. "Men will return to work, thinking themselves entirely recovered. Then the vomiting begins, and they drop dead before noon." He hesitated, then bowed down, placing his forehead against hers. "Please understand. Before I left for the hunting lodge, Elodie had small symptoms. She was dead within the week." His shame was like a physical weight, pressing down into both of them. Shame. It dripped from Augustine's pores, coloring everything he did. She clung to the thought. It felt important. It felt so important. But as the blood continued to flow from her veins, it grew harder and harder to think. From his bag, he pulled tools she did not remember cleaning. Clamps, saws, things to break a body open. "Just in case," he said when he caught her staring. "I must be ready. Ready to take her heart in his hand so that she could die screaming." "No," she said. "No, I am not ill. I do not hurt me, please. We have caught it early, my love. I am only being thorough. Though the next step will be even less pleasant, I'm afraid," he said. "Calomel to purge your body. No. Any more and she would succumb." She focused on the doorway. No figures lurked there, blocking her exit. She needed to get up, to flee. She had to get upstairs and put the crypt door between them. She pressed her uninjured arm to the table and pushed with all her might, tightening her legs at the same time. Slowly, she sat up. Augustine was searching in his case, the glass of various vials clinking loudly against one another.
The noise must have muffled her ragged breathing as she pressed her free hand against the oozing wounds in her arm, swung her legs over the table, and staggered to her feet. She had nearly made it to the stairs when Augustine found the bottle of calomel and turned back toward her. He froze, staring at her, then swore and put the bottle down, rushing her. Jane screamed and threw herself up the stairs, staggering through the doorway above. She grabbed onto the heavy door and slammed it shut, leaning against it as she fumbled with the locks. Keys. She had no keys. The bracket the padlock hung from was broken. Jane, open this door." His body slammed into it, and it jumped against her. Her feet slipped against the floor, but she dug her fingers into the doorframe, hanging on with all her remaining strength. "I'm sorry, Augustine," she said, then coughed, bending double. Her lungs burned from the prolonged etherization. She gagged, then took several deep, sucking breaths. The door jumped against her again. "Jane, please." "I am well," she whispered. Her strength was failing. Her vision was swimming, black around the edges, and it was harder and harder to remain upright. She slid down the door, shivering, blood pulsing weakly from her arm. If only she had the chatelaine. If only force of will alone could turn the locks. She sobbed and felt one more great leap of the door, and then nothing. Her world was fading, but she thought she heard Augustine repeat her name, a question in his voice. And then his footsteps retreated, back down the stairs, and he called her name again and cried out. She lost consciousness. Thunder woke her in the early hours of the morning, alone. She jolted upright, then hissed at the resounding spike of pain in her head, her arm following a moment later. But as the pain cleared and she looked around herself, she realized she was still in the hallway outside the crypt. Augustine had not reached her, had not dragged her back down to the stone slab, and had not cut her 1 inch further. She staggered up to her feet, leaning against the doorframe, until she realized there was no frame at all. Where once there had been the heavy door, the many locks, the broken padlock, there was now only a stretch of pure white stone, the same stone as in the cellar below. Jane retreated, looking up and down the hall. Every other door was unchanged. The wall was undamaged. It was simply different. A vanished door, and inside of it, the plinth, the doctor, and Elodie. Slowly, trembling, she approached the stone and laid her hands against it, pressed her cheek to it. "Augustine?" she whispered. A sobbing, racking cry echoed to her through stone upon stone upon stone. Her fingers clawed against the rock. "Augustine! Augustine! It's me!" The door remained transformed. Once more she heard Augustine's voice, pained and horrible, and so far away. "You're safe," a traitorous voice inside her whispered. "He can't get to you now." But she had not wanted this. He had only been bewitched, horribly bewitched. She had wanted only to get him out of the house so that he could realize how in danger they both were. And instead, this impossible transmutation. Another trick of the spirits? Or Elodie retaliating now that Augustine was in her crypt? Shaking, she retreated from the unnatural knot door, her mind refusing to comprehend it and what it might mean. She could not stay here. She must fetch help. Outside Lindridge Hall, a storm raged. Wind bellowed against stone, and windows creaked in their casements. The foyer seemed to breathe, a living thing itself, as she crossed its grand space to the front door. Shaking, she tried the latch. It turned. The door opened. The wind fought to seize it from her, but she held fast. The carriage was long gone, not even a wagon rut to mark where it had stood. How long would it take for Mr. Lowell to send a carriage up to find her? And who could she even go to? Dr. Nizamiev? It would take at least a day to reach her in Camhurst, and she might have no further answers. Except she couldn't go to Camhurst. Guilt clamped shut her lungs. Thorndale Farm. Even now, that boy was dying, frightened and alone. He needed a doctor, but there would be no doctor, and no way to explain it. And it would be her fault. That boy would die because she had returned to Lindridge Hall. She was sobbing, tears streaking her swollen face, when she saw 2 figures struggling up the hill, sheltered by a snapping oilcloth they held above them. Mrs. Pearl and Mrs. Luthbright. Jane fled back into the house. She raced up the stairs and into the bedroom, and she shut herself inside, chest heaving in panic. Why couldn't the storm have kept them away? Why couldn't she have been spared, granted time to solve the horrible, impossible problem of the crypt door? Her hands shook as she washed away the crusted blood along her inner arm, as she shoved her sleeve back down over the 3 parallel wounds. What would she tell them? How could she explain her presence and his absence? How could she open a door that impossible spirits had sealed? She sank to the floor at the foot of the bed, drawing her knees to her chest, and moaned, low and pained. An echoing moan rattled from the pipes in the bathroom. Augustine, devoured by the house. Augustine, afraid and lost and consumed. But he might have killed you if you hadn't fled, if the door had not vanished. And yet she could not find it in herself to be relieved. She could not help but fear for him.
She crawled on her belly into the bathroom, and she pressed her ear to the bathtub's piping. "Augustine," she whispered. "Augustine, speak to me. Where are you? How can I reach you?" The metal trembled wordlessly, and then it shrieked. Below, she heard a woman scream. Jane stumbled back to her feet, out into the hallway, to the balcony in the foyer. "The main! The main!" shouted Mrs. Loothbright. "Turn it off at the main!" The front door hung open, the wind howling through it, rain sheeting inside along the horizontal. Jane saw a flash of skirt, and then heard Mrs. Pearl shout, "It won't budge! Harder! Turn harder!" Jane hesitated only a moment before she dashed out into the squall, finding Mrs. Pearl just around the entrance, hauling on a great metal wheel. Jane joined her, and together they dragged it closed. Inside, Mrs. Loothbright called out encouragement. They staggered together, drenched, back into Lindridge Hall, and into the kitchen, where Mrs. Loothbright was standing ankle-deep in water from a burst pipe in the sink. "Mercy," Mrs. Pearl gasped, as Mrs. Loothbright made an old warding sign. "Do you think it was the storm?" Jane thought of Augustine, his voice screaming in the pipes, and shivered. "Must be," Mrs. Loothbright said, then turned to Jane. "Mrs. Lawrence, the doctor didn't say to expect you." "There was an emergency," she said, before she could stop herself. Of course, you do him proud." Mrs. Pearl smiled, but Mrs. Loothbright sloshed out of the water with a scowl on her face. "Well, and now we have our own emergency. No running water until we can fetch somebody to fix it from town." "Of course. Can I help?" "Stay out of the way and watch for the storm to lighten." Cowed, Jane retreated up to Augustine's study. She could see the road more clearly from there. She stared out at the storm and the road, willing herself to wake up. This was a nightmare. This had to be a nightmare. There was no other logic for it beyond the impossible. A door could not become stone. A voice could not be imprisoned in the plumbing. And yet, she was still standing there 2 hours later when a horse appeared in the sheeting rain. Atop it, a broad man in a cap. The walls closed in around her. Mr. Lowell. She was back down the stairs in what felt like an instant, pressed up against the blank stone that had been the crypt door.
Her fingers scrabbled at the margins, where the stone met the wood paneling of the hall without the slightest gap, and she whispered pleas to the rock over and over. It did not budge. She wished it open with all her heart, thinking glancing thoughts of magic, but the stone remained, unmoving. Even as she heard the squeaking hinges of the main door, the rain spilling into the foyer, she tried to pry it open. "Augustine, they need you! I can't do this. I can't. Mrs. Lawrence, come quick!" She was out of time. Shivering, Jane stepped away from the door. She marshaled all her poise and tried to drag on a shroud of cool remove, like she'd felt when seeing Mr. Renton for the first time. It came in tatters, but it came, and she emerged into the foyer to meet her fate. Mr. Lowell's cheeks were as flushed as if he had galloped the whole way himself, instead of the horse that panted out in the yard, unshielded from the weather. Mrs. Loothbright had gone to offer food to the animal, but it ignored her, stamping impatiently. Mr. Lowell looked much the same, gaze fixed on Jane from the moment she entered the space, ignoring Mrs. Pearl at his side. "The doctor," Mr. Lowell said. "He is meted. Where is he?" "Out at an emergency," Mrs. Pearl said, echoing Jane's earlier excuse, and Jane found herself only able to nod, voice seizing in her throat. "He is not at Thorndale," Mr. Lowell snapped, looking away from Jane for just a moment to cast his ire on the older woman. She retreated, scowling. "Mrs. Lawrence, please, the boy is turning more poorly by the minute." Jane's jaw trembled. What could she tell him? How could she give an excuse that would mean this child's death? "He's not here," she said weakly. The house gave an echoing groan. "Not here," Mr. Lowell repeated. "Not here." "He rode out last night," she said, fisting her quaking hands in her skirts. I don't know." Mr. Lowell cursed. "Then it must be you, ma'am." "What?" She paled. "I cannot handle this myself, and you are the next thing to a Dr. Larrington has." "I'm hardly a doctor," she said, looking to Mrs. Pearl, hoping for help. But Mrs. Pearl was nodding with Mr. Lowell. "You can handle yourself," Mr. Lowell said. "You know far more than I." "I carry bodies," Mr. Lowell said sharply. "I clean up the mess. I do the books. A child is dying, Mrs. Lawrence. We must try. We must." Her protests all seemed weak, pointless, and she crumpled, covering her face with her hands. She tried to breathe. She tried to think of Mr. Renton, of her steadiness then. But she could only see his death the next morning. But Abigail she had saved. She had known that Abigail would live, and so the woman had. If it was necessary, if there was no other option, Jane grabbed her hat from where it had been placed by the door, no doubt retrieved from where it had fallen the night before, discovered, likely, incongruously, in the kitchen. Jane shuddered, but donned it all the same, ignoring the faint whiff of ether that still clung to it. Mrs. Pearl supplied her with one of Augustine's oiled overcoats, and then she was out of Lindridge Hall, following after Mr. Lowell, hoisting herself onto the horse just behind him. The two of them barely fit together, and the horse danced to the side in irritation. But Jane was outside of Lindridge Hall. A sudden wash of relief flooded her, followed by peace, and she fought the urge to lean forward against Mr. Lowell's broad back. The horse began picking its way down the muddy road, and she rocked with each step, her nerves subsiding. She was not a doctor, not a nurse either, but she would find something that could be done. Abigail was proof of that. The boy, no more than 10, was curled by the fire on a hastily made nest of blankets. He had sweated through them already, though, and his cheeks were flushed red. The ceramic basin beside him was filled with an oily, thin vomit, and his mother hurried to clean it out when she saw Mr. Lowell and Jane appear in the doorway. "Dr. Lawrence is here," she murmured to her son, touching his sweat-slicked forehead. "You'll be all right now. You just sit tight." Jane's heart constricted. Mr. Lowell doffed his hat, worrying at it in his hands. "I'm afraid the doctor is not here, ma'am," he said, eyes downcast. "The storm must have forced him off the road last night. We don't know where he is." Mr. Lowell had embroidered the story for her as they rode, it seemed. She should have been grateful, but all she felt was a yawning pit of guilt. "Can't find him!" the woman cried. Jane flinched and ducked her head, looking again at the child. "I've come to help instead," she said. I have some training." "Not enough," her logical mind whispered. She approached the child. His thin shoulders appeared from within his nest of blankets, pink and studded with bumps. She reached out to brush the back of her knuckles against him. The rash felt like sandpaper against her skin, and he was burning up, far too hot. He didn't so much as flinch of her touch. "We should move him away from the fire," she said. The mother shook her head. "He's shivering." "He's feverish," Jane said. "He's too hot. Sweating out a fever is the fastest way I know." Jane hadn't read enough, hadn't learned enough to argue. She bit her lip. How has he been eating? Drinking?" "Not of either," the woman said. She was hovering in the doorway, needing to go outside to toss the refuse from the basin, but unwilling to leave her son in the hands of an untested stranger. She was saved from the decision by Mr. Lowell, who took the crock gently from her white-knuckled hands and carried it out for her. "Please, tell me everything you know," Jane said. "Scarlet fever," the woman replied. "Scarlet fever? That's what the doctor said Ben Merbecke had. Is that what my Oren has? Ben Merbecke. Oh, if only Jane had been back at the surgery, where she could have consulted Augustine's notes and seen what he had prescribed last." Fighting to hide the tremor in her hands, Jane pulled away from the boy and went to the door. Mr. Lowell had left a satchel there, full of supplies gathered at the surgery before he'd ridden to find her. Had he brought the notes? She crouched down, skirts spilling across the rammed earth floor, pulling the leather bag open. Bottle after bottle, labeled in Augustine's careful script, rolled over one another. She grabbed each and set them out in a careful line. Papers, she needed papers.
and there, at the bottom of the bag, a whole sheaf of them. She grabbed them, poring over Augustine's less careful handwriting, the scrawl he used only for himself. Her heart gave an unwelcome, agonizing pang. His handwriting. But behind her, the boy was whimpering. His mother was at his side, rocking him back and forth. Jane must act, not ache. Jane became aware then of eyes on her, many eyes. She looked up, and from the second room in the small farmhouse peered 3 small faces. Orrin's father was likely close at hand, too. Mr. Lowell returned, pushing past her and giving the bowl back to Orrin's mother, just in time for her to catch the next stream of putrid vomit. Jane forced her attention back to the notes. They seemed to be just what had littered the top of Augustine's desk, grabbed in desperation. Merbeck, Merbeck, she chanted to herself, wondering how it might be spelled, searching for anything that might match it in the tangle of letters on the crumpled pages. She found nothing, and changed tactics, looking for vomit. Nothing there either, but then her gaze caught on one of the longer words on the 4th page in the satchel, hyperemesis. It seemed to throb upon the paper, and she frowned, reading the paragraph containing it. I knew that word. There, Merbeck. She'd found it. If Ving had not used that word, there was no time to consider it.
Sagging in relief, she scanned through the page from top to bottom, thankful for her time untangling Augustine's personal account ledger, thankful even for her discovery of Elodie, if it meant, now, she stood half a chance of helping Jane found the list of symptoms. Fever, vomiting, a red rash on the skin. But Jane had to be sure, because the list of treatments frightened her even to consider. To inflict them on the boy, she had to be certain that this matched what Augustine had seen before. Jane approached mother and son, paper clutched in her hands, and crouched down. "Orrin," she said softly, "can you open your mouth for me?" The boy stared past her, eyes glazed, barely blinking. "He can't hear you," his mother said, then choked back a sob. She reached out and stroked her son's red cheeks, then gently took his chin in hand, and with her thumb pressed to his lips, pulled his jaw down. Jane leaned forward, but the light from outside was dim with the storm, and the hearth's glow flickered. It was hard to see. She shifted, changing the angle, wishing there was gaslight. But this was a farm, and the farms had not yet been run with gas. She tilted her head slightly, and saw at last what she was looking for. The back of the boy's throat was streaked white and red. "Do you see?" she asked, paper crinkling in her fist as she clutched it. "The pattern on the back of his throat, that means scarlet fever." Orrin's mother peered in, then eased her son's mouth closed once more. "That's what I was telling you," she whispered fervently. Jane winced, but listened through the pain to the real question. "Does that mean you can fix it?" Jane spread the paper out on her lap again. "For scarlet fever, Dr. Lawrence," her voice caught, "recommends bleeding first and foremost." Her elbow ached where Augustine had sliced her open, and she wanted to take it back. She couldn't do that to the boy, already struggling to survive. But that was the difference. She was healthy, and he was ill. Mr. Cunningham had been bled before, as had Mrs. Cunningham. Even she must have been in actual times of sickness, though she could not remember it happening. And Orrin's mother was nodding, accepting it as simple truth. Mr. Lowell pulled a case out of the satchel. He held it out to her. She stared up at him. Couldn't he do the deed? But she couldn't look weak, not in front of Orrin's mother. Fear had to be answered with confidence, with strength. Jane took the case and opened it, revealing the same tool that Augustine had used on her the night before. Her hand shook as she lifted it from the molded interior, seeing her own reflection in the polished metal. It was simple enough to operate. A few presses of her thumb wound the spring, the blades drawing up inside the housing. She gently pulled one of Orrin's arms from within the blankets, feeling again how hot it was, how much he shivered, how little he responded. She placed the metal box against the inside of his arm, mirroring where Augustine had placed it on hers, and pressed the button. Orrin didn't cry out as the blades bit into him, or as blood began to run down his arm. Orrin's mother held him cradled against her chest, tucked into her lap, with the basin out to the side to catch the flow. They sat, very quiet, until the bleeding slowed. Orrin's family gathered around them, watching, waiting, hoping. Jane repeated the procedure on the other arm. Augustine's notes were very clear. Bleed until the cheeks become pale and the lips lose color. Her heart seized at every leap of the sorificator, and she could not stand the smell of blood. But she repeated the procedure again and again. Orrin's mother whispered that she could feel his fever cooling. His vomiting slowed, but Orrin didn't rally as the storm outside the farmhouse calmed. He died in his mother's arms. Jane was numb as Mr. Lowell saddled their horse. She was numb as they made for the main road, and numb when he twisted in his seat to ask her, "Will you be going to Lindridge Hall or the surgery tonight, ma'am?" She wanted to say the surgery, but Augustine needed her. And, moreover, she knew she did not deserve to sleep under that roof and proclaim to those who might come in that she could help. Who had she been fooling? There was no help coming, not from her. If only Augustine had been able to leave the house the night before. If only she hadn't lost him to Lindridge Hall, to the inexplicable and impossible. A little boy might still be alive. She might not have his blood on her hands. There could be no others. She would get Augustine back. This was not the death of her parents. She was not a helpless child. She would find her husband and pull him from the bowels of the house, and she would restore him. She wouldn't stop until he was back, safe. And she could hope that she would not see those things again, those things her husband had sworn were the figures of his departed patients, but to her had only been monstrous. Without her husband in residence, she had never seen more than a flash in a window as long as she was outside the cellar. Perhaps she was in some way protected, able to be hurt only through her proximity to him. Lindridge Hall, she said, heart steeled against the fear. In case my husband returns. Mr. Lowell made a concerned noise low in his throat. I plan to canvass the farms for him tonight and tomorrow, ma'am. I worry that his horse may have thrown a shoe, or worse, in the dark. She flinched. Pardon me, ma'am, not meaning to frighten you. Just, I can't let him be if he's in trouble somewhere. You understand. I do. Thank you. They rode in silence. When she closed her eyes, she saw Orrin's face, blank and helpless. She felt beneath her hands not Mr. Lowell's waist, but the metal of the sorificator. She tried to conjure up Augustine's words the day of Mr. Renton's death, how he had entreated her not to blame herself. But here she could find no one else. She hadn't followed Augustine's treatments to the letter. She hadn't had the training to find and apply leeches, hadn't had the purgatives, hadn't had the time to implement a diet of bland, soft foods and tonics. She could have shaved the boy's head, and perhaps should have. She should have blistered the tonsils themselves. But she was not a doctor. She could not be blamed for her lack of skill. She could be blamed for losing Augustine right when he was most needed. What would happen when the next child fell ill, and the next? Because surely it would spread. Surely it would move like wildfire, like gas in the streets. And now Larrington was without its doctor. The only choice left to her now was to fix this, to go to where the crypt door had been and strike down the stone with a hammer. She would find him. She would free him. They reached the hall as the last of the sun disappeared behind the next hill. She waved off Mr. Lowell's distracted offers of assistance and watched him gallop away, back into the dark. There was just enough light to find her way to the front door, and to open it, stepping into the warm glow of the well-lit foyer. Mrs. Pearl and Mrs. Luthbright were already gone, but they had left the gas lamps burning, and, following them with hesitant steps, she found a cold plate waiting for her in the dining room, beneath a tarnished but clean silver cloche. The gesture brought tears to her eyes, and she stared at it for a long moment, immobile. She had not eaten all day, and yet her stomach was filled with ash at the sight of food, turned sour by the care shown for her in such a small gesture. And then she processed that there was only one plate. This one was meant for Augustine. She slammed the metal cloche back down, leaving the dining room behind. She could eat later, although her hands trembled already, and her head felt light upon her shoulders. First she must attend to the cellar door, white stone set into the wooden paneling, incongruous and cold. She placed her hands upon it, fingers spread wide, the same way she had that morning. There were no spectators to shock, no one to hide from. She squared her shoulders and called out, "Augustine?"
The door was silent. The pipes of Lindridge Hall did not groan. No weeping echoed from the rock. Had she heard such, truly, just that morning? But she knew that here had once stood a heavy door, and inside it a staircase and a cellar and a table. "Augustine, I am coming," she whispered. There a weakened sob, an aimless prayer, addressed to no God that had ever existed or that had ever listened to the cries of man. "Augustine." She placed her hand against the stone slab. "Wait, please wait," she whispered, then went in search of a sledgehammer. She found it in an outbuilding, a dilapidated shed with a roof that threatened to collapse at every gust of wind. She wrenched the hammer free from the tangle of abandoned rakes and shears and axes. She could barely lift its great weight, struggling back across the brackish yard and into the house, stopping every few minutes. Her arms burned. A small price, this discomfort. Her first blow rang out shrill and shockingly loud in the empty hallway, reverberating up her arms and into her shoulders with a sharp ache. The head of the hammer struck the wall at an angle, then glanced away, pulling her off balance. She staggered, catching herself on the handle and crouching there, gasping. There was no mark upon the wall. Her next blow struck true, and her bones screamed in agony at the impact. But again there was no scuff or dent, and none appeared after the third blow, the fourth, the fifth. At the sixth, she screamed in frustration and threw the sledgehammer away from her. It clattered down the hallway and took with it splinters of polished wood. Jane stood there, panting, staring, wishing. But nothing changed. Nothing changed because this was not just stone. The slab was not impossible only in its appearance, but in its very makeup. She pressed her hands against it once more and shoved, but only hissed at the pain it sent through her abused shoulders. "Augustine?" she asked. There was no answer, not even a sob. The crack of the hammer against stone must have driven him away. Defeated, Jane retreated to the sitting room, rubbing at her arms. She sank into a seat, trembling convulsively, unable to tell if she was cold from her journey to the shed or too distraught to remain still. She thought of Orrin, of his tiny body shivering by the fire, and dropped her head into her hands. It was a good thing, she decided, that the Cunninghams were gone. They would not see how much harm she had caused. But word would reach them eventually. What would they think of her? When she lifted her head, she half expected to see Elodie watching her from the darkened glass before her, the outside world obliterated in the gas lamp glare. Judging, perhaps, or even pleased at what Jane had done. But the gas lamp was not on. The room was not dark. Light spilled from behind her, curling around her blood-stained skirts, but it did not come from any of the sconces on the wall or the fixtures in the hallway beyond that had burned so brightly when she had arrived. Slowly, she turned to face the hearth that crackled with a roaring fire that had not been there 10 minutes ago. Jane gripped the arms of the chair, knuckles white and bulging. She had not kindled the fire. She knew she had not, though perhaps she should have when she first entered. She also knew she had not turned the lights out. But that was the first sign, always, the darkening of the hallway lights. She had missed it in her preoccupation. And where were they, Lindridge Hall's ghosts? Were they closing in even now? Outside, lightning arced across the sky, followed half a heartbeat later by the crash of thunder. Jolted from her frozen dread, Jane ran, out into the hallway, into the blackness. She ran for the front door. She had walked all the way to Laurenton once. She could do it again. She could not remain here without daylight, not with these wretched spirits. But outside, the storm that had burst once more over Lindridge Hall brought with it pounding rain. It sheeted down the glass, and it fought her as she hauled at the door, desperate to be free despite the danger. Finally the door gave, and she looked out on sheeting water, on brilliant lightning. The drive had had no time to dry from that morning storm. It was awash in mud, as silty slick as it had been on her wedding night. She heard again the screaming of the horse as her carriage threatened to wash out over the ridge, and she retreated back inside, slamming the door shut behind her, and breathing hard. The house was quiet compared to the maelstrom outside. Summoning up what was left of her courage, she made her way to the nearest light switch and turned it on, praying that the pilots would rise into full flame once more, that they hadn't been extinguished entirely to let creeping gas fill the hallways and choke the life from her. The lamps lit. Orrin stood before her, tow-headed, blank-eyed. Blood poured from his mouth. Jane's shriek echoed off the high ceiling of the foyer. She was fleeing before she could think. Halfway to the stairs, though, she stumbled, fell to her knees. She was shaking too hard to stand up again. "You always want to run," Orrin said behind her. His sweet boy's voice was cracked from fever, muddied by blood, and brutal in its gentleness. "You would have left me to die, but you were too afraid of what they would think." Augustine had begged her to see the ghosts of Mr. Renton, Mr. Athridge, the Mayerbeck boy she had never met, and she had not seen them at all. Only faceless statues. She had thought him mad or bewitched by the spirits. And yet here, now, it was Orrin, little Orrin, Orrin who would have lived, perhaps, if Augustine had come to his sickbed instead of her. Not a statue, not something as inhuman or as distant as Elodie was to her. She had killed Orrin, and here he was, come to punish her. She had to get away. Holding up her skirts and praying that the rug would not trip her, she finally stood again. She ran. She heard nothing behind her, but she could feel the boy at her back, staggering to the stairs, dragging himself along the banister. The study, she would take refuge in the study. She had found Augustine thrice there in the dead of night. She had to hope it would keep her safe now. Her lungs burned, but she felt it only dully through her panic. Jane rounded the corner at a sprint and threw herself against the study door, forcing it open with a loud crack. She fumbled it closed as swiftly as she could and shoved one of the armchairs against it, then backed away, shaking. The skulls gazed down at her, shadowed and indistinct. The weight of all of Augustine's assembled curiosities pressed in. She could hear Orrin outside. She could hear faint sobbing, childish cries of pain. Her heart twisted with shame, with panic, with horror. Was this what Augustine had suffered through every night for months? She forced herself to turn from the door, to go to the light switch. She cranked the gas lamps up as bright as they would go. Light would make her feel safer, more in control. The light meant Orrin was not here. The lights flickered. The doorknob turned. What if the study door did not hold? What if it could not stop a spirit? Jane staggered to the hearth, grabbing for the iron poker. She would fight if she had to, if Orrin tried to seize her as Elodie had. But he was just a child, and she had seen him die, and she did not know if she could strike him, not even to protect herself. She bit back a sob, looking around for any other option. Elodie looked back at her from the window. Jane fell 2 steps back, poker dropping from her stunned grasp. "No, not you as well," she whispered. "Leave, please leave. I know his secret now, and what he did to you, and I am sorry, but you must leave." Elodie did not respond. She did not move, did not gesture, did not look pleased or contrite.
In fact, Jane could not make out her expression at all. Her face wavered and shifted, features arranging themselves differently every time Jane blinked. One moment, she was just a skull with red eyes. Another, and she could have been Jane's own sister. "Are you happy having him to yourself?" Jane asked, trembling. "A child is dead because Augustine is trapped in your crypt, and I—" Footsteps shuffled in the hall, soft and rhythmless. Elodie, in the window, pointed down. A book sat upon the blotter. She crept closer, eyes darting between Elodie and the desk, afraid of another attack. Her ledgers and her mathematical treatise were all in Larenton. The desk had been bare a moment before, but now there was a thick, old tome lying open. A carefully inscribed circle took up the left-hand leaf, and close-printed text filled the right. Instructions. The text was instructions, step by step, in the casting of a protective circle made of chalk and salt. "Why?" she whispered. Elodie gave no response. The door's latch gave way. The wood pressed against the chair blocking it, pushing with a child's strength. Oren would soon be upon her. Last night, Augustine had not pulled her to the kitchen for a knife. He had gone in search of chalk and salt. The workings of magic. The workings, perhaps, of this very book. Was she meant to do the same? No. It made no sense that Elodie would offer help. She must turn and fight. And even if an iron poker was no use against a spirit, she had no chalk or salt. But the book's front cover was propped up, just a little, just enough that she hadn't noticed in her earlier horror. With shaking fingers, she lifted the cover, and found beneath it a piece of chalk. Impossible! She looked up at Elodie once more. "Why are you helping me?" she asked. Elodie shivered, then disappeared. The chair blocking the door scraped an inch across the floor. This was madness. Dr. Nizamiev's warnings echoed in her mind. But Oren was close, and magic was merely a matter of following the steps of a proof. She skimmed the instructions as quickly as she could, and found them clear. They were within her grasp. What would happen to her if she did not at least try? Jane didn't have time to wonder, to plead for Elodie to return. Trick or not, gift or not, she had what she needed, and when she turned back to the room, the darkness of the hallway slashed through the gap of the open door like a wound. She took the book and shoved the couch out of the way, pulled up the rug. Then she hurried to the hearth and crouched, making a bowl out of her skirts, filling them with several scoops of soft, silken ashes. Not salt, but maybe. She clutched the bundle close to her chest as she returned to the book, knelt, and began to draw. She imagined a great stone wall, assembled piece by piece by skilled hands, as she inscribed the floorboards with chalk, then followed it up with carefully sprinkled ash. She recited the nonsense syllables from the instructions. She wished and she hoped, and then she fought to know that she was already safe. But her breath was coming too shallowly. Her head swam and her vision narrowed. The chair screeched against the floorboards and was at last moved out of the way. The door was open. The hallway yawned. The lights in the study went out. Something welled beneath her, but it was an eel between her fingers as she tried to grasp it. She felt like a child playing at games, a desperate girl wishing that her love alone could keep her mother safe. Then, a movement in the doorway, low, a young boy's head. She heard a racking cough, a whispered plea. Ignore him. Jane's lips were moving, but no sound escaped them. She grasped again for the eel and thought of the circle. A wall, safety, 360 degrees, and also 0. Everything and nothing. The infinite line in the finite space. The movement inside of her caught on the familiar logic and grew along the scaffolding of the chalk. She felt it click into place, saw the numbers resolve themselves into orderly columns. The boy stopped just beyond the threshold. In the flashes of light from the storm, he regarded her with bloody tears in his eyes. If he spoke, she could not hear him. The whole world was growing distant, far away and muffled. She stared across the boundary she had created. She felt a flare of curious pride, beating out her shame and guilt for just long enough that she could breathe. The dead boy studied her at length, and her knees screamed from how still she held, moving only to take the text in her arms and cradle it in her lap. The book sang to her, and she wanted nothing more than to dive into its instructions, its proven logic. But she didn't dare look down until, at last, the ghost retreated, gliding backward without turning, out the door and away. She had solved the equation. She sat vigil into the depths of the night. She might have dozed, but she never moved from her seat within the circle. At length the storm lifted, and the gas lamps crept to half-glow once more.
She turned the pages slowly, wishing for her reading glasses, then stopped as she came across Augustine's dense, frantic hand, notes scribbled in the margins filling them. Beneath them, inside them, a description of a resurrection. Instructions for the impossible. Augustine had summoned up the dead by desecrating Elodie Lawrence's body. He had made 7 incisions into her cooling flesh, between the brows, on the tips of her longest fingers, on the heels of her feet, at her throat, and above her belly. He had driven a cold metal pin through her heart, and he must have been so relieved that he had already exposed it in his desperate attempts to revive her. He had burned candles and incense made of herbs Jane did not recognize the names of, from sunset to sunup, and he had sat with her for each hour of darkness, whispering prescribed chants detailing the world of the dead. The world of the dead. The description in Augustine's notes was unfamiliar. It was not the old platitudes of Breltanian faith, nor anything else she had ever encountered. Now people spoke of cold graves and the hard stop of the light of the soul. A limited existence, but one made more precious due to its brevity, and more believable by its cruelty. But this text described a glass orb 1,000 times the size of the world, that the essence of every soul who had ever lived was thrust into, where they could make fruitful worlds of their own. The first act of the ritual had been to isolate Elodie among all the other boundless souls. Augustine had set about finding the world that Elodie had built, drawing on her life lived before, inflected by how she had died, in pain and afraid, her innards displayed in horrific tableau. There were no notes to what Augustine had envisioned, but Jane expected his assumptions had been filled with shame and apologies, crafted to punish himself more than to channel the soul of his beloved. He reached for an understanding of the world of the dead only available by casting off the sensibilities of life. There were terse notes from Augustine about purgings, visions, spasms. He had endured them, focused on how he believed he had made her suffer, marinating in his own guilt. No wonder, then, that what had come through were the souls of his patients, every one that he feared he had failed. They were drawn to him in all his horrid vulnerability, his sacrificial offering. With whatever sense was left to him, Augustine had gone through a pageantish sequence of rites, and he had begged Elodie to return to her body. He placed incense in each of the wounds he had created, then sewn up the flesh. Jane could envision his precise stitching. And then, sometime between the closing of the circle and when Augustine had written his final notes, Elodie's parents had found him, defiling her body, wild-eyed and incoherent, draped in magic that had already failed. His own parents had found him weeping on the floor in filth.
He should have known not to try. He should have left her there at peace without him. Why? She asked the empty house. He'd been in love. He'd been convinced he'd failed her. But why go to such lengths? Why do it alone? Why fail again to save her? He was a doctor. He had seen death, had been its close companion as surely as the undertaker's. Jane rose to her feet in the early dawn light, turning slowly in a circle, looking at the monument all around her, to his knowledge, his learning, his brilliance. It was just as she'd told him that night at the surgery. He was selfish. He was so selfish. What could he have been if he hadn't confused self-loathing with humility? "How could you do this to me?" she asked the shelves. "To her? To yourself? You, with your doctor's arrogance, your loving arrogance. Come back!" Her voice rose until she was shouting, voice booming and strange in her ears. "Come back to me and make this right!" The house groaned in response, and for just a moment she thought she saw Augustine's face in the wallpaper of the hallway, through the door Oren's ghost had left open the night before. Tears streaked down her cheeks. "I can't do this alone," she whispered. "I killed a boy last night. I killed a boy, and I am just like you. All I could think about was how I failed." The wall was blank. The house was still. She was alone in Lindridge Hall as the sun crested the horizon,
The storm clouds cleared away, and light streamed in through the windows. From below, she heard the front door open and the sound of chattering drift up from the foyer. Mrs. Pearl and Mrs. Luthbright. They could not find her like this, and what if they had heard her screaming? Shuddering, she grabbed the book and stepped out of the circle. She felt nothing as she crossed it. No popping, no membrane, no sign of the wall that she had been so certain she had built around herself. Jane turned back to the line of chalk and ash, frowning. She lifted a hand and felt for the barrier, but there was only air. Had any of it been real? Head spinning, Jane went to the bedroom. She made herself crawl beneath the covers of the bed, his bed, the bed she had not been able to look at before, and hugged herself tight, shutting her eyes against the bloody memories of Elodie and Oren. Dr. Nizamiev had called magic a focused kind of madness. But now, as she watched through lowered lashes, as Mrs. Pearl came in with a basin of hot water, then left again without a word, she wondered if she was simply mad. She snatched a few fragmented moments of sleep, but roused herself before an hour was up. Staying abed would only lead to more questions. Jane rose and washed, changed her clothing, and reset her hair. There was breakfast waiting for her in the dining room, soft-boiled eggs and grilled river fish. She ate it despite the solid block where her hunger had once resided. Sleep. She needed sleep before she undertook any more investigations of the door. But how could she explain that to the servants? She was contemplating asking Mrs. Pearl to please build up a fire in the library, then leave her to some unspecified work so that she might snatch a few hours of rest, when a rider made his way up the road to Lindridge Hall. She went out to meet him, anticipating Mr. Lowell and fearing what new case she would be called to. But it was only a courier. He brought no word from Mr. Lowell either, only the post. She retreated to the study, unsure if she should be relieved or distressed. She could offer no help to other patients, but for Mr. Lowell to have already given up and to have sent no word of his search for Augustine. The courier's package contained several brief letters, mostly from last week's house guests, studiously avoiding any mention of the ritual or their hasty departure, and extending thin-sounding invitations to dine with them when next the Lawrences found themselves in Camhurst. One envelope, however, bore the emblem of the Crown University Royal Teaching Hospital, and was tied to a small journal. Jane's breath caught in her throat, and she seized the envelope, tearing it open with her fingers instead of the small cutter. She held the page at an arm's length so that she could make out the careful hand it was written in. Mrs. Lawrence, I hope this letter finds you well and your problems already solved. If it does not, I have enclosed a copy of a rite which several magicians that are known to me have sought to employ. It guides a magician to an awakening in exchange for deprivation. It claims to focus magical abilities and to aid the practitioner in progressing along a path of attainment. It is not easy, and I do not recommend it. However, you have asked for help, and this is the help that I can provide. If you can, charge Augustine with its performance. He is better used to deprivation in the pursuit of the impossible. But if his practice prevents him from taking a leave of absence, or if you have now grown curious about what you might achieve were you to dip your toe into the ineffable, embark on this journey with a clear purpose. I will continue to search for an answer to your particular question about banishing the spirits of the dead, and will send word on any discoveries, but please know that what I send may not be true. It is hard to untangle fanciful ramblings from real knowledge. Be careful, Mrs. Lawrence. Your friend, Dr. Avdotya Semyonovna Nizamiev. She stared at the page for a long time, disbelieving. What had Hunt and Vinn called it? Synchronicity? Basic chance, but chance that had deep meaning. Yes, she had sought out Dr. Nizamiev's help, but here was her response, actionable and useful, right as Jane needed it. She had cast a circle. She had learned what Augustine had done, and now she had a way to move forward. The promise of salvation, for herself, for the town, for Augustine. The thought of him conjured anger in her, but not a sensible anger, not anger at what he had done to her, at the lies, and how he had attacked her in delirious hope of saving her. No, it was more complex than that,
an anger that he was not there with her, that she couldn't point to what had happened and say, see why you must fight? And anger, too, at herself. And panic. She was not ready to lose him, not so soon after finding him. For all his faults, he was hers. And while she couldn't have saved her mother, perhaps she could save him. Her enemy was not as great as a war. It was only the impossible. And perhaps all the horrors between them were their own blessing, because Augustine would never have taken heed of what Dr. Nizamiev had sent them. Perhaps this was her chance. She could fix this, and reject his arguments against it, in favor of his suffering. Jane opened the journal, where Dr. Nizamiev had copied out passages from a longer text, referenced as The Doctrine of Seven, by Magistrate Simon Genet of Laternia, first published 207 years ago. The page where the details of the ritual was described was marked with a ribbon, as well as a note from the doctor to still read the surrounding work for context. She knew Jane's mind well already. Jane tried not to shudder. The rite required sequestration for 7 days. The practitioner had to remain within the boundaries of a building. No size was specified, so she supposed the surgery would have qualified as well as Lindridge Hall, if only the surgery were private. The practitioner had to consume a minimal, ritualized diet of medicinal herbs and purgatives, and had to eschew physical intimacy and sleep for the whole duration. The former would be easily done, but the latter? Was she really considering this? Starvation, isolation, sleep deprivation? But before she could hesitate, her mind was already racing through solutions. It was tempting to send Mrs. Pearl and Mrs. Luthbright away. Privacy would let her work without fear of discovery or interruption.
But the rites required supplies and elaborately prepared meals, and Jane knew she would need help if she were to do it all with no sleep, no way to leave the house. The thought, too, of being entirely alone with the ghosts for that length of time nearly brought her to tears. No, she would keep them on and do her best to hide the extent of her chosen madness. They already thought her eccentric. She could last another week. Silence blanketed the surgery as Jane eased the door open. If Mr. Lowell was there, she could not hear him. She sagged against the wood, taking a moment to breathe. Outside, it was the middle of the afternoon, and Mrs. Pearl would soon be finished with the shopping Jane had tasked her with. The roads were soft but passable, as long as they returned to Lindridge Hall before the next inevitable storm came. There was much Jane needed to gather before she could lock herself away. She had sent Mrs. Pearl by excuse and authority to fetch candles and attar of rose and lavender oil from the shops crowding the center of Larenton, as well as fresh eggs and other particular food stores, placing every purchase under Augustine's name to be paid for at a later date. The cart that had brought them from Lindridge Hall had left hours ago, and Jane would need to hire their return carriage soon. She had stressed to Mrs. Pearl that she should take her time, visit with friends, but that would not occupy her forever. Jane had to make quick work of this last stop. But as she looked around the quiet surgery, she felt a curdling in her breast. How many patients had she missed over the last day and a half? How many had Mr. Lowell turned away, begging forgiveness? Even one was too many. Focus. She had memorized the instructions from Dr. Nizamiev's text and had more to do here before she could return to Lindridge Hall. She slipped into the ground-floor office and penned a quick letter requesting a locum, then crept upstairs. She gathered books on magic from Augustine's study and avoided looking at the couch where they had shared so much. She took, too, her mathematical treatise, the one talisman of her life she allowed for herself. She packed all the texts away with fresh clothing and her spectacles. There remained only the last few supplies on her list, the easiest of them all to acquire. As she descended to the storeroom, Jane's skirt hem and shoes left a trail of bog muck. They were still damp from a few hours ago, when she'd gone out to the western edge of Larenton, where the ground had shivered and sagged. 2 handbreadths of moss from the great stands that floated above old, still waters were tucked into her bag. Beside it, a packet of soil. She had wandered the winding, confusing paths of Larrington's graveyard for too long that morning, too embarrassed to take what she needed, until her eyes fell on a fresh grave marker that read, Nicholas Renton. His death had been her initiation into magic, though she had not known it at the time, and that, more than any guilt she felt at disturbing such a fresh grave, let her act. As she had gathered fresh-turned loam from 3 inches below the surface, she'd tried not to dwell on the nature of luck or on synchronicity. No groundskeeper had seen her, though they surely were near. Now, this last theft, too, seemed fated to be unsettlingly easy. She hurried to the storeroom and began scanning the shelves for tincture of benzoin. Benzoin, she had learned at Augustine's side, was a wonderful fixative for bandages. From Dr. Nizamiev's notes, she had discovered that it was also a fixative of the spirit, something to steady a magician when she reached for the impossible. Were the two concepts related? And was it chance, or something more, that a magician from over 2 centuries ago called for a substance Augustine stocked at his surgery? There, a dark bottle of compounded benzoin that she had filled the 4th day of their courtship, as Mr. Renton was laid to rest. She plucked it from the shelf and placed it in her valise, alongside the bog moss and grave dirt. She turned to go, then stopped, her gaze alighting on the jar of cocaine. 7 days without sleep awaited her. The front door opened. Mr. Lowell's heavy footsteps echoed in the hall. She snatched down the jar and a syringe kit besides, along with everything she would need to compound the powder into a serum. She stuffed it all into her case just as Mr. Lowell appeared in the doorway. "Mrs. Lawrence," he said, frowning, "have you news, then?" She turned to face him, trying for a brittle smile, unsure if she succeeded at looking anything but stricken. "No," she said, "no, nothing." "Then are you come to stay?" His tone made it clear that any other choice would make little sense to him. He had been kind to her over that first week of courtship. He had been overjoyed at the marriage. And now here she was, a presumptive widow, about to shirk her duty. She took refuge in emotionality. "I cannot. What if he returns to Lindridge Hall? What if—" There she let her throat close up, thinking about the missing cellar door, the way the hammer had made no dent. There was no harm in him assuming it was merely at the disappearance. He did not respond, and Jane noticed he had not taken off his hat or his coat. His jaw jutted forward as he ground his teeth in thought. "Lindridge Hall is not a fit place for you, ma'am," he said after a moment. "You should stay here. Let the magistrate handle this." "The magistrate? I let him know last night that the doctor had gone missing. We've been searching the hillside all morning for him." She felt herself grow pale. "And there was no trace?" "No, no trace at all." Are you sure you don't know anything else?" "He rode out into the storm," she said. "On whose horse?" I don't. I stayed at Lindridge Hall." He went out. "Ma'am," he said sharply, and she fell silent. His nostrils flared as he drew his temper back in. "I know the doctor cannot be dissuaded from acts of heroism. I've tried more than any man. But I also know you two have been, pardon me, in an adjustment period, getting to know what you intend and all. If something happened between you two? An adjustment period." He knew she had stayed at Lindridge Hall longer than Augustine had wanted her to. He knew she had then returned and worked beside her husband with a coolness that did not follow from the flare of attraction between them during their courtship. What did he think had happened? Why exactly had he called the magistrate? Her blood iced in her veins. She clutched her satchel more tightly. Had something about her convinced Mr. Lowell that she would have harmed Augustine intentionally? Had he seen a monstrousness in her that even she had not known? "I am frightened for my husband," Jane said, fisting a hand in her skirts to keep her balance. "I have no idea what has happened to him, and I blame myself for his loss, because if I had not gone to him that night, he might still be tending to his patients.
What more do you want of me? Do you wish me to weep? I am not the kind to weep. Do you wish me to conjure him from the ether? I can no more do that than change the color of the sky. I must be at Lindridge Hall in case he returns there. The servants do not spend the night. If he comes to the door at midnight, who will be there to feed him, to wash his feet? Me. I will be there. I will tend to him because I sent him out into the dark, not knowing a storm would take him. The words poured out of her, a torrent that left her breathless and choking. Mr. Lowell was quiet for a long time. Then he murmured, "I want to find him too." It nearly broke her, the momentary thought that she might not have to do this alone. But she stopped short of confessing her plans, too aware that they would sound mad. "There is a letter," she said instead, clearing her throat, "in the office, asking for a locum. Please send it. Larrington needs somebody, if they cannot have him." "Of course, ma'am." And he left her there.
She fled the surgery as soon as his footsteps faded. Mrs. Pearl stood across the way, speaking with another woman, smiling in the late afternoon sun. Jane ducked down an alleyway and walked herself in circles until she was at last calm enough to hire their ride back to Lindridge Hall. As she climbed up into the carriage and took her seat across from Mrs. Pearl, Jane realized she had not asked Mr. Lowell how Abigail Yew fared, or even checked on Abigail Yew's condition. Her cheeks flushed and she felt sweat stand out upon her brow at the thought. But surely, if Abigail's recovery had stalled, Mr. Lowell would have told her. He would have blamed her or begged her to remain and try to help. Anything but his coldness, his remove. No, that cold must have meant that Abigail was better. Not thanks to her, not any more. Mrs. Lawrence. Jane dragged herself back together. Mrs. Pearl had been audience to the whole dance of emotions that must have possessed her face. "Yes, Mrs. Pearl. Was there word at the surgery? Have you heard at all from the doctor?" Jane shook her head. "Mr. Lowell is still searching. We have sent for a locum." "Aren't you afraid, ma'am?" Jane expected her to ask, but instead she chewed at her chapped lower lip and said, "Only, it's coming up on the end of the month, and there's salaries to be handled." Jane almost laughed. Salaries? Of course. And of course she, the accountant, should have already been primed to handle them. She should have drawn up the checks while she was at the surgery. But she'd forgotten. The first tears took her by surprise. She'd forgotten. She pressed a hand over her lips and nose, blinking rapidly in a desperate attempt to clear them before Mrs. Pearl could see. It was futile. The older woman grimaced, one hand lifting as if to offer comfort, then dropping back to her side. Jane waved her off and turned back to the carriage window, staring out at the trundling landscape. The tears cleared, but left her trembling in their wake. "I'm sorry," she whispered, not sure if she was apologizing for her preoccupation or her weakness. "I understand, ma'am. It's very disturbing, the doctor's disappearance. Everybody is worried." She thought of Mr. Lowell and the magistrate walking the countryside. What would they think if they saw her bog moss and grave loam and the strange assemblage of ingredients in Mrs. Pearl's baskets? "The food," Jane mumbled, then wiped away her tears and tilted back her head, inhaling deep and slow. "The food, I'm sure Mrs. Luthbright will ask about it. Rivergrass, rabbit stewed in blood, an unchanging cycle of disgusting ritual meals. Better now to get ahead of it than to be caught flat-footed. It's a superstition I learned from my parents, to bring him back safely." The lie came more easily to her lips than she wanted it to. But it was almost truth, and so she almost began crying anew. She resisted. "I've worked a love charm or two before," Mrs. Pearl said, half confession and half balm. Wonderful it was that superstitions provided a familiar excuse. "I would wager so has Mrs. Luthbright," the maid continued, though she wouldn't admit to it. "I'll let her know, if you like." Jane almost said yes, then hesitated. "Will she make the food regardless?" she asked. "Of course, ma'am." She wetted her lips, her heart beating double time in her chest. "Don't tell her then," Jane said, voice throaty with nerves. "I feel weak. I'd rather she not know if she doesn't have to." "Yes, ma'am." Mrs. Pearl worked her mouth a moment, then asked, "And would you like one of us to stay the night, keep you company?"
She did not sound enthusiastic. It was an offer of formality, not desire, and so Jane didn't feel guilty when she responded with, "No, I'd prefer to be alone." They reached Lindridge Hall with only an hour left before sunset. Jane retreated to the study with her materials and shut herself up. Following the text, she cut into the wax of candles, braided thread, and felt herself grow drunk on the heady gases of the oils she worked into it all. The servants locked up and left without coming to fetch her, by her direction. Dinner would wait for her downstairs, beneath a cloche. It was to be taken after the dusk working, cold and wretched, a mass of river grass and sprouted grain. When the sun was bedded down along the horizon, Jane took her supplies up to the library. She hesitated at the threshold, shivering, wondering. Dr. Nizamiev's photographs danced in the shadows of her mind, and Etheridge's ring felt heavy upon her finger. But then she thought of Orrin, and the safety of the circle, and Augustine screaming from the walls. If nothing else, her guilt would drive her forward. She dripped with it, she was pickled in it. She stepped inside the room. She pulled all the rugs aside and laid out her accoutrements: chalk and salt, candles, dark glass bottles filled with oils, a dish, bog moss, cold ash from the third-floor bedchambers, and Renton's grave loam. Jane skimmed the instructions once more, then took up her chalk. She tied it to a length of string, fixed the other end to the floor with a heavy pin. Pulled taut, the string would keep an equal distance between chalk and center. She inscribed a perfect circle, then followed over it with salt, picturing the wall, building it up as she had before. For a moment, there was nothing, and then it came, its eel skin still slippery, but familiar and warm. The wall went up steadily, stone by stone. She felt the world fade away, and where the night before she'd felt stunned relief, now she felt a strange wonder kindling in her soul. The rush and reassurance of magic's reality was intoxicating, frighteningly so. She worked the pin free from the floor and coiled the string around it, then set it, the chalk and the salt aside. She knelt before the rest of her tools. Cool evening air chilled the glass vault above her, and it fogged from the warmth within, the glowing coals in the hearth that Mrs. Pearl had built up and banked for the evening. It was time. Taking a deep breath, she struck one long match and lit the thick votive in front of her, saying, "Let this candle be the light that guides me to knowledge." Her voice sounded ridiculous and thin. "Let this flame dance for the small eternity that my soul will sing inside of as I do the work. Let the power in its incandescence enchant the circle that circumscribes the realm that I inhabit, so that I may do the work safely and in total focus." The wick caught slowly, and the resulting flame was weak, but it held. Jane set the used match aside. Her hands trembled. Next, she took up the oils. The first, attar of rose, she dabbed on her right wrist as she read from her notes. The senses of the human body bring light into darkness, scent into blankness, sound into emptiness, taste into nothingness, touch into the cold of the unmade. Through our senses we know the world, and we are alive. The next oil, strong lavender, she placed on her left wrist. Through the manipulation of the senses, we see the world as a stage upon which the work can be done. On her chest, she pressed a dab of the essence of lilies. As the senses are aligned with the unseen, so too shall we be aligned. Had Mrs. Pearl thought Jane meant to use those oils as perfume? Had she judged Jane for her frivolity as she spent her husband's money while he was missing? And now that she knew Jane was trying something, did she reinterpret? Later. Those were thoughts for later. Jane opened the final bottle, made of familiar dark glass. She pressed a finger of the sticky benzoin compound to her forehead, just between her eyes. The odor was pungent, wrapping itself around her in a spicy, cloying haze. By the application of these oils, I align myself by scent to the work. Her head spun. Each note thrummed with potential, stirring in endless depths. She was on the verge of something vast, something beckoning. She could do this. She could build a wall.
In one hand she took up ash, and in her other fist grave dirt, pouring a measure of each into a small bowl shed taken from the kitchen. She mixed them with a finger, stirring counterclockwise 7 times, then pulled her hands away. Her skin hummed as she watched the ashes darkening fast to black, the water leaching from soil to drier ground. Then she reached in with both hands simultaneously, scooping up just a bit of the loam on each finger, and brought them together, pressing the dirt into every ridge of her fingerprints. By application of the ash from a long cold fire and the soil covering a newly dead soul, I align myself by touch to the work, she murmured. The dark of the room pressed in upon her, a living thing. There was something in the room with her, though she could see no ghostly figures, no watching statues. By the lighting of the candles within the circle, I align myself by sight to the work. By my words, I align myself by sound to the work. She parted her hands and reached for a pad of moss. She tore it down to size, then held it before her lips. Staring out into the blackness, she said, "By the application of this bog moss to my tongue, I align myself by taste to the work." It was green and fetid against her tongue. Its curling branches pressed against her palate and her teeth, but instead of gagging, she felt her jaw go slack. She could taste individual pockets of bog water and rot, and those soon mixed with her saliva and coated the whole of her mouth. She did not retch. There must have been some mind-addling ingredient clinging to the moss. The candle flames grew brighter, her thoughts more expansive. Or, perhaps, it was magic. It was the pageantry, the power, and she felt herself begin to slip, the way she had at Dr. Hunt's feet. Either way, drugged or touching the ineffable, she must continue the working. She took a deep breath through her nose and tilted her head back. I walk the path of the student. I open myself to the fullness of the work and commit myself to its challenges. I will neither sleep nor take my pleasures in the lands of the flesh. I will fix my mind only upon the work, and I will not give in to the temptations of the world beyond. The division between this place and the world outside are the divisions between myself and the world outside. I walk the path of the student. She focused so hard on the words that they seemed to burn in the air above her. The iron girding creaked. A cool wind tickled her fingers. She spread them, trying to catch the movement, but it was gone. I surrender control to the work. I will go whither the work leads, and only there. I commit myself to the work. The sigil written below me is the map by which I will reach awakening. I have inscribed the path in true black ink, indelible and thick, so that the path cannot be lost. Before her was a page she had filled with carefully plotted angles, regular polygons inscribed one within the other, meeting perfectly. Dr. Nizamiev's instructions had called for a sigil, an anchor, but had given only haphazard explanations as to what that meant. It referenced alchemical equations that did not balance, and letters of Old Breltanian that she was half certain were drawn upside down, and no order or logic to any of it. But this was elegant and powerful, and it was the strongest anchor she knew of between herself and the seemingly impossible. As she traced its lines with her fingertips, her spine arched. She felt something moving inside of her, beneath her ribcage, just below her lungs. It squirmed and writhed and tried to force itself upward. I walk the path of the student, she thought again, bowing low and pressing her forehead to the inked paper, crushing down the slithering inside her. I walk the path of the student. The river grass and sprouted grain was as horrid as Shed had anticipated, but no more than that, slick and flavorless, but gone fast enough. It did nothing to shadow the glow inside of her. She had felt the working's power, just as she had felt the circles. It was all real, and it would work. She wanted to rush upstairs and read through Augustine's text one more time, pick out spells to test and try, set herself against the door. But she restrained herself. She made herself look at the picture of the hanging magician, and felt the throbbing in her veins lessen, her skin lose its hot flush. She recalled Dr. Nizamiev's instructions, her admonition to keep a clear focus in mind. Augustine. She must never lose sight of him. It was for his salvation that she pursued the impossible, not for herself.
This house was his prison. She would break down the walls. Would it really take all 7 days to free him, though? She had raised circles. She had repelled ghosts. She could feel the power within her breast. What else could she do? What else could she shatter? She made herself clean up the dishes. It was safer, she lectured herself, to follow the instructions. 7 days. But the 7 days were not to free a man. They were to reach an awakening. Jane gathered the chilling photographs and locked them away in the sitting room desk. Then she went to the hallway. Settling her hands upon the impossible stone slab, Jane fixed the image of a door in her mind. The wood, what had it felt like? She remembered it jerking against her shoulder, but nothing of the texture. What shade of gray had the lockback been? What shape the escutcheon? She struggled to recall the details and felt a burgeoning press within her, below her diaphragm, heaving, shuddering. If she could only conjure them up, they might be real once more. Or, did it matter what the details had been, if she could conjure new ones in vibrant reality? She remembered a door in the magistrate's building, the one she had stared at, waiting for the wedding to begin. It had been made of old oak, with rose-head nails and wrought iron hinges, and it had been beautiful and ancient, and possessed of an almost mystical quality. But she could not recall how it felt beneath her hands. She wasn't sure she had even touched it. She cast the image aside and thought instead of the door to her bedroom at the Cunninghams'. She had felt it so recently, and the details came to her in crystal clarity, down to the beveling and the odd joints where the pieces had not quite fit together. The oak had been worn smooth where people had pushed it open for generations, before fashions changed and the doorknob had been installed. She missed that door with a feverish pain. She knew every inch of it in a fullness of detail that surprised her. It was as if she could feel it there, as if all she had to do was turn the knob. But when she opened her eyes, the stone slab stood as before. Her heart fell, her eager confidence punctured, deflated. It was not as simple as willing the world to be different from what it was. Dr. Nizamiev had been quite clear. The ritual was the thing, the rails upon which the magician's mind ran. The steps of the proof, to be followed conjecture by conjecture until a final logic was arrived at. This door would not move for her. Jane? She went still as a sighted mouse at Augustine's voice. It came from the other side of the wall, soft and weak. She was certain it was his. "Augustine, I am here." She waited for the bursting of pipes or the rocking of the foundation that had accompanied his thundering cries of anger a day before. Neither came. Instead, Augustine let out a broken, muffled, distant sob. "Jane, where am I?" Oh, Augustine! She could almost see him, huddled on the stairs, confused, afraid. She sank to her knees, pressing herself against the rock, every inch of bare skin that she had. Her throat was thick. "Jane?" Augustine called, and he sounded weak, so weak. "You're in the cellar of Lindridge," Jane said, unsure if her voice would carry far enough. "It is dark," Augustine said. "Jane, it's so dark."
No gaslighting down there, and all the candles that had been lit before must have burned down to nothing now, puddles of cooled and cracking wax. But darkness and spirits were not the only dangers, she realized with a sick jolt, her dinner cold and heavy in her belly. He had been down there 2 days already, 2 days without water, without meals. "Augustine, do you have food?" Jane asked and held her breath. Augustine did not respond. If she were in that crypt, if she had been locked away for days in the darkness, she would have screamed. She would have begged and pounded on the door and torn at her flesh. She knew well what havoc a night of silent waiting in the dark could do after weeks of it as a child, but she had been able to go up into the light during the day. She'd had her mother with her, had food, had water. If Augustine was silent, then all it meant was that he was not her. "I need 7 days," she said, louder this time.
Do I have 7 days? Will you be all right for 7 days? There were rooms down there she hadn't explored. There might yet be supplies. Food stores, old but perhaps still viable. Perhaps he'd found them. Perhaps he was not dying. The silence stretched, and Jane curled in upon herself, shivering. Night had come in full. Perhaps this was not Augustine at all. "I think so," Augustine said at last, "but it is so dark." She closed her eyes, measuring each word. Were they his? Were they vital, alive, proof she had not already failed? "Jane, what are you doing?" "Magic," Jane whispered. She took a deep breath, then said, louder, "I'm getting you out. Just a little longer, Augustine. Wait for me." He didn't respond. Jane walked the halls into the darkest part of the night. She must not sleep. The dictate consumed her, her head already foggy after the vigil she'd sat the night before. The longer she went without the house creaking, without the sound of ghosts or the moaning of her husband, the more unreal her world became. There were instructions she was meant to follow this first night, small workings, small sacrifices, blood upon the hearthstone, inhaling the smoke of 3 rooster feathers, walking in circles while reciting chants, and all of them felt like games. None felt powerful, none felt useful. Magic was real, of that she had no doubt now, but her intoxication had been tempered, adulterated with a child's first failures. She had not removed the stone. She had not fed her starving husband. A few hours before dawn, she found herself in the bedroom she had shared with Augustine. She stared at the mattress, its indentations. For most of its existence, it had held only one body, but she could already see a faint blurring of the edges where 2 had lain, close together, both desperate to believe a fiction. "A clear purpose," she murmured to herself, and turned away. Dr. Nizamieff's instructions had been specific. She must fix herself upon the work that she wanted to do. Her willpower was great. She could do it, if only she began. Something moved in her bed. Confused hope swelled in her, and she froze, unable to turn around and look. Was it Augustine, somehow returned? From behind her came wheezing, rattling breaths. The sheets rustled in the soft sounds of suffering. Weak legs pushed at the sheets, a heavy head tossed and turned upon the pillow. Jane knew those sounds. Jane did not want to know those sounds. Abigail Yu. 1,000 warring impulses leapt to life inside her and left her paralyzed. Drop to her knees and cower, or flee, or scream in rage, or ignore the impossible, or take up her chalk and draw a circle. But all she could do was clutch at the wardrobe and whisper, "No, no, not Abigail, not here." She was not dead. Jane remembered the weight of Abigail's chin as she guided broth to her lips. She remembered her strengthening pulse and her eyes gradually focusing on her nurse. But then Jane thought of the room she had not checked at the surgery. A scream built inside her. These ghosts, these specters, came in the form of failed patients, dead patients. Abigail Yu was dead. And if Abigail Yu was dead, if her ghost had come to Lindridge Hall, then Jane needed to guard herself, as she had against Orrin. She needed... what? Why did she need to protect herself? Orrin had not attacked her. He had only said what she knew to be true, what she did not want to face. And she had fled. She had abandoned him and failed him again. How selfish was she, that she would do it once more, and to the woman whom she had so faithfully tended to for days. She forced herself away from the wardrobe and came to the bedside. Abigail Yu lay beneath sheets and coverlet, feverish and pale. Her chest rose and fell with a wheezing whisper. Her hair clung to her flesh, and her fingers curled atop the blanket. Shame and guilt surged inside Jane. "I am afraid," Abigail whispered, and remembering Augustine, Jane nearly retched. A dark stain spread across the coverlet. Blood,
and too much of it. The stench filled the air, and Jane jerked forward as if on strings, hauling back the blanket. Below, Abigail's body was hemorrhaging, great gouts of blood surging forth from her pale, limp body. Abigail's head lolled back, etherized, even as her fingers gouged into the incision in her belly. "You missed something," Abigail whispered. "You always miss something. Get it out of me. Get it out." But Jane couldn't move, and so Abigail grabbed her wrists and dragged her close, forcing her hands into her abdomen. The flesh parted, revealing a skull festooned with rot, worms writhing in every crevice, every shadow. Slick ropes of intestines wound around her fingers, while her thumbs pressed into the dark, impossible softness of the skull's eyes. It wasn't an unborn child, but the head of a full-grown person, erupting into reality and dying before it could be born. Jane cried out and dug her fingertips into the crumbling bone, pulling and twisting, desperate to free Abigail of it. But it did not move, and Abigail screamed, tears streaking her cheeks. Her head rocked from side to side on the pillow, and Jane remembered herself, brought to ecstasy in that same bed by a surgeon's brilliant hands. Please, she begged of herself, please discover a way to save her. Be brilliant, be mad. She looked to the window, too, searching for Elodie. The window was empty. And when Jane looked back, the bed was empty, too. Only the blood remained. Mrs. Pearl could not know what had happened. Jane stared at the empty bed, at her blood-stained hands. The sun would rise soon. The servants would return. Strange dinners and chalk circles could be explained. But this? Here? There was no lie she could offer, no gentle misdirection. This bed looked and stank as if a woman had died in it, and Jane stood there, still alive, still hale. Jane tore the sheets off the bed. The fabric clung to her, cold and wet. Real as the ghost had felt, as real as Abigail had been. The ticking of the mattress was stained scarlet as well. Jane stared at it helplessly, then cast aside the sheets and knelt, pressing her hands up through the bed springs to feel at the mattress's bottom. Not cold, not wet. She grabbed the cover and heaved, flipping the dense horsehair mattress. Passable. She would have to find another solution before Mrs. Pearl could turn it again, but she had time. She had time. She dragged the bundle of sheets to the bathroom and dumped it into the tub. She grabbed the tap. Stagnant water burst forth from the pipes, stinking of mildew, and then sputtered out. The main was still closed. The kitchen plumbing was still destroyed. Another mistake. She should have had Mrs. Pearl hire a plumber yesterday when they were in town. The old Jane, the sensible Jane, would have been sure to. If she could not wash the sheets, she would need to conceal or destroy them. There was no room in all of Lindridge Hall that Jane could reach, but Mrs.
Pearl could not access, but there were hearths she might not check immediately, giving Jane time to make sure no evidence survived. Clutching the sheets to her chest, Jane crept back into the bedroom, looking around for any sign of movement. Nothing. No lurching patient or fresh spot of blood. Soft rain pattered against the window, and she could hear the croaking chorus of frog song faint in the distance. The hallway was as empty as the bedroom, and the lights burned brightly all the way up to the library. The hearth there had not yet gone cold, and Jane stoked the fire, sitting close and hugging her knees to her chest. The red-gold light flashed starkly across the sheets, sparking crawling shadows in every fold and hollow. When the fire was so hot Jane could hardly stand to be near it another moment, she pushed the fabric into the flame. It caught, slowly, reluctantly, and where the blood had flowed too thickly, where the fabric had not yet dried, it smoked and sputtered and smelled of horrors. And yet even that burned, given long enough, given gentle tending and prodding. The light it cast illuminated the stains on her own clothing, and as the sheets became ash, Jane stripped out of her dress and fed it, too, to the fire. When at last every scrap and stain had been consumed, Jane made her way down to the kitchen.
There was water drawn into a bucket there, gray and used from washing, and Jane scrubbed her hands clean in its icy depths. Ignoring the murk of it, she splashed it on her face, shocking herself half senseless. The evidence was burned. The spirits were gone. The sun was rising, and she had work to do. She shivered as she gathered what she needed for the dawn ritual: salt and a hen's egg from the kitchen, chalk and benzoin and a fat taper candle from the study. She risked the bedroom to dress again, then returned to the library. The stench of burned fabric still lingered, turning her stomach, but the room's remoteness might shield her from prying eyes if the servants arrived before she completed the working. She put down her basket of implements inside the circle she had drawn at dusk. She set the pin and pulled the string taut and traced it out fresh. She circumscribed herself with the utmost care and settled down in the exact center, reaching deep within herself for the power she sought. But as she did, she saw again the rotted skull, felt again the writhing of worms. Abigail's flesh, hot and slick. Her focus wavered. She tried again, and this time it was a pop from the fire that distracted her. The next, it was the memory of Augustine's desperate voice behind the stone. "Just get it over with," she whispered to herself, and abandoned the circle, reaching for the candle instead. It was decorated with lines and shapes that she had inscribed in its surface according to the text. She rubbed benzoin into the hollows, then set the wax before her and lit it. The perfume almost overwhelmed the stink of burned fabric and blood, but instead of feeling stronger, she felt ashamed. "Let this candle be the light that guides me to knowledge," she said. Her voice trembled. She felt nothing. She wanted the certainty, the ecstasy that had come with the working before. Instead, she felt normal, foolish. A soft thrumming came from the hallway, not the wall itself. The empty water pipes? Augustine. He was listening. He needed this as much as she did. She fixed him in her mind's eye and reached once more deep within herself. She smelled blood. She felt the worms. But this time her resolve solidified, and the first bricks fell in place in the circle around her. Power flared in her breast, and she could have cried from the relief. Jane started the incantation over, reading line after line, her voice tremulous but constant. She anointed herself, invoking her senses. She whispered her intentions to the ether: the attainment of knowledge, entry to the greater world beyond the limitations of man, and the salvation of Augustine. She bowed low to the candle, so close she could feel the heat on her chin, as she had felt the heat that burned away the sheets. And then she sat back on her heels and reached for the egg. The thin shell protects the potential within from harm. It cannot survive unaided in the way that the grown mind protects the unprepared soul from the expansion of the universe without. But the shell must finally give way. The mind must blossom and allow that which lives within to breathe in its birthright. She cracked the egg into a dish with faded flowers painted around the chipped rim. The yolk was vibrant orange, leaking into the clear albumin in a plume on one edge. On the other was a spot of brilliant crimson. Jane pressed the fingertips of both her hands into the bowl. The yolk came apart into an undifferentiated mass of gold, and she stirred it, each hand going in a different direction. "The mind is not yet ready to give way," Jane whispered, lifting her hands from the bowl and painting lines of sticky egg across her forehead, her cheeks, the hollow of her throat. "But through the resonance of the pantomime, I prepare the mind and the soul. I prepare myself for the first glimpses of the unknown." She forced herself to lift the bowl and bring it to her lips. The crimson spot was still there. Her exhausted mind conjured up images of baby birds, fledgling feathers, thin bones that would crack at the slightest pressure. Just a spot of blood. She had eaten such before, she must have. But the more she looked at the crimson spot, the more she was able to make out the branching of veins, and a murky center that might be the beginnings of a chick. Synchronicity, she told herself. The coincidence had to mean the spell was working, didn't it? She fixed her eyes on the door, on Lindridge Hall beyond, on its ghosts and the man lost in its bowels. And she drank. The egg slid down her throat, fast and heavy, rich and wrong.
Her stomach heaved, but she kept it down. The bowl nearly slipped from her fingers. In a blinding rush, she felt power course up her spine, filling her to her fingertips, to her toes. Something hurt in her belly, but it was a beautiful kind of pain, sharpening all her senses. Awake. She felt awake. She felt disgusting. She felt glorious. She put the bowl down and retched, clawing her fingers into the wood as she made herself swallow, swallow, swallow. She felt sick. Yolk and spit stuck to her jaw. "I walk the path of the student," she gasped. By the time she dragged the rug back over the circle and stashed the basket out of the way, she could hear movement downstairs, Mrs. Pearl's voice distant but unmistakable. Jane looked her reflection over in one of the murky panes of glass and scrubbed at her face with the inside hem of her gown. Her hair was frightful, and she looked hollow-eyed, worse than Augustine had after a night of torment. Was she going to be able to keep this up for 6 more nights? How soon before Mrs. Pearl was not so understanding anymore? She made her way downstairs, creeping through the halls. She could at least reset her hair. That by itself would do much to disguise her privations. She was halfway to the bedroom door when Mrs. Pearl rounded the corner. They both stopped, regarding each other in silence. "Breakfast is waiting for you," Mrs. Pearl said at last. "The one you requested, the hare." Her tone was perfectly polite, but Jane recognized the look in her eyes from the carriage ride the day before. She had questions. "Ah, salaries, of course. Thank you. I'll be sending over a letter to the bank today, too, for your pay." More silence. Then, "Pardon, ma'am, but would you not prefer that I send for a carriage? It would be faster." She could think of no real excuse. Mrs. Pearl was right, except for the ritual prohibitions that Jane could not bring herself to speak of. "If Dr. Lawrence returns while I'm out, and I had wanted to spend the day improving the master bedroom, there is much to be done."
A letter should work. It sounded feeble, even to her. And what would Mrs. Pearl think? That Jane's excuses hid that there was no money, or that Jane did not respect her the way Augustine had? This was only the first day. She must get better at this, plan better, control everything. "Of course, ma'am," Mrs. Pearl said. "Please let me know how I can be of assistance. Don't let me sleep. Forgive me everything. Send for a plumber." But she could not risk workmen at the house, not where they might see her madness or hear Augustine's cries. Not until this was done. Just as she could not go to town, just as she could not seek support. Mrs. Pearl didn't move, and Jane smiled. She smiled until her jaw ached. And then, giving in, she passed Mrs. Pearl in the hall and left the second floor without redoing her hair. After all, she was dressed, wasn't she? She must be ready to face her day. She crossed the foyer and didn't look toward the cellar. She sat down and didn't acknowledge the place set across from her by a hopeful or superstitious Mrs. Luthbright. She ate her hare stewed with blood and a riot of disparate herbs. It was bitter, but warm, nourishing. She thought of Augustine starving in the cellars beneath the house and set her fork down. She fled back up to the 3rd floor. Mrs. Pearl was already hard at work in the master bedroom, no doubt because of Jane's comment. Jane joined her, but was almost immediately at a loss for what to do. She looked at the empty wardrobes, the wood in need of polishing, the curtains caked in dust. She looked at the empty hearth, where Mrs. Pearl had found the impossible bag. Mrs. Pearl made as if to speak several times, then left without a word. Jane tried to see the room as it must once have been, when the Lawrences were in residence, when Lindridge Hall had not yet been spoiled. But the air was stale. The plaster was crumbling and water-spotted. She could see no trace of Augustine. She sank onto the musty couch pushed up against one wall. Her hip pressed into something hard along the side of one cushion. Frowning, she slipped her hand into the crevice. Her fingers brushed over a rigid, rough surface several inches long and only half an inch wide, entirely out of place, and she drew it out with trembling fingers. It was a small, thin volume.
Opening it, she saw the unlined pages were covered in clear, precise script, the handwriting completely different from Augustine's, possibly feminine? His mother's? But as she leafed through it, she caught sight of a name. "Be serious, Elodie," started one page. Jane's throat tightened, and she sat up, placing the diary in her lap. "Elodie Lawrence," the next page said. "What a handsome name! But to tell the truth, it still doesn't sound like me, and I suspect Augustine will always feel more like a brother than my husband. Is that wrong? I always knew we would marry, but the daily reality of playing in creeks together, of growing up by our parents' hearthside, outweighs that sort of indistinct certainty. Elodie Lawrence, I shall have to get used to it." Her heart ached, her head pounded. She did not have room in her soul for Elodie the woman, not on top of Elodie, the tragedy, and Elodie the monster. She barely had room for Augustine, crushed in beside her own racing thoughts, her own desperate heart. She slipped the journal back into the couch and fled. She took refuge in Augustine's study, taking up her old seat at the desk and putting on her spectacles, reaching not for magic, but for her mundane work. She had not brought the ledgers back with her, but she would do her figuring, write a letter to the bank to send for the servants' wages, all simple, all steadying. But exhaustion clawed at her, worse than before. She dropped her pen more than once, botched a simple subtraction. She found herself looking at odd corners of the room, no longer remembering what she had meant to do. She thought of the cocaine and syringe stashed nearby, then recoiled from the thought. Jane was no doctor. She could not imagine piercing her flesh, and feared drawing the wrong dosage. No, she would wait until she could stand it no more before reaching for the syringe. In the meantime, she would find other solutions. She would cinch her stays more tightly, reset her hair with sticking pins, fill her shoes with grain to dig into her still aching feet as she paced. And she would give herself over to work. Work would keep her awake. But inevitably, the work ran out. The figuring was finished, the letter written and delivered to Mrs. Pearl to be sent off. Magic, then, was all that was left. She selected a tome from Augustine's collection, The Unveiling of the Panoply, along with the mathematical treatise and a half-empty journal, and brought them with her to the library. She also took a chair from the dining room, when she was certain Mrs. Pearl was upstairs and Mrs. Luthbright was occupied. It would be a small enough thing to explain, but she didn't want to speak. She placed the stolen chair in the far corner of the library, faced away from the door. She removed its cushion, and then, clutching a candlestick, she sat. The chair had no arms and was desperately uncomfortable, just as she had hoped for. The candlestick wasn't too heavy in her hand, but it took focus not to drop it. And when she did, it clattered loudly against the floorboards, sharp enough to wake her from the edge of sleep. She settled Augustine's text in her lap and set to reading. The hours crawled by. Down the hall, Mrs. Pearl dragged furniture in the master bedroom, muttered to herself, went up and down the stairs. Outside, the road was still. Jane drifted in and out of full wakefulness, and each time she came too close to sleep, she dropped the candlestick and lurched forward, heart pounding. Noon came. She ate again, bread baked with goat's milk. She continued her studies. She felt stronger now, surer, with the lowering arc of the sun. She dropped the candlestick less often. She read of other worlds, fanciful stories, but stories the author claimed were true, or at least full of truth. Worlds where humans were as dust motes, worlds governed by will alone, worlds under 5 suns and 7 moons. Nonsense, all nonsense. And where it wasn't, she could pick out the threads of stolen stories, tales from Ruska and farther abroad. She'd heard some from Ekaterina, read others during the course of her schooling, and here it all was, jumbled together, removed from any meaningful context. How many hours remained until sunset? Until privacy and the flare of power inside of her? She wanted to set aside the theoretical, reach for the real. Heat grew at her back. A fire in the hearth? But Jane hadn't heard Mrs. Pearl enter, and if she'd seen any scrap of fabric in the grate, surely. But this had happened once before. She twisted in her seat, breathless. All the shelves were now full of books. Heavy tomes and slim treatises, leather-bound and barely bound at all. A crackling fire danced in the hearth, illuminating everything. The library was beautiful, resplendent, and enticing. Plush armchairs stood by the fire, so much more comfortable than her own seat. The floor below was polished to a mirror finish, and the air was no longer still and dusty, but fragrant with wood smoke and furniture polish and a faint floral perfume. An unfamiliar woman stood in the library doorway. She was dressed in robes not dissimilar to Dr. Hunt's, her dark hair loose around her shoulders. She clasps a branch in one hand, a candelabra in the other. "Augustine?" the woman called. Jane's fingers tightened around her own candelabra, for Augustine was sitting by the fire. He was younger and better rested than she had ever seen him. His hair was trimmed fashionably short. His clothing looked expensive. "Is it time, then?" he asked. His voice was light and affable, easy, unaffected, content. "Just about, yes. Why aren't you dressed?" "Georgiana's latest theory," he said, waggling his book in the air.
On possible transmission vectors for swamp illnesses, now that miasma theory has been firmly put to bed. The woman, older than Augustine, but similar in bearing and the lines of her cheeks, perhaps his mother, looked distantly amused. "It will be there when we are through. Élodie is waiting." Augustine conceded with a smile, one Jane knew well, and rose from his chair. "I am dreaming." Panic shot through her, and she rose to her feet, staggering forward. Nobody looked up at the noise or movement. Augustine left the room, and she followed him down the stairs, candlestick clutched tightly in her hand. Lindridge Hall in all its splendor was breathtaking. Every window was gleamingly polished, every rug washed and beaten and just so, every piece of furniture lavishly upholstered and bedecked in finery. The house pulsed with vibrancy, and every odd angle in the walls, every strange geometry, was now beautiful to her. In context, around this cheerful family, it sang in a distant but recognizable harmony. Augustine disappeared into his bedroom, and Jane followed, slipping in just before he closed the door. He was already tugging off his waistcoat. "Augustine," she said, rushing to his side. If this was a dream, if she had ruined the ritual, she would have this, at least, some little contact, some kindness. "Augustine, it is Jane." Her husband did not respond. She tried to take his hands, and found she could not. She did not pass through him, or feel any resistance, but still she could not reach him. It was as if she were looking through a mirror, and her idea of where things might be was not quite right. A mirror. She could see Élodie in the mirrored windows of Lindridge Hall. Might dream logic allow the reverse? She followed him to his dressing table, as he shucked his shirt, his trousers. She had no reflection. "Augustine," she cried, "I must speak to you. I have so much to tell you, so much you need to understand. Please." He stepped into the washroom and closed the door. Numb, Jane stared after him, then retreated from the bedroom. In the foyer, Augustine's mother waited alongside three others, 2 men and a woman, one in Augustine's image, and the other 2 fair and copper-haired. Augustine's father and the Pinkcombes. And beside them, nothing. Not just the empty foyer, but blankness. Jane's eyes refused to focus on it. Her gaze slid away. She watched instead as Augustine's mother approached it, holding out her hands. "He was caught up in his work, of course," she said, "but he will be down soon, my dear." The blankness encircled her hands. Jane's throat grew tight. Augustine's mother canted her head, as if listening, then laughed. "You must learn not to forgive him so easily," she said to the blankness, "or he will govern your future." The blankness was Élodie. Augustine descended the stairs, dressed in dark blue robes picked out with shining green thread. They were cinched at the waist, with a mantle about the shoulders. They were finely made and well kept, but they, like the robes the rest of them wore, looked old, very old. She watched, frozen,
as Augustine drew close to the blankness and pressed his face against it, a gentle kiss to the top of the lacuna. He murmured something she could not make out. The families laughed, then processed together down the hallway, toward the cellar. The door was closed, but had no shining padlock on top of it. Augustine's father was the one to open it, as the rest of the group came to a halt. "Elodie, dear," he said, his voice lower than his son's, more resonant. "Can you recite the order in which we are to enter the ritual space?" Silence. And not just silence, but an absence of all sound, so deafening it made Jane cry out. But the Lawrences and the Pinkcombes did not notice, and they smiled, then schooled their expressions to firm solemnity. They were like Hunt and the others, but unlike them as well, possessed of a careful grace, a seriousness that the doctors had not had. Jane followed them beneath Lindridge Hall, ghost-like at their heels. They did not go to the funeral chamber, with its carven chairs and long table, but instead to another room, the stone floor worked in concentric circles and fine patterns. Jane watched them place anointed candles at each spoke of an inscribed polygon, then take up carefully chosen positions within. For now, for this moment, Augustine did not have blood on his hands. No horrors had been enacted. Her husband had only powdered pigment that he pressed to every person's forehead. He had only poetry, recited until his words vibrated into meaninglessness. She felt power on the air, on her tongue, and she leaned forward, desperate to reach it, to feel it, to know it. But, as the circle raised around them, firm and real, their voices became distant, their outlines blurred, except for the gaping wound in the world that knelt on the other side. Why was Elodie gone? It was too early for Augustine to have done his working. She lived. She was happy and loved and hale. And if Elodie was not here, if there was only this blankness in her place, where had she gone? The nothingness rose up to full height and stepped forward. It slid into the pattern on the floor and set the whole thing pitching, rocking. Nothingness reached out and grasped a blade that was offered to it. Nothingness gripped down like blood, eating away the floor. And then there was only the sound of afternoon crickets, the glow of sunlight, the swirl of dust around her. Distant footsteps in the hall. She was still in the library, surrounded by empty shelves. She lurched forward, heart pounding, and cast aside the book in her lap. A nightmare. It had been a nightmare. Had she slept? Had she ruined the ritual? Set herself back an entire day? But no. In her left hand, she still clutched the candlestick. What then had she seen? As soon as the servants were gone, Jane went in search of Elodie. She looked in every darkening window, every mirror. She shouted Elodie's name. She retrieved Elodie's journal, still where she had left it tucked in the couch, and read every page aloud, hoping, hoping. Elodie had written of the day Jane had witnessed, her initiation into the mysteries at the hands of her families. She had been nervous, delighted, bewitched. There had been no magic, none that Elodie could say for certain had been real, but she had been ready to hope. She had believed. Jane looked as well for any sign of blankness, but Elodie's name remained in the journal. It remained in Augustine's notes on the resurrection ritual. She suspected that if she had them at hand, his ledger would also still contain her name. There was no gaping hole where Elodie should have been, beyond the normal absence that death left in its wake. When Jane looked in empty windows, she saw herself, or darkness outside, or the reflection of gas sconces. Her eyes didn't slide away. She didn't feel a writhing wrongness. And yet, she was certain that the blankness had meant something. Why had Elodie been gone in that vision, but there in full, horrific agony in the vision Hunt's games had bestowed on Jane? There, with her red eyes in the window before. There, with her blood-soaked gown in the cellar. She's trapped, Jane whispered to herself, staring at her smudged circle in the library. But Augustine had said he'd never seen her. It all connected, but Jane was missing some crucial variable, some indispensable operation. She made herself breathe and draw the circle anew. She knelt in the center of the library,
This progression, this ritual deprivation, it offered knowledge. This vision might not be the last. There might be more to come, more context, more explanation. "Elodie," she said to the creaking darkness of Lindridge Hall at night, "I will find you. I will solve this." In answer, the dusk-working ran smoothly. At its conclusion, she rocked back onto her heels, feeling drunk and dazed. She reached for the magical texts.
Even in her addled mind, the illogic of the haphazard scholarship refused to coalesce, but certain phrases burned bright to her. She found a half-used journal in Augustine's library and set to writing down her observations, her experiences, her theories. The circle is the thing. She had observed that the presence of an invoked circle could stop a ghost's approach and make it leave her. It could not cross the boundary, and it did not linger as a hungry wolf circling wounded prey. It was the purest form of magic she had yet discovered. She must press its mysteries. She had paper and ink up in the library, but not much, and she quickly exhausted it by drawing circles and laying out every geometric theorem she remembered. She spent long hours following deep trails of logic, wishing for more than her book on fringe mathematical theories, wishing for a blackboard. But what she had was ink-filled paper and the floor beneath. She grabbed her stick of chalk and continued to draw. When that wore down to almost nothing, she took her pen to the wood itself. Her eyes ached and burned behind her glasses. She felt so close to something, so close to a solution. She sketched out equations, including childish attempts at using zero in strange new ways. Zero, which could also be written as a circle. Was there a connection there? A scream pierced the silence of the house. It came from the lower floors, both muffled by the distance and amplified by its echoing in the cavernous foyer. The cellar! She sprinted from the nest of circles and was halfway down the stairs when the next scream came. It was a man's voice, a man in agony. Augustine! The pipes began to creak, to thrum in time to his pain. But when she rounded the last turn of the stairs and stepped down into the foyer, the man in the center of the room was not Augustine. He stood inside a circle of chalk, and he was silent, arms spread, looking up at the ceiling. It was Mr. Renton. His skin was purpled with rot, his abdomen split open and gaping where he had injured himself, where Augustine had sliced through deeper, where Jane had spread the gash apart. His open shirt and trousers were stained with grave dirt, and Jane could feel it under her own nails, could remember the warm damp of the putrefying loam when she had dug below the graveyard lawn. He screamed again, though he did not move, except to let his jaw fall open. For all the pain in his voice, he looked like a photograph, a statue. A statue. She had spent the long night drawing circles, but now she was frozen. A little chalk, a little salt, and Renton could not get to her. But she would still be able to hear him, screaming, screaming. Except he wasn't screaming now. He was looking at her. He did not blink. His eyes bulged in their sockets. "Jane Shoringfield Lawrence," Mr. Renton said. "How do you know my name?" she whispered. Augustine had only ever called her Miss Shoringfield during the surgery, and Renton had been far gone by then. "Where is the missing part of me?" "In a jar, on display, in the surgery of a man who can no longer be reached." She stammered out, "Gone." "No," he said. His lips sagged from his face, revealing teeth, worn and yellowed. "I would know if it were gone, but I feel it still. We are connected, me and it, the magician and the work. If it were gone, I would know. The magician and the work. Chalk and salt found around his body. Augustine's fears. Here it was, confirmed. Renton had been a magician, and he had paid the price for it. A hysterical laugh threatened to bubble from her throat. What stood before her was an unnatural ghost.
But more than that, perhaps. What happened when a magician died? What happened when he came back? It isn't here. How could she have known he would want it back? How could she have known they could give it back? But they could have buried him with it at the first, or disposed of it like they had Abigail's pregnancy. Abigail. The memory brought with it the feeling of worms beneath her fingers. What had the skull meant? Had Augustine been wrong, that the cause of her affliction had been mundane? She hugged herself tightly, swaying on her feet. "You will put me back together," Renton said. "You will fix this." I can't. Something must be given for what has been taken." Her hands dropped to her stomach, which, as if on cue, gave an answering ache, called by the still corpse before her. "I don't understand. Something that grew out of place. A tangled bowel, a dead infant, a magician's bones, growing wildly after a spell miscast. What might be growing inside of her? "And will you leave me if I give it to you?" she whispered. "Leave this house, be laid to rest?" "Make me whole," Mr. Renton said. She had no offal to give to him, but she had Augustine's collection of strange growths, of other things out of place. They were the same. They were all the same. "I can do this," she said, though she wanted nothing more than to flee. Augustine's medical equipment was sealed away with him, but there was needle and thread in the kitchen for stitching up roasts, and elsewhere for doing mending. "The grave loam," he said. That as well. How did he know she had it? Did he also require the moss, the benzoin? Was this some wicked trick to drain her supplies? Or was this the next step of the awakening promised by the ritual? "Can you move?" she asked, making herself meet his eyes. He took one step, and then another, a jerking, stiff-legged puppet. But he moved. Jane recoiled, bile in her throat. "Up to the second floor," she gasped. "I will meet you on the landing." He stepped out of his circle and began to climb. She retrieved the needle and thread from the kitchen and tried to breathe, now that she could not see Renton. But she could smell the rot of him, and paused a moment before she returned to the stairs. When he reached the landing ahead of her, he tipped his head back and screamed again. His face remained impassive as she passed him, racing up to retrieve the loam and, in an abundance of caution, the moss. He watched as she set her things down outside the bedroom, nodded at her selection. Jane ducked her head and slipped into the study. She stared up at the rows of misshapen skulls, at tight-packed coils of hair, calcified tumors, and other strange things she did not know the name of. What was best? What would fit? The skull in Abigail had not been right, had been out of place. And for Renton, the hair made no sense. But there, a burl of wood, a knot of root that had grown inside some vessel, that had curled back upon itself. That. It looked almost the same as Renton's bowel. He waited for her on the landing. The stench of him hit her again in a fresh wave, then faded, transmuted to something heady, enticing. She smelled benzoin, antiseptic, attar of rose. The sense of a magician, of a surgical patient. Jane held out the knot of wood in offering. Renton reached out one arm and touched it, a silent blessing. She led him into her bedroom, then the washroom. The tub was just long enough for him to lay down inside. Jane had only one hands, and no retractors to help bear his viscera. The work was messy, but it focused her, shut out the panic, and steadied her hands. His abdomen was filled with a wet, dark slurry. His flesh seemed to fade in and out of reality as she worked, heavy and clinging one minute, a doll made of ephemeral silk the next. She had no water to rinse the wound, so she used brandy left by Hunt, filling her tub with fumes and filth. She placed the knot of wood where the twisted section of bowel had been, then filled the rest of Renton's abdomen with bog moss and grave loam, saving only a small fraction for herself. He did not speak until she had taken the needle and begun to stitch him up. "You are monstrous," he said. She flinched and pulled thread through the ragged edge of the torn hole with more force than she intended. It split the delicate flesh. "How so? You do not weep or scream."
"You did not weep or scream when Augustine Lawrence split me open either. You are not real," she said. "Am I not?" She looked up at him then, hands still holding his flesh together. "You are not a man," she hesitated. "Not any more, at least. Where are you when you aren't here?" He considered, or waited, silent and still. Jane set a few more stitches. Her work was unsteady, childlike, her hands shook. "There is a world beyond this one," he said at last, "very different and very far away." "The world of the dead?" she asked. "Of many things," Renton said. "Of things long gone from this world." A shiver went through her. "And when you died, what was there?" "Pain," Renton said. "Pain and knowledge. I played at magic, and I died. I died, and I knew magic." "Can you teach me?" she asked, voice barely a whisper. Renton did not smile. He also did not frown, or laugh, or say no. "Finish your work," he said. She placed the last few stitches. She cinched the thread tight. Standing, she helped him from the tub. His stomach shifted as he climbed out, but her stitches held. He looked down at himself, filthy but whole. "It is almost dawn," he said. "Show me your ritual." She bound him up in her old nightgown so that he would not drip along the floor. She left him standing at the top of the stairs as she went to retrieve the next hen's egg and a fresh candle. As she drew out her original circle in chalk and cemented it in salt, she looked up at him, willing him to say something, to correct her, to enlighten her. He was still as death. Shame began to creep in at the edges. Renton did not look away. He watched as she muttered to herself, as she painted herself with oils, as she play-acted something she did not understand. Power tingled in her fingertips, coursed through her veins, but it felt sour. "Can you see it?" she thought, gaze boring into Renton's. "It's real. It's real, isn't it?" He did not respond. She did not want him to see this, she realized. She did not want anybody to see this. This ritual, this magic, was wrong. It led to a man tearing open his abdomen because he had perverted his own body. It led to ghosts walking the halls. She wanted to shout, to scream, to throw him out of the room. But if she spoke any but the prescribed words, would it break the ritual? She could not ask, could not risk it, and though the circle stood firm between her and Renton, she felt exposed, vulnerable, naked, flayed. Renton stood by, unmoving, watchful. Her voice trembled and cracked as she said, "The thin shell protects the potential within from harm. It cannot survive unaided, in the way that the grown mind protects the unprepared soul from the expansion of the universe without. Philosophical poetry, wishful wanderings, not science, not logic." She swallowed, cheeks burning, eyes burning. But the shell must finally give way. The mind must blossom and allow that which lives within to breathe in its birthright. The words blurred. The power in her was distant now. All she felt was shame. And then, outside the circle, Renton at last began to move. He mouthed the words along with her with his lipless maw. The stiffness of death slaved away, and he was fluid again, slumping and shifting, emotions passing over his face. He was expectant, fascinated. He looked hungry, for what she had achieved already, for what she might still achieve. She reached for the egg and the dish. The shell gave way under her thumb where she gripped it too firmly. Quickly she cracked it open, searching for another flash of crimson. The words began to make sense anew.
The egg, might it develop a little more each time, just like her understanding of the world? A synchronicity or a sign of the magic? She could see a small pink form inside the mass of gold and red, with 2 dark pebbles for eyes. She thought of the malformed infant that Augustine had pulled from Abigail Yu's body. Nausea rose in her, and her stomach gave another pang. Renton would see her eat this. He would see her swallow down this abomination, and then, wouldn't she truly be the monster he had named her? Her thumbs touched the embryo. She broke the yolk around it, painted her face with its leavings. And then she gripped the bowl and raised it to her mouth, letting the egg, it was still only a hen's egg, it was still small, slide between her lips. She swallowed. She looked to her ghost for guidance. As she watched, as sunrise filled the room, Renton disappeared. He left nothing behind him, not one scrap of knowledge, and Jane yelled, throwing the bowl across the room. It shattered into sticky fragments. "Did he talk to you of magic?" Jane sat in front of the stone wall, face streaked with egg yolk, fingers caked with filth. The sun was rising. The servants would be there soon. She didn't care. "Did Etheridge tell you what he'd learned in all his years of study, all his mistakes?" she asked the stone. Cold roiled from the impassive surface. "Did you never think to ask?" She ran her hands over it, feeling for imperfections. There were none. "Speak to me, Augustine," she begged. He did not respond. Scowling, she sketched a hasty chalk circle on the floor with the stick she had tucked into her sleeve, alongside a pouch of salt. She didn't want to be without these tools now. Now, to be separated from them was like a physical pain. She cast the circle and built it up, then focused on the door. Abigail's miscarriage, Renton's twisted bowel, Etheridge's bones, things growing out of place. This wall grown out of place. Open. Open! The wall did not move. She slammed her fists against the stone, then pulled back, hissing. The servants would be there soon. She was running out of time to make herself presentable. But she would not leave this, could not leave this, until it was solved. The answer was so close, and if Renton had just remained. But there was another option, wasn't there? Her nails dug into her palms, and she leaned forward until her lips were barely separated from the stone. "Was he lying to me?" she whispered. "Was he haunting me in the way most calculated to destroy me? For why should she trust a ghost? And if she could not trust what he had said, what else was in question? I wanted what he knew. I believed in what he knew. Was he lying? Is it a lie? When I call a circle, what am I doing, Augustine? Augustine, tell me!" The last words were a roar, and the house roared back, creaking, groaning, its whole monumental edifice threatening to come down on her in answer. Augustine trying to communicate? Or just an ill-maintained house built on ridiculous occult principles? It had to be the former, had to. And yet... "Why?" she whispered. "Why can I do this? You studied for years. Dr. Hunt studied for years. Renton, Etheridge, you all wanted this. And yet I can call the circle? I can work rituals and feel real power?" She shook her head. I'm deluding myself, aren't I? I'm just so desperate for something, anything." She trailed off into silence, staring hard at the white stone. It did not change. It did not ripple, did not shiver. It was only stone. Stone. Surely Mrs. Pearl had noticed it by now, hadn't she? And there was the test of her reality. When Mrs. Pearl arrived, Jane would ask about the hallway, casually, calmly. And if Mrs. Pearl saw the stone, Jane would know this was real. If she said, "What about that door?" then Jane would recommend they go down in search of Augustine, because the passages below Lindridge Hall were dangerous. He had told her they were dangerous. Beneath her cheek, the stone whined. She jerked back, staring, looking for some other sign. There was none. But as her heart calmed once more, she realized how close to sleep she had been. Sleep. She could not sleep. The painful exhaustion of the day before had gone, but now her fatigue was insidiously gentle, waiting quietly. She stood up, unsteady as a fresh foal, and leaned her shoulder against the stone. She didn't dare close her eyes, but she whispered, "Thank you," in case it had been Augustine who had woken her.
Then she pushed herself away and staggered upstairs to the bedroom. Her pins and tight stays weren't enough anymore. She would have to turn to Augustine's means. She'd stashed the cocaine and syringe kit in the wardrobe, and she drew it out now, shaking. She laid it out on the bed. Mrs. Pearl had remade it the day before, without comment. Jane opened the polished box. The syringe gleamed up at her alongside a small, empty bottle to compound in and a collapsible brass scale. By the light of the rising sun, she measured out the powder into the bottle and combined it with cold, still water left in her basin by Mrs. Pearl the previous day. It was thankfully clear of yesterday's old egg yolk, and once she had measured out the appropriate proportion, she washed her face. The cocaine compounded and loaded into the syringe, she attempted to roll up her sleeve, but it was too tight. So she undid her bodice and dragged it down, then undid her stays and pulled the laces from them, tying them around her upper arm the way she had seen Augustine do in the surgery. Her bared stomach bowed out. Jane paused, frowning, and set down the needle. She touched the distended flesh, a little to the left of center, just above her hip. It hurt, faintly, but it hurt, and her hand shook. Abigail's miscarriage. Renton's bowel, Augustine's voice. He'd discovered certain books and had played at spellcraft until he felt something quicken inside of him. How quickly would it grow in her? She snatched her hand away and took up the syringe once more. No, she had to focus instead of fear. She did not feel ill, and so long as she did not prod the growth, she did not feel pain either. Though she understood now what had surged within her at the first dusk working, and last night when she had tended to Renton. It meant only that she needed to be efficient. She could not afford to fail, to begin again. She found the vein, as Augustine had, and steadied herself. Her vision tried to swim, but she stilled it with careful breaths. She focused, the way she focused when building the circle. She pressed the needle into her vein. The cocaine felt like molten metal, filling her body in a filigree cast. She bit down on an agonized cry and panted as it faded, breath by breath. But in its wake, it left a gentle wash of alertness, and with it, the confidence she had lost in the past night. Then, from the door, "Good morning, ma'am. There's a letter for—" "Oh." Jane looked up. The letter was in Mrs. Pearl's hands, clutched tight. Jane hurried to drag her dress back on. With her stays unlaced, it fit ill. "What is that smell?" Mrs. Pearl gasped, then covered her nose and retreated into the hall. Smell? But then Jane realized the stench of death and filth was still all around her, emanating from the bathroom. She cast the syringe onto the bed and rushed to look. The tub was still filled with brandy and rot, and Jane fought down bile. "Ma'am, pardon, but you must go into town to see Mr. Lowell, to see the locum," Mrs. Pearl said, her words twisted by nausea. Jane turned back to face her, flushed. Mrs. Pearl held out the envelope, gesturing wildly. "This, whatever this is, it is not healthy. You are not well." "I am well," Jane said. She listed to one side, and Mrs. Pearl moved, reflexively, as if to catch her, and then stopped, just one step inside the room. "Give me the letter," Jane demanded, stepping forward. Mrs. Pearl retreated. Jane squinted and made out the handwriting on the envelope. "Nizamiev. It is from a doctor, a woman who works with the shell-shocked. Please give me the letter, Mrs. Pearl." She held it out, but only grudgingly. "It would be better if she sent a nurse, I think, than a letter." "Was Augustine never like this with you?" Jane snapped, remembering the dark circles under his eyes, the odd lies he'd told her from the first. Withdrawn and bewitched and confusing?
Jane tore the letter from Mrs. Pearl's hands. The older woman flinched, then drew herself up to her full height, scowling. "No, Mrs. Lawrence," Mrs. Pearl said, steel in her voice now. "Your salaries must have arrived with this letter." "They did," Mrs. Pearl allowed, "though you have shorted us." Jane had a finger beneath the envelope seal. Slowly, she withdrew it. "Impossible. Mrs. Lethbridge and I compared. It is true." Jane turned away, pressing the stiff paper against the bulge in her flesh. "I am sorry," she muttered. "I made a mistake. I will fix it. Forgive me, please. My mind is not my own." Mrs. Pearl relaxed a fraction. "Let me send for a carriage," she said. "The surgery is better for you." Anger rose up over her momentary shame. "No, this is where I belong. My husband was allowed to remain here alone every night. Why do you hold me to a different standard?" "He never made this house smell of death," Mrs. Pearl cried, then mastered herself again. "Mrs. Lawrence, please, return to town." "No." He had never brought filth into this home, only guilt and shame. But she was not worse than Augustine for it. He had not been seeking enlightenment. He had given up. He had only endured. She was trying for so much more, wasn't she? Her resolve faltered. She made a quick bargain between the obsession inside of her and the reasonable, responsible Jane who had come before her. If Dr. Nizamiev called her mad in her letter, she would heed it. She must heed it. She tore open the envelope and scanned the words inside. Dr. Nizamiev said nothing of the sort. She wrote only that she had heard of Augustine's disappearance and followed it up with one bare line of encouragement. "I know that you will keep your wits about you. You are uniquely suited to your task." "My husband will need me when he returns," Jane said, lifting her head. "Until then, I will remain here. Does that satisfy?" "No, Mrs. Lawrence," Mrs. Pearl said. "Come downstairs. We will remain here day and night until he returns, but you must go to the surgery. You must rest. You look as if you haven't slept in days." "And who are you to care if I sleep or not?" Jane snapped. Mrs. Pearl's mouth dropped open, so much like Mr. Renton's. What benefit did Mrs. Pearl serve for her? Mrs. Lethbridge cooked, but Jane did not require sustenance, only ritual. Jane could tend a fire. She could do it all. She would do it all. "I am not a fit mistress. You are right," she said. Mrs. Pearl's shoulders sagged in relief. "I will have the balance of your salary and additional severance pay sent to your homes. Leave your chatelaine in the study. Mrs. Lawrence, your services are no longer required. Thank you for your loyalty. Goodbye." Mrs. Pearl and Mrs. Lethbridge left immediately. Jane watched them from the bedroom window, shivering with relief and pride. She felt euphoric, freed. Without them hovering, she would achieve more. She would learn faster, test herself more, take advantage of the daylight hours when the ghosts left her alone. Yes, this was for the best. Why hadn't she done this sooner? Fear, self-consciousness, shame. But shame was what had kept Augustine bound to Lindridge Hall. She should never have indulged her own, never let it get even a toehold. She was better than him in this. That was her strength. With the servants gone, there was more work to be done. She must take stock of what she had, measure out her remaining moss and grave loam, plan out her ritual meals. Had they already made today's stewed hare? Had they left her enough hen's eggs? If they had not, she would need to find a way to send for more. She redid her stays and gown properly. Her stomach ached at the added pressure, and she curled in on herself, touching one hand to the caged bulge. It already felt larger. It did not kick or move as if she were with child. It was hard and unyielding. But she felt a thrumming in it, far apart from her pulse, but just as insistent. A living vibration, responding to her will. She could not name it. Jane descended to the kitchen. There were more than enough eggs, and fresh milk, and a new loaf of bread besides. And sitting on the dining table was her stewed hare.
But there was only the one plate. The icebox held seagrass and nothing else. Very well, she would eat a small portion now and save the rest. She wasn't hungry anyway. That only left the question of magic. The ghosts that had visited her these past 2 nights were real beyond dispute. Her mattress was still stained, and Mrs. Pearl had smelled Renton's filth. Now she must test herself beyond simply drawing circles and building walls and swallowing eggs. She needed to influence the world around her, make something that was impossible, that proved she had real power. Since she could not remove the stone slab yet, she must try something else, and mark her progress. She retreated upstairs once more. The study was filled with small stacks of books she'd considered and discarded in her research. On the desk, in the corners, by the circle drawn on the floor. She planted herself in the center of that circle and turned slowly, surveying the mess. A test. Could she work her will upon the environment? Building the circle was second nature now. She stopped at the height of it, poised like Renton, arms spread, body rigid. She focused on the nearest book. Non-magical, useless, but the title, History of Breltanian Thought, had seemed promising, and so she'd paged through it before casting it aside. It needed to be put away. She brought her hands before her and willed it to rise from the floor. It did not move. And why should it? Dr. Nizamiev's explanations echoed through her mind, winding together with scraps and fragments of countless texts, snippets and phrases that never spoke of easily comprehensible feats. Everything was internal. Everything was instant. Knowing that the world was other than it had been a moment before. The book was on the shelf. No, it's not. She was looking straight at it, and it had not moved. It was on the floor, because where else could it be? She had not touched it, she had not moved it, and how could a book move on its own? Jane turned away from it until it sat only in the corner of her eye, barely visible. The book was on the shelf. She must believe it. No, she must know it. The book was on the shelf. The book was on the shelf, where its gray cloth binding barely caught the lamplight enough for her to see the snag at the base of the spine. A thread had pulled loose. The book was on the shelf. The book was on the shelf. Jane stared. Where there had been an empty slot on the shelf across from her, there was now a gray, cloth-bound text of the size and shape of the one on the floor. And when she looked, the one on the floor was gone. She clasped her hands over her mouth, giddy, laughing. Shaking, she left the circle. A grin split her face, and she felt as if she would come apart. Filled with wonder, she pulled History of Breltanian Thought down. It was real, it had weight, and it was as she remembered it. It was a book, and she had moved it with a thought. She had done that. She had changed the world around her. With 5 nights left of the ritual, she had influenced the world. The book fell open in her hands. Idly, she read the page. She tried to read the page. She could not. The printed ink looked like words, but they were nonsense, jumbled and meaningless. She turned the page. The next was just the same, and the next, and the next. She closed it, heart pounding, and inspected the cover. That was sensible, History of Breltanian Thought. But the author's name, was that the same as it had been before? Was it even a name? She dropped the book and grabbed another, one she had not moved. It was filled with intelligible text, word after word, sentence after sentence. The next book was the same, and the next. They were all as they had been, except for the one she had moved. She had known it was on the shelf. What had it done to the book? Known. Perhaps knowing was too simple a term. What was Dr. Nizamiev had said? Jane remembered balancing equations, the flow of logic in a proof. Every variable needed to be defined, every element known. To truly bring somebody back from death, the changes to the world that would be necessary to make that happen would require knowledge too complex for the mind of man to comprehend. She had not moved that book.
She had known it to be somewhere else, but she hadn't known its contents, back to front. And so the book she knew was not the book that had been. Knowing she was safe inside a circle was different from knowing a book. One was simple, the other far too complex for realistic interaction. And by knowing something that was not fully described, she had changed it, irrevocably. What would happen when she freed Augustine? The thought paralyzed her. She did not cry or make a sound, and her heart did not even beat quickly. She was as stone, because to be anything else was too momentous, too all-encompassing. A door. A door was simpler than a book, wasn't it? A door only had to open. But did she need to know what lay beyond the door? Did she need to know the whole layout of the crypt, and where Augustine was, and what state he was in? What happened if she changed too much? What assumptions would she make without realizing it, and what would she alter? She moaned. When Augustine had tried to call back Elodie, he had not fully understood what he was doing. He had done something other than he intended, because his assumptions, his knowledge, had not been enough. Elodie was gone in that vision of the past, and in her place a blankness. He had torn her from her life and fixed her in the moment of her death, suffering, down in that cellar. He had known only that the dead could come back. And so they had. They had come back to Lindridge Hall, regardless of how or where they died, their only connection that Augustine had felt responsible for their deaths. And by the same rules, Orrin and Abigail and Renton had come to her. Who else was waiting in the wings? She had led a quiet life, a small life, insulated from death by sheer dint of having few connections. The Cunninghams and their children all lived. Her only other connections were the servants, and Augustine himself. If she took too long, if she failed, would he come to her? Would she hold his weakened body in her arms, feel how cold he was, how hungry? Would he beg her for food, only to disappear with the sun? All the magic in the world was worthless if she failed. She could not bring him back from the dead. She could not even move a book. Weeping now, she curled up at the base of the shelf, the wood pressing against her spine. It would be best to give it all up. How much time did she even have left? Below her left ribs, a mass pressed against her flesh. With more magic, it might grow. And without Augustine, what would be left of her? A broken madwoman, her body growing out of order, knowing of the impossible and knowing she could not grasp it. Another failure for Dr. Nizamiev to add to her collection, to study endlessly. And perhaps that was what the doctor had hoped for all along. New data, a new experiment, a new subject. Perhaps she'd never intended to help. Jane was alone. More alone than she had been when she had fled Lindridge Hall. More alone than she had been the day she realized she would have to change her life, either going back to dreaded Camhurst or marrying to stay behind. More alone than when she was a little girl, staring at the ceiling in her room in Larenton, wondering if the bombs were still falling, wondering if her mother was alive. Her sobs turned to gasping breaths, and she turned herself toward the shelves, pressing her forehead against all the books. Their dusty scent should have been grounding, but instead she smelled the stench of spreading gas, felt the shudder of buildings barely holding up to assault. But if she let that memory wash over her, she could still remember her mother's touch.
What it had been to sleep near her, protected, and to hear a familiar, soothing voice murmuring in her ear as the whole world came apart around her. And by comparison, even the pain of Camhurst was familiar. It was terrible, but in the way that old wounds were terrible. She knew its shape, its texture. It offered the comfort of an old friend, rather than a new agony. She wanted that comfort. And suddenly, selfishly, she was thankful her mother was dead. Because with her mother dead, couldn't she appear at Lindridge Hall? If Jane squinted, the leather bag set atop the bookshelf looked like her mother's gas mask.
If Jane knew her mother's boots were over by the doorway, they would appear. She still remembered their sulphurous reek, the way her mother had stuffed the toes, because the boots were not made for a woman's feet, the cracking and burns on the leather itself from incendiaries. With every detail, her world narrowed focus, her heartbeat slowed. She might still call her mother's spirit if she learned to blame herself again. And she had shame enough to drown an army. It would be easy. She'd blamed herself for her mother's death from the day the notice came, years ago. She had wished she were better, more compliant, more lovable, so that her mother wouldn't have sent Jane away to safety. She had wished that she were worse, crying and screaming and objecting so loudly, so strenuously, that her mother would have had to take her to Larenton herself, and then be enticed to stay. Her breathing regained some semblance of rhythm. Yes, she could peel up the scab and feel all her old terrors once more, if it would bring her mother to her. It was something actionable. Her will worked upon the world. Because Jane was alive. She lacked control, perhaps, but not power. As long as she could still think, still know, she could take another step, and another. She did not even have to conjure her mother. If there truly was no other way to save Augustine, then she could conjure his ghost, for it would be her failure that condemned him. The torment would be worth it, to speak to him, to compare notes, to have him in some capacity. The thought hurt, but with the hurt came certainty, logic. Her chest no longer felt so tight, her head so heavy. She had told Augustine that death always won, but now she was not so sure. Now she knew that, in at least some spectral way, the impossible could be made real. Death could not be defeated, but it could be amended. And there were still 5 nights left in the ritual. Augustine had not yet appeared to her, and so she could assume he still lived. She pushed herself upright. She had her proof now that magic was real. All that was left was to make it cohere. She would pick up where she had left off the night before. The rituals, the mathematics, the circles, all necessary steps that she must take with thorough care. And when night fell, Renton might return to her, or Elodie might appear again, ready to divulge wisdom once more. Even if they came in opposition, Jane might still glean some new meaning, some new fragment. All she had to do was work and keep from sleeping. She set herself up in the library, sitting against the far glass wall, the chill there keeping her alert as she dove once more into her mathematical treatise. What could she learn there with her new, more worldly context? She read through philosophical musings, poetic flourishes that the Jane of a week ago had been irritated by, had skimmed over, except where she failed to understand the next proof and had to go back and untangle the logic. Now, those same esoteric passages held special meaning, seeming to vibrate on the page. The author paired zero with an empty nothingness, but a nothingness that went on forever, for nothing could have no bounds. The infinite and zero were one, except that the infinite was the greatest thing in the world, and zero was nothing at all. They were opposite, they were the same. Surely there was meaning in that. She watched as the values of equations, plotted as curves, approached zero, and watched, too, as their component parts shot off into infinity. Another curve, complex and oscillating, seemed to go mad as it approached zero, swinging through every value on the chart on its way. She followed along as the mathematician inscribed triangles beneath an arc until there was no empty space left. The answer, of course, was that it would take an endless number of triangles to reach zero, even though the space beneath the curve was fixed. Impossible. Impossible. And yet, there it was. She could find no flaw in the logic. Far too soon she felt the sharp edge the cocaine had given her begin to ebb. She tried to wait it out, doing small geometric proofs on paper to produce new ideas and test her awareness, but her vision blurred. Her head drooped. She dropped her pen on more than one occasion. The second injection was easier than the first, though she had to use a different spot along her vein. The original hurt too much to try. When it was done, Jane wrote Augustine in ink beside the pinprick hole, the better to keep him always in the forefront of her mind, keep herself fixed upon her purpose and her goal. Her mind was apt to wander now, and her field of study was too deep. The lack of sleep would only make it worse. She returned to the library, alert once more. Her mind full to bursting with mathematical contortions, Jane took up her pen and returned to the previous night's testing. She soon ran out of floor space in the library, drawing out circles and testing variations. She began drawing her circles down the hallways. She inscribed one on the wall, carving through the wallpaper when the pen blurred and skipped. Her back pressed against the plaster behind her, she visualized the circle growing out and away from her, a tube that stretched to the opposite wall. It took and held steady, but felt no different from the other circles she had built. More tests. She measured them carefully, so that when she stretched out all her limbs, her fingertips and toes touched the inside of the line exactly, and then again so that she was curled up tight, and again where the diameter of the circle was 3 times the length of herself. She varied her method of visualizing the wall, digging moats instead, or wrapping herself in sheets of metal. She walked the inner perimeter and sat stock still in the exact center. She lit candles and burned herbs and screamed and threw her notebook across the second-floor hallway. Nothing she did produced any difference inside her or around her, but she held on to hope. The circles, perhaps they were static, but there had been other figures in the ring inscribed in her vision, in the floor of the crypt beneath Lindridge Hall. What of those? Dusk came. She laid a 3-fold circle in concentric rings and raised the walls, and they came in a heady rush, something new, something different. She could have danced if she hadn't been so exhausted. She used the remaining moss and loam as sparingly as she could, fearing some dulling potency, but the flow of power within her was familiar, strong, stronger than before. Progress. She was making progress. She stepped away from her work only to eat the ritual meal, pulling the seagrass from the icebox. It tangled around her fingers. She swallowed down each bite, even though every motion of her throat produced pain. The doctrine of 7 had given only half-formed reasons for the ritual structure, but it was working. Of that much Jane was certain. The changing of the egg each dawn was proof enough of that. But as she chewed, she wondered if all the details were exactly right. After all, the concepts she'd read in Augustine's texts had seemed haphazard, cobbled together from 1,000 disparate threads. Perhaps the rules weren't actual rules, not in any immutable sense. The ritual, after all, only guided the magician's force of will. Perhaps there were acceptable deviations.
Some were obvious, and she had already taken advantage of them. There were no specified portions of the ritual meals, or the bog moss, or the grave dirt, and she had adjusted to use less and less of each. And she had crafted her own sigil when she could not make sense of the moth-eaten, senseless instructions provided her. Could she push at others, accelerate the timeline, so that Augustine would not be trapped for quite so long without food, without water, without warmth? By midnight, she was back in the kitchen, counting out the remaining eggs. She had more than enough to finish out the rest of the mornings. She could afford to experiment. Intention and knowledge were everything. She had to be careful. She had to keep in mind at all times the truest depiction of what she was doing, why, and how it would happen. So Jane held Augustine, healthy and whole and waiting for her, with that light in his eyes when he wanted to kiss her, with that sureness in his hands when he saved his patients, foremost in her mind as she gathered her supplies. His study, more than any other room, provided specific details and vibrant memories upon which to anchor herself. Her warning, too, was writ large across the shelves. It was the perfect place to work. The rug shed pulled aside when she cowered from Orrin was still heaped against the couch. Her first faint lines of chalk still stood out against the wood. She redrew her circle and knelt there, inhaling the scent of him, the resonance. She lit the candle and placed one hand over where she had scrawled his name upon her arm. She remembered his hands holding hers beneath the surgery faucet as she spoke the dawn invocations. She pictured him standing just outside the study door, flushed from kissing her, as she cracked the egg.
When the shell gave way, it revealed a half-formed chick, eyes bulbous and skin fuzzy with the beginnings of feathers. The yolk was smaller than before and spidered full over with red. "Yes, yes," she cried, falling back onto her heels and clasping her hands over her mouth. Another component moved into place. She could work the rituals in sequence without caring for the time of day, and she could get to him soon. Soon. She looked to the clock that sat upon the desk. It had been less than 5 hours since she worked the dusk ritual. In another 5, she would put the moss into her mouth again, and sequentially reduce the time between until either they ceased to progress or she completed the sequence. At most, it would take 40 hours. Just 2 days. Less than 2 days until she reached the end of the path and saw where it had taken her. Even her earlier failings had been but lessons. Every new step was new knowledge, blossoming inside of her. Nascent feet pressed against her esophagus as she swallowed down the chick. She choked it down, the sharp, small barbs of early feathers scratching at her throat. Her eyes watered, her lips twisted. Just a little longer, just a little, Jane. It was not the sound of the pipes creaking or of muffled pleas through unbreakable stone. Augustine's voice was clear and gentle and tired, coming from just outside the study. He stood in the doorway, correct in every feature as he sagged against the frame. His clothing was rumpled from long days and nights sleeping in stone hallways. He watched her, pale and worn, relieved. How? She had swallowed down a half-formed chick, yes, but there were still 4 more iterations to go. She had not left the study. She had not stood before the crypt wall and willed it down. So how was he standing here, now, looking at her with such joyous desperation? He needed food, he needed water, and yet she could not make herself leave the circle. She had already imagined this once, knew what it meant. If he was here, and the door below still stood, then there was only one way. She was already too late. "Stay back," Jane whispered. Her stomach soured and lurched. She trembled. All her haste and experimentation, for what? He was dead. It no longer mattered. He lifted his hands and did as she said. "Jane," he repeated, "you're still here." "Stay back and be silent," she hissed. He winced but nodded. He didn't move as she tested the integrity of the wall around her. She built it up higher still, even though her heart was breaking, even though she was filled with rage. She felt dizzy from the effort. Her latest dose of cocaine was wearing off. Augustine watched the whole while, patient, pained, and far too real. He didn't plead with her, didn't argue that there was no need to cast a spell, or that magic was impossible. And when she felt the wall go up, he seemed to feel it too. His lips curved into the faintest, proudest smile. "There," she said, rising to her feet. "If you are a spirit, you can no longer reach me." And, if he were a man, if he had somehow freed himself without her help, if she was wrong and he still lived, he could walk across and hold her. There was an old thought experiment, proof of the impossibility of the infinite. A soldier ran at twice the speed of the prisoner he pursued, but the prisoner had a head start of 100 yards. By the time the soldier crossed that first 100 yards, the prisoner had run another 50. The soldier plunged ahead, but when he'd covered those 50 yards, the prisoner was 25 ahead. And so on, and the numbers alone would never allow the soldier to reach the prisoner. But the world did not function on such mathematics. The soldier would eventually be close enough to the prisoner to reach out and seize his quarry. The prisoner would flag, too exhausted by privation to continue fleeing. Reality proved mathematics wrong and proved infinity impossible, because eventually a step became too small, a space too narrow, for anybody to move and not collide. Augustine approached, slowly, as if afraid to startle her. He came to the edge of the circle. She could feel his breath on her face. She could see the smallest pore on his cheek. He lifted his foot. He stepped across the line. He was real. He was alive. All her resolve, all the armor she had carefully cultivated over a lifetime, dissolved the instant he reached out and touched her elbow. It was the lightest touch, but the first gentle one she had felt in what seemed like years. Her exhaustion and desperation and loneliness crashing down upon her, and she threw her arms around him, hiding her face against his shoulder. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm sorry." Beneath her hands, Augustine was solid, and he was breathing, and he clasped her tight against her.
Her knees weakened, gave out, and she was so heavy, so tired, aching for relief. "I should never have brought you here," he murmured, taking her weight in his arms. His voice thrummed through her, a plucked note on a harp string. It was over. She had won. She could sleep, and in the morning her life would make sense again. A whole world rolled out before her, and she realized, trembling, that until that moment it had all fallen away. She'd been floating on her little island of stone and iron and glass, Lindridge Hall, set apart from all the rest. But now she could leave. They could leave together. And yet she did not want to. Augustine lifted a hand and cupped her cheek, turning her face to his, seeing her exhaustion and sickness. "The surgery," he said. "You need the surgery, and I as well." Jane shook her head. "We have no carriage. It is late. How long since you slept? You're growing thin." It wasn't so different from how he'd looked for signs of yellow fever in her, and yet it felt far more like the night he had bandaged her feet. He was solicitous, apologetic, wholly focused on her, not distracted, not bewitched. He was not strong yet, and he had not proven his safety again, but it was a start. A perfect start. She did not want to go back into the world with him, not yet. "You should not leave, not tonight," she argued. "I'll prepare dinner. We can rest here."
"And I can find a way to fix it, Augustine. I have learned the impossible, and I know I can free you. Magic is real, and I can work it." "They will come for us tonight," he murmured. His breath ghosted over her lips. Her heart fluttered, her belly twisted. "I fear what I will do, what they will do. Let us leave this place." Again she shook her head. "The magistrate, Mr. Lowell, they think I am responsible for your disappearance. Then we will prove them wrong with my return. Jane, why won't you leave with me?" Magic. Intoxication. She did not want to break the ritual, did not want to give up what 4 more days might teach her, or even just 2 if she followed her accelerated schedule. But she did not want to tell him that. She did not want to argue. Instead, she slid her hands along his waist and tipped her head down. She kissed him, stilling further protest. She had learned from him. She felt him give in. Elodie and the echoes of the dead had set them against each other, but she was stronger than he was. She could reorder their world and keep him safe. They did not need to build a new fiction together, for she could make reality. She sank to her knees, and Augustine followed her. This was a man who could cut her open, who had nearly killed her in the cellar, and yet she felt a surge of desire despite it. No, because of it, because she could feel him growing helpless at her touch. She had mastered him from the first, had overwhelmed his objections, had brought his world crashing down around them, because in his heart he was hers. Passion peaked. They came together intimately. In the morning, Augustine was gone. The wall remained. The crypt was sealed. Jane screamed until her throat began to bleed. Outside Lindridge Hall, the sun had risen. Jane sat, her dress poorly fastened around the bulging of her belly, shivering in the middle of a circle. She had drawn it with desperate, shaking fingers, but it had come to life despite its wavering perimeter. She had repeated familiar invocations and had cracked open a fresh hen's egg, hoping against hope. The yolk had been yellow and unbroken. She didn't know if that was because she had already worked the dawn ritual once already that day, or if it was because she had violated the dictums of chastity and sleep. It hardly mattered. She was fixed, instead, on the memory of how she had drawn the circle in the study, how she had built it up, how Augustine had stepped across it without issue, though Orrin had not dared to try. Augustine had not flinched. He had not dissolved. He had come to her and held her and felt just as real as she did. But Renton had felt real. So had Abigail. And she had challenged none but the first to cross a circle, taking it on faith that she had been right, that Elodie had helped her, that Orrin had left her because she'd triumphed. Augustine had crossed the circle. The crypt was sealed. An equation at its simplest, its solution plain. A ghost could cross a circle. She had been wrong. Augustine was dead. She had failed. What now? Did she leave? Did she go to the magistrate and confess? But the crypt was sealed. There was no body. She was a poor liar, but she could play the grieving widow. The pain in her breast had fangs and claws, tearing at her lungs, her heart. She could go to Camhurst, go to the Cunninghams, find some way to earn her keep. Start over. Keep her world small, the way she had lived her life before Augustine. She didn't want to leave. She could start over. There wasn't enough food to keep her for 7 days, or enough wood to heat the house, or running water, or 100 other things she would need. But she could leave now, could gather new supplies. Did she owe it to him to keep going, to carry his body out? Or was she only being selfish, filled with desire for the impossible, drowning in shame and longing to fix her mistake? A mistake. She'd made a mistake. Somewhere along the way, she had erred. Could she follow her path back to where it had all gone wrong and find some way to change it, some variable to tweak? What if it had been not her assumptions that had failed her, but her own weakness? Her desire to touch him might have allowed him. She should have feared him, should have mistrusted him, should have believed with all her heart that he had been sent to torment her, and instead, she turned away from the pain. Jane stared at the boundary around her, with its haphazard salt grains, its skipping lines. This was what was true. This was her constant, her starting point, and all her derivations should arise from it. She reached out, searching for the eel, and found it gliding along the walls she had built. She urged it higher, stacked brick upon brick. Her power grew. It gave her some relief. She had destroyed the ritual, might have already lost Augustine, but she had not lost this. She built a little higher, a little more. Peace spread across her, and she stretched out on the floor in the middle of the circle. The aching of her heart grew distant, eclipsed by the surge of power in her. She built higher and higher, and the world around her faded in color. The room was still filled with early morning light, but it grew thinner. The edges of the furniture became indistinct, the joining of the walls and ceiling extending out endlessly away from her, like faint pencil lines measured out along a straight edge. It was soothing. It was calming. She could feel tears upon her cheeks. The world fell away, and she fell away with it. Had this been here all this time? This gentle succor? This sweet emptiness? Her lungs expanded and contracted as normal, and she knew that she was getting air, but it felt distant. It felt immaterial. Ecstasy danced across her nerves, a sweet delight, perfect in its tenor, blotting out all else. No, not all else. The mass was moving, shifting inside of her, the way infants were said to kick within the womb. It hurt. She pushed away from the feeling, weaving her walls higher, reaching for more delight, more gracious bliss. Instead came agony. The mass pulsed, sharp and angry, the pain more horrible than anything she had ever felt. It throbbed and arced and racked her down to her soul, and she clutched at her belly, gasping for breath. She lost her hold upon the eel. The pain quieted as the wall around her lowered a few feet, the ecstasy leaching from her brain. That mass was magic. That knot, when all else was gone, thrummed and sang within her. What did it mean that it hurt as the wall grew higher, as the world grew more distant? Another clue, another variable. A loud crack startled her. There, harsh footsteps in the hall. And now she heard voices, heard the footsteps slow, and then Mrs. Luthbright and Mrs. Pearl appeared in the doorway. Their features were abstracted, splashes of pigment and emotion that Jane could feel more than she could see. Mrs. Pearl recoiled at the sight of Jane and whispered something she could not make out.
But Mrs. Lethbridge stormed forward, shouting, "I will not let this continue any longer, Mrs. Lawrence." She reached the chalk line, and not seeing it, stepped over. It did not stop her, did not bow and flex like an infant's caul. She stepped across it like it was only chalk. The world crashed back into Jane. She retched. Mrs. Lethbridge sidestepped the mess and seized one of her arms, hauling her up. "Come, we have brought a carriage," Mrs. Lethbridge said. She was rough as she dragged Jane to the hall. Mrs. Pearl stared, hands outstretched but not quite touching. "Genevieve," Mrs. Lethbridge snapped. "What if the madness is catching?" Mrs. Pearl returned. Jane reeled, barely tracking the conversation. Everything was noise and emotion and pain. She curled in on herself and wailed. Mrs. Lethbridge flinched, but did not let go. "Mrs. Lawrence, stop. We must get you outside. The carriage is waiting." "Let me go," she begged.
Let me go. The thought of being taken from the house sparked panic in her, and she jerked back, trying to break Mrs. Lethbridge's grip. But she was weak. She had not realized until that moment how her muscles cramped, how they refused to work in concert with one another. She turned to Mrs. Pearl, desperate. "Please, let me go. I am trying to bring him back. I have to fix this. I can fix this. I must get him out. I must." Mrs. Pearl approached with cautious steps. Hope grew in Jane, then fell dead as Mrs. Pearl seized her as well. They dragged her toward the front door. "He is in the house!" Jane cried. They stopped. "Mercy," Mrs. Pearl said, looking at Jane, then up to Mrs. Lethbridge. "We need to get the magistrate." "He's dead in the house? Please, he's trapped. Did you not see the cellar door? It's gone. It's gone. The house has taken him." "You need rest and food and quiet," Mrs. Pearl said, though she kept casting worried looks at Mrs. Lethbridge. "You are seeing things. I am not," Jane yelled, and wrenched herself free with an eruption of rageful strength. She fell to the floor, crawling backward. "I know exactly what I see. This house crawls with spirits, and I let Augustine lie to me once about that, no more. This house is infested. They have taken him and killed him, and I will set him free again." Her fingers swept in an arc around her, their ridges coated with chalk and salt from her days of drawing. "I will fix this. You will not remove me." "Mrs. Lawrence," Mrs. Pearl began, and then was gone. The foyer was smaller than it had been before. There was no door. Jane was alone. The wall that split the foyer of Lindridge Hall spanned neatly from floor to vaulted ceiling and was made of pristine, unbroken, familiar stone. It was white and cool to the touch. And Jane had conjured it. She had not meant to. She had not intended to. Not like she had intended to move the book. Not like she built her circles. But she had done it. She had, in one terrified, overwhelmed, desperate moment, gone from wanting to be left alone to living in a world where she simply was. She sat for a long time in front of the wall, listening for the sounds of voices beyond it. But if Mrs. Pearl and Mrs. Lethbridge remained, they were silent. She hoped they had left. She hoped they had fled. She hoped that she had not unmade them with a thoughtless working. And what of the world outside of Lindridge Hall? What would she see if she looked through the windows? Would the hills still roll in their gentle way? Would farms dot the landscape? Would the dead trees still stand in the front garden? Would Larenton and Camhurst, and beyond them, cities she had never been to or heard of, would they all still exist? She was too afraid to look. Instead, she stared at the wall and felt a different kind of dread spreading through her limbs and making them heavy, choking her. The wall was familiar, terrible in how it matched exactly the featureless stone that had replaced the crypt door. It led to only one conclusion. She had sealed the crypt. She had locked Augustine away from her in a moment of terror. There had been no circle around her, and yet, perhaps helped along by the magic that had soaked into the cellar over generations, Jane had sealed the crypt.
Just as she had panicked as the servants had tried to drag her to salvation, she had, exhausted and terrified, given over to desperate dreams of safety. And the wall had come. Augustine was dead, and he was dead because of her. She wanted to be angry, to blame him because he had hurt her, terrified her, looked at her with a bewitched light in his eyes that he refused to fight. His physician's godhood, stoked by the ghosts of his failures all around him, had stopped his ears. And even before that, he had made her love him, had pulled down the walls around her with his generous spirit, his aching tenderness. It had all been his fault, because he had loved her and so made himself vulnerable, desperate to save her. But he hadn't deserved to die. She hadn't wanted to kill him. If she had this power inside of her, the power to make a wall exist where none had before, simply because she was afraid, why couldn't she unmake it now that the fear had passed? Why had she been forced to forego sleep, to learn secrets she had not strictly needed? 1,000 answers presented themselves. Because she had not felt as strongly when she tried to return the door than she had when she created the wall. Because it was easier for her to want to be alone than it was to form connection. Because she had felt guilty for her own actions and not desperate for his safety. Not really. She remembered how happy she had been in the arms of his ghost, and she hated herself. Eventually, Jane rose, her knees screaming with pain, her head swimming. She had slept only a few hours in Augustine's arms, not enough by far to undo the damage she had wrought upon her mind, but rest was 1,000 miles away. Instead, she made her way to where the crypt door had stood and stared again at featureless white stone. "Should I try to open it, Augustine?" she asked, voice so quiet that the stillness of the hall absorbed it. "Is there any point? Nobody will mourn you. Nobody will mourn me. We are together in that, at least." There was no answer. The house did not roar. The pipes did not groan. She did not hear his voice, his breaths, his sobs. Lindridge Hall was silent. She was too much of a coward to try to pull the wall down. Instead, she went into the sitting room and, head bowed, pulled the curtains tight over the windows, dropping the room into darkness. She went back to her circle and sat within it, and built it up, brick by brick, then tore it down again. Mindless motion, mindless experimentation. She was so tired, and yet she didn't think she would ever sleep again. She kept the walls at a manageable height, not tall or thick enough to cause more than a twinge of pain in her gut. The pain was too sharp, too distracting, too liable to make her panic and do something else. Instead, she built just high enough to see, in the angles and lines of the joinery of the house, a subtle structure. Perfect solids inscribed one within the other, transections of angles, a sequence of numbers processing in orderly fashion and adding up toward infinity. She could reorganize it, change the rules upon which the sequence grew. All she need do was reach out and grasp it, and her fingers itched to do it. But she didn't, because she did not know enough to reset the bones of the world without causing unintended harm. The walls lowered, and Lindridge Hall was once more just a house. A familiar cough from behind her roused her some time later, Mr. Cunningham, smoking his cigars. The room glowed with the light of a well-built fire in the hearth, a fire she had not lit. She covered her face with her hands, unwilling to look. No, no, please no. She could take no more of this. She was heartsore and exhausted. Dreaming? You are dreaming. Waking dreams, can they not come to the sleepless? "Come now, Jane," Mrs. Cunningham said, "have a brandy with us." Jane thought that she would surely cry, but her tears had dried days ago. Her mouth had dried too, and her bones and sinews. She felt made of dust. If the Cunninghams were here, it was because they were dead. Augustine's impact upon the world, his reordering of the patterns of death, had drawn their spirits here. That had clearly not unraveled at his passing. But she was sure she would have known. If they were dead, she would have been sent a letter. By someone. By nobody, her thoughts whispered. Nobody else connects you to them. You left, and now they are gone. They had been her world, but she was only a small part of theirs. 15 years of guardianship, where she had never demanded their attention, compared to 40 decades of the Cunninghams raising their own children and building Mr. Cunningham's career. It wasn't enough. She had squandered so many chances.
Why did that hurt so much? Why had standing in their empty house hurt so much? She had chosen to relate as she had to them. She had decided to spare them her expense in Camhurst. She had been a good child, an easy child. She could understand pain from grief, but not from the distance between them. "Jane," Mr. Cunningham said, pulling her back to the present so firmly she swayed where she sat. "Come sit with us." Jane turned. They were real in every detail, down to every age spot, every wrinkle. Jane knew the bobbin lace on the collar of Mrs. Cunningham's gown. She knew the smell of the cedar blocks Mr. Cunningham's jacket had been packed with during the summer months. Mrs. Cunningham came to the very edge of Jane's circle, frowning down at her. "Why are you on the floor, dear? Come, get up. Let me have a look at you. Tell me what has happened." "He's dead," Jane whispered, and then began to laugh, helplessly, hysterically. "You're dead." But that too seemed wrong. This all seemed wrong. What could have killed the Cunninghams so soon after they had left for Camhurst? Even illness rarely moved so quickly. A carriage accident? A robbery gone wrong? "Jane," Mrs. Cunningham chided, "you're being foolish. Are you ill? Are you feverish? You should be in bed. You cannot be here." She recited the facts she knew. "You went away, to Camhurst. Can we not visit you? Come, at least sit with me a moment." She reached out a hand. Jane stared at it. Yesterday, in the study, she had dreamed of this. Oh, not the Cunninghams, should thought to summon her mother, indistinct and lovely. But the Cunninghams would do just as well, now that they were just as deceased. Jane could reject their comfort and feel her shame, or lie down in the warm sunlight of their regard until she too starved. It was an easy choice. Jane reached across the chalk line and took Mrs. Cunningham's hand. The walls she had built up came crashing down in a shiver inside her skull. Mrs. Cunningham smiled and drew her to the couch. Her skin was cool, as if she'd been walking in the autumn air, and her cheeks were pink to match. She felt solid. "You look well," Mrs. Cunningham said once they were seated, heedless of Jane's turmoil. She settled a hand onto Jane's belly, where the seams of her dress strained, unable now to contain the knotted swelling. "To be with child so soon after your marriage is a lucky thing." "No," Jane said, heart aching. "No, you misunderstand." Augustine hadn't said a word about it, she realized. She should have known then that something was wrong. He would have seen it, would have tended to her, fussed over her, whether he had been a ghost or living. So what then had he been? She felt sick. "Really, Jane? You'd reject this blessing?" Mr. Cunningham said from where he stood beside the fireplace. She shook her head, confused. "That's not—" "You marry a man and expect him to never ask children of you? Do you think yourself so far above all of us that you can reject our kindness in favor of marriage and reject your marital duties in favor of self-satisfaction? What do you mean?" Her brow tightened, confusion deepening. He had never been cruel to her, not even when, as a child, she'd lashed out, still heartsore and shell-shocked. The Cunninghams had been firm, kind, and distantly warm. Even in her childish imaginings, inventing reasons to hate them before she learned to cherish them, she had never imagined Mr. Cunningham being cruel. These words, they didn't sound like his at all. But these were their souls. Orrin and Abigail had accused her only of what she knew herself to be guilty of, what they themselves had seen, somewhere across the boundary of death. And yet something was wrong. She was sure of it. Why were they here?
"Why did you stay in Larrington if this is not what you wanted?" Mrs. Cunningham asked, voice softer, gentler. "We know it would have been hard for you to go back to Camhurst. But if you had been with us, you could have gone to university, created something new for yourself, used your brilliance instead of bartering it for a quiet life you didn't fully understand." Her head ached. They spoke of things Jane had kept from them, and things she had thought after they had gone, wishes inspired by the derision of Augustine's colleagues. It made no sense that they had suspected it all. "I thought you'd at least pretend to be sociable," Mr. Cunningham sighed. "I thought we taught you better than this." And Jane went very still, a feely mouse who had seen the shadow of a hawk. The Cunninghams had never known the deepest interior of her mind, where she had taught herself to make eye contact and to handle small talk, and to smooth over how indelibly odd she was. Everything they said was an accusation she had leveled at herself, at her most unkind. They could not know that. They were pulling it from her thoughts, buried thoughts, digging deep into her skull. "You cannot control everything," Mrs. Cunningham added, more quietly now. "I just wanted to keep things simple," Jane whispered, hunching in on herself. "And look at what it's brought on," Mr. Cunningham said, tapping his cigar ash onto the floor. "You forced a man to marry you so that you could remain small and unremarkable, and now you have killed him because he would not bow to your wishes. Worse, you are bringing all of Larrington down around you. We should never have taken you in." I never said I killed him," Mr. Cunningham harumphed. "How else could it have gone? You have always been selfish. I imagine it is because you learned at a young age that you deserved to live when others stayed behind to die. Ruined from the first. Why are you doing this?" Jane begged. Mrs. Cunningham touched her shoulder, drawing her attention. She smiled. She was kind. "Because," she said, "we are starving, my dear. Our hunger is endless compared to yours." Her features smoothed out, becoming featureless stone from the cheeks up. Below was carved into an emaciated jaw and exposed teeth. And then Mrs. Cunningham was herself again. Jane started forward, focusing her eyes so hard that her vision blurred, but it was only Mrs. Cunningham before her. Panicked, Jane rose, but Mrs. Cunningham seized Jane's wrist. "Jane, do settle yourself. We did not adequately prepare you for the world. That is our failing." Her voice was sweet and light, a mockery of the woman who had raised Jane. "Let me go, fiend," Jane whispered. Mrs. Cunningham let go, eyes wide and soft tears welling up inside of them. "Fiend? Oh, Jane, stop." She glanced at Mr. Cunningham, but there was no trace of stone to him either, no more cruelty in the set of his mouth. Her resolve faltered. Had she really seen that? Really heard it? Hungry. Mrs. Cunningham had said she was hungry. And what should a ghost hunger for? She was exhausted. She was falling to pieces. Her guardians were dead, dead and gone. And so was Augustine. And Mrs. Cunningham had not crossed the circle, had she? "Leave," she mumbled thickly. She needed space. She needed air. "You must leave. I do not want to see you." She struggled to remember. She had knelt there, and Mrs. Cunningham had come to the very edge of the circle. She had reached out a hand, and Jane had taken it. But had her hand crossed the boundary? "Sit down, darling," Mrs. Cunningham crooned. Her hand had not crossed the boundary. Jane was sure of it. She had been the one to reach out. Mrs. Cunningham had not crossed the circle. Orrin had not crossed the circle. Whatever Augustine had been then, he was not the same as the Cunninghams. She tore at her hair, falling back one step, another. Her head pounded. "You're overwhelmed. You're seeing things. We will send for the doctor." No. Thoughts of these creatures wearing Dr. Nizamiev's face drove her to her feet. She threw her aching, wrung-out body toward the hall. They followed behind her, hunting dogs that had scented prey. She broke into a run, through the bisected foyer and up the stairs, staggering into the banisters and hauling herself up, step after step.
"Cease your childish flight, Jane," Mrs. Cunningham called from behind her, voice echoing in the vaulted space. "It does not become a young lady. It does not become a new wife. You are not her," Jane cried, crashing onto the second-floor landing. "You may have died as her, but you are not her now. Something has happened to you." "The girl's gone mad," Mr. Cunningham said. "I will send for Dr. Nizamiev." "And how do you know her?" Jane hissed, then tore herself away. She could not get drawn into this. She had to get to a safe place. But where was safe? She could not afford to build a circle so high as to obliterate the sound of their voices. She climbed to the 3rd floor. They followed, but they did not run. They proceeded, arm in arm, as if out for a stroll by the river. They fell away below her, but Jane's flight bought her only a few minutes, a brief reprieve. She had to find a way to banish them. Whatever these starving creatures were, however the spirits of the dead had been twisted, they came from what had been done to Elodie, hadn't they? Everything began with Elodie. The ritual had been worked with Elodie's flesh. Jane needed to find her, to demand answers, demand solutions. But Jane had not seen Elodie in days. Since the blankness had replaced Elodie in her hallucination, there had been no trace of the fair-haired, red-eyed ghost in any window. Why? Was it connected? It had to be. Jane ran for the 3rd-floor bedroom, slowing only to turn the gas lights up to full brightness. She had found Elodie's journal here, the only trace of her left in the whole house. If Jane was to find Elodie anywhere beyond the crypt, it would be here. But the rooms were empty, and Jane could not bring herself to look at the windows, too afraid of seeing something other than fields and farms beyond. Even with every light turned up to full brightness, there were only walls and ceilings and floors, ghost-empty furniture with no trace of character, of inhabitants. Jane found herself standing in what had been the bedroom, staring at a tarnished, floor-length mirror, helpless, wishing Elodie would appear. "Elodie," she said, addressing her own reflection. "Elodie, come!" Her own eyes stared back. Of course, Elodie had never come when called, appearing only when Elodie herself willed it. Where did she go when she was not there? Jane tried to sort through her harried thoughts, organize them into sets, and work through each with logical precision. First, Elodie had died, and from her body, Augustine had worked a spell that pulled the ghosts of the dead back into the world of the living. Second, magicians change the workings of their bodies. Things grew out of place. Natural occurrences were not merely natural in the hands of a magician. Third, when Jane had seen Elodie's life, she saw a hole where Elodie should have been. But when Jane had seen Elodie's death, Elodie had been present, and since her death she had appeared to Jane, out of place, out of time. From these points she could construct a chain that linked Elodie's presence directly to magic, and from there, a solution. Magic should be able to call her back, and Jane could work magic. There was no way to make chalk and salt stick to the slick surface of the mirror, so Jane pulled out her hairpin and began to scratch at the glass. The metal squealed loud enough that her ears hurt. She was careful to make it as perfect a circle as she could manage, holding the radius steady by way of a strip torn from her dress and the straining of her thumb upon the mirror. Her reflection, as she worked, was wild, unhinged. Her eyes had grown as red as Elodie's. Blood vessels burst from constant wakefulness and her injections. Her hair fell around her face in knotted tangles, matted with oil and dust. Her lips were colorless and cracked, her fingers ink-stained and swollen. But it felt good to see the violence of the house written upon her flesh. It meant she was real. It meant this was real. The circle inscribed, she used the pin to cut her thumb. She pressed her blood into the grooves, and it caught in the channel and spread, wicking halfway around before she had to add new drops. Then she crawled back, until her whole reflection was encompassed by the circle, until her image was centered.
She hugged her knees to her chest and reached for the eel. It leapt to her, eager for blood. She built the wall, doubled, around her image and through the other side of the mirror. It made a tunnel, and in it she heard a roaring, rushing sound. Her blood within her ears? A storm building outside? Power, power flowing. Jane stared into her own revened eyes, her tangled hair. Her reflection was almost Elodie's already. All she had to do was know it to be Elodie in truth. But she hesitated. When Jane cast the spell, Elodie might appear, but might know only as much as Jane herself did. Or Elodie might take the place of Jane's own reflection, and from there, Jane's entire self. The dangers that had kept her from looking out the windows of Lindridge Hall, fearing what she would learn to be true, stilled her hand. They were the same dangers that had kept her from pulling down the crypt door when she might still have had a chance to save Augustine, afraid of what she might create when she conjured the open stairs. But she had no choices left. She could hear footsteps again, the Cunninghams' slow processional reaching the third floor. Sharply delineate and define the bounds of your knowledge. She did not know Elodie's mind. She knew that Elodie and she were not the same. She knew that Elodie had come to her before, with her own mind, her own intentions. She did not know what those intentions were. Jane looked at her own reflection and knew only that Elodie had come to her, and nothing more. Elodie looked back at her, face shifting, features distorting. She wore her bloody visage, her gown split, her flesh moving as she breathed. Behind her, darkness, and the palest stone of the crypt floor where Jane's gaslight fell upon it. Jane's breath caught in her lungs, pushed down beneath her heart. The crypt. "Is Augustine alive?" Jane whispered, the only question she could form. Elodie said nothing. Jane crumbled, sagging, fisting her hair in her hair. She struggled to breathe at all, then to breathe evenly. She had thought him dead for sure until just a few minutes ago. To know it again was not so bad. But she had let herself hope, and that tremulous hope was crushed with every second that passed. "Were you with him when he died?" she asked, fingers twisting at the torn edge of her skirts. "Was that what kept you away?" Elodie twitched. It was almost a nod. Jane cried out, but Elodie made no more motion, and, as always, made no sound. Another variable described. Elodie was not like the creatures down below. Her very silence, and her confinement to reflections when not inside the crypt, set her apart. She did not seem hungry, after all. Jane licked her cracked lips with her papery tongue, and ventured, "Is there something I can do to fix this? To save him?" Elodie hadn't nodded after all when Jane had asked if Augustine was dead. Silence was not certainty. Jane clung to that thought, and held her breath, and waited. After what felt like an endless stretch of time, Elodie nodded. Yes. Elation made her heart hammering painfully in her chest. "Can you tell me?" she asked, barely louder than a whisper. Again, Elodie nodded. "What? What must I do?" Elodie opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Without sound, Jane could ask her yes or no questions, but could not have more beyond that. Unless Elodie's journal lay discarded elsewhere, past the Cunninghams, but it was simple enough to know the journal had been there, and to know that the journal was now before her, a pen beside it. The contents no longer mattered, after all. She did not have to remember them in perfect detail.
She needed only to offer it to Elodie, to write down something new. "What must I know?" she asked, sliding the journal and pen toward her knees, toward her reflections' knees, to fix everything? Elodie looked at the pen, then lifted it up in the reflection. On Jane's side, it did not move. She stared as Elodie took up the journal as well, and opened to a clean, fresh page. The world around her fell away, and there was only the young woman, bloodied and alone. Elodie was still, save for the trembling in her fingers. Jane felt so very like her that she wanted to weep. She wished they could have met some other way, in some other life. She wished she understood what had made the woman attack her,
What had made them set themselves against each other? Elodie had helped her the night that Oren came. Elodie had never appeared to Augustine. Something connected her to Jane, something unknown, perhaps unknowable. Elodie began to write. She did not write much. A few words that Jane could not make out. She blew upon the ink, then carefully closed the notebook, pen inside the pages to mark the sheet. She set it down where Jane had placed it, and Jane was careful not to look beside her. She had not looked at her own notebook since the moment Elodie had touched it, in the reflection. Elodie nodded. Jane mastered her breathing, then closed her eyes and picked up the notebook by touch alone. She slid her thumb along the shaft of the pen. Not daring to hope, because to hope was not to know, she opened the journal and her eyes. Elodie had written only 4 words. Ghosts are not real. Jane stared, then looked sharply up at the mirror. But the mirror held only her own reflection, even as she stood, even as she rushed forward and grasped the molded edges. "I don't understand," she cried, shaking it as if she held Elodie herself by the shoulders. "Come back, I need more. I can't understand this." Ghosts are not real. The words echoed inside her head. They collided with the stone she had seen beneath Mrs. Cunningham's skin, and the glide of statues in the hallway, Dr. Nizamiev's explanation of death and resurrection, and her own theories about how much Augustine might have changed the world. The Cunninghams appearing, even though the chance that they had both died was so low, even though she felt no responsibility for their unknown deaths. If ghosts were not real, what were the things wearing the faces of the Cunninghams, tormenting her, pulling thoughts straight from her mind? If ghosts were not real, what had she lain with, if not Augustine? If ghosts were not real, how could she be certain Augustine was dead? The creatures down below followed certain rules. They came after dark. They disappeared at sunrise. They could not cross her circle. Whatever had come to her in Augustine's form had not been them, and had not been his spirit. Augustine might yet live. "Come back," she cried, falling to her knees before the mirror. Her fingers pressed so hard against the glass that spidering cracks began to spread across its surface. But Elodie was gone. "Tell me he is alive. Tell me he is suffering, if only so that I know he still breathes. If he was alive, if she hadn't failed, if she knew now how to call a wall, and how to summon the visage of an impossible dead woman, she could bring the crypt wall down. She could save him." The Cunninghams were mere feet from the bedroom when Jane emerged to face them. They stood together, with the dour-faced concern they usually only showed for the matters of Mr. Cunningham's worse-off clients. Jane's heart pounded in her throat, and she tried to see a way past them. There was none. They filled the hallway. Jane fell back a step, and then another. "Jane, please," Mrs. Cunningham said. "Come here, darling." She held out her age-spotted hands. Her knuckles thickened, her wrists plump. Jane retreated. The anger in her breast, the righteous fury and the fear, she kept it all tempered, banked inside her, though it made her hands tremble until she fisted them in her skirts. She had to be calm and clever and focused. She had to be everything Augustine was in the throes of surgery. A life depended on her. But she was exhausted, and as she backpedaled, her ankle twisted. She stumbled, nearly falling, and then she looked down and saw them. All the circles she had drawn, all her experiments, covering almost every inch of the floor. She could use this. Drawing up to her full height, Jane made herself reach out and take Mrs. Cunningham's hands. Her stomach twisted in revulsion at how solid and comforting they felt. Ghosts are not real, she told herself, and then buried the thought, because she could not let herself feel horror. Not now, not yet. It's always been easier to run, she made herself say. Mrs. Cunningham, the thing that wore her face, smiled at that, and gave Jane's hand a squeeze. "Come, let us begin again," she said. She glanced at Mr. Cunningham.
He nodded solemnly. "I want an apology," Jane said, as she took one step forward. The Cunninghams stepped back, as if in a dance. They were just outside an unbroken circle, one drawn with ink and metal rather than chalk. "An apology?" Mr. Cunningham said. "It is the role of a parent, of a guardian, to tell a child when she has grown wayward. I am only helping you." "You were cruel," Jane said. "Cruelty has a way of cutting through to the heart of things," Mr. Cunningham said. "Surely you have learned that by now." They both smiled at her, and their smiles could have been loving, from a desperate angle. But Jane saw only hunger. She clasped both by the shoulder. "You're right," she said. "I have." She shoved the Cunninghams over the bounds of the circle, and Jane drew up the wall. She didn't know what to expect, if they would howl or shout abuse or throw themselves against it. And so she built it high and fast, reckless with her conceptualizing. The bricks she envisioned teetered and threatened to fall. Her stomach gave a raging pang. Inside, the Cunninghams only stared. No rage in their faces, only stillness. And then their flesh began to crack. It gave way in flakes and peelings, not like skin or muscle or organ, but like burning wood, crackler spreading in fine webbed networks across their faces, their hands, their clothing. It sloughed away in curls and fragments, and beneath her guardian's familiar shapes, their mortal bumps and curves, there was only impassive stone. They grew tall and attenuated, their heads stretching out in downward arcing crescents. And Jane made herself watch it all. These were not the Cunninghams. Ghosts were not real. Jane could not know if her guardians lived or died. The masks these creatures wore were no proof at all. If they spoke, she could not hear it. The wall obliterated all sound. But they moved, heads tilting, bodies beginning to glide. Jane built higher still, shoring up the misplaced blocks, building floors and ceilings. The creatures contorted. They lifted from the ground, limbs twisting upon themselves, until they were only strange sculpture, barely recognizable. They hung motionless, in the mirror image of Dr. Nizamiev's photographs, imprisoned as magicians had been before them. Jane realized with a lurch that she had almost joined those photographs. If the servants had not come back for her that morning, she might have built her walls this high, despite the pain in her belly. And she would have been only another collection piece for Dr. Nizamiev's asylum. Mad or frozen, the doctor would have accepted her either way. She stared up at them, her unreal tormentors, and slowly began to back away. She let go of the wall, expecting it to tumble. But it stayed erect, no brick sliding out of place, no flexing of the structure. They could not pursue her. And yet, though they were immobilized and fixed in amber, she could not leave that hallway without a surge of fear.
Gathering her supplies, fresh chalk, fresh salt, a candelabra with fresh candles, and every other tool of ritual she had amassed, all bundled into a bag made out of Mrs. Luthbright's abandoned apron, was the work of frantic, harried minutes, each one a panicked opportunity to glance again at the stairs to the third floor. She did not hear their footsteps or their voices. At last, Jane went to where the cellar door had been transformed. There, she built up her own walls and sat in contemplation. Everything in her urged her to barrel on ahead, to know the wall was gone and simply walk into the crypt. But she knew now that to rush was to falter. She might bring the whole house down upon her head if she erred, or erase the crypt from existence entirely. Could she bound her knowledge enough, by focus of will alone, to know she was not changing the reality below? When she had built her circle high around the creatures, she had seen their true form. If only she could have worked a circle around the expanse of stone, she could have investigated it, flayed it down to component parts, drawn up some equation, some geometry to reorganize it. But perhaps the circle did not need to be around the stone. When she had built her circle too high around herself, she'd seen the world fade, revealing hidden details, inner truths.
She had seen the angles of the house's joinery and some meaning in them. Reality could be delineated. The wall was as much a lens as a fortification. Looking in or looking out, did it matter which direction? She drew up the walls around her, overhead, thick enough that she could see the lines of truth sketched out upon reality. Her stomach gave more angry protests, but she blocked them out, searching for the borders of the slab before her. Its corners were an inhumanly perfect 90 degrees, traced out in blinding light. Its sheer unreality, its divorce from any earthly manipulation of pen and paper, leapt into her fingers. She peeled. The stone came away. It buckled under its own weight, its impossible existence, and crumbled into nothing. She fell back against the metaphysical bricks she had built up around her and felt them give way as well. The circle settled out. The world regained its color and solidity. The opening yawned, dark and ominous, as she struggled back up to her feet. Her stomach was a seething molten mass beneath her lungs, and her head spun. She clutched the revealed doorframe, panting until she was still enough to light the tapers of the candelabra. And then she plunged down into the crypt. The candelabra's light flickered and guttered from her harsh pace. The cool, dank air of the tunnels closed in around her, but Jane pressed forward, heedless of the spirits that might gather. She felt eyes on her, heavy and pressing, closing in as she reached the room with the table and chairs, but no looming shadows waited for her in the doorways. She slowed only long enough to look at Elodie's name engraved upon a seat, and then she pressed onward. "Augustine!" Her voice rang out, amplified and echoing down the hall she found herself in. "Augustine, I am here!" For half a second she was terrified to let the sound die out, too afraid of what she wouldn't hear when it was gone. But she stilled her lungs. She looked from side to side, scanning every inch of the hallway for a figure, a shoe print, a smudge. There was nothing, nothing but white stone. The hallway seemed impossibly long, studded with branches and broken once or twice by turns that did not double back, but instead pressed outward to new dimensions. The cellar was a maze. How had it been built? How had nobody questioned it when they laid the huge stone slabs, joined almost imperceptibly? Had it been built so long ago that the builders had understood, implicitly, the promise that its geometry made? Or had it been built piecemeal so that no one person but its designer could see the final sequence? It went beyond the surface boundaries of Lindridge Hall. Whatever magic of Dr. Nizamiev's ritual still remained failed in that moment. She felt the rupture throughout her body as she crossed the threshold. She kept walking. But not 3 minutes later, the hallway she staggered down ended in a blank wall, carved with faint shapes, shapes she traced with her fingertips but could find no meaning in. More esoterica, more esotericism, more fervent beliefs held by generations that had gone before, beliefs she could not access, let alone know with such certainty. She stared at it, wavering on her feet. Her legs ached. Her feet screamed. Her stomach, it did not help. To think about the pain in her stomach, the pain that called when the magic came thickest in her veins. Stopping did not help either. The longer she was still, the harder it would be to move again. She knew that. She had learned it on the long road back to Larrington and in the emptiness of the Cunninghams' home. She made herself turn around. Even as her candles burned lower, even as the cold bit into her, ticking down the clock of her endurance. She was not alone. Just far enough from her that her candle's light limned the outline but not the substance, somebody waited. Jane surged forward, then stopped again as she made out the slightness of the frame, the curve of the throat, the line of the clothing. It was not Augustine. It was not Elodie. It was her mother. Her mother stood turned away from her, dressed in her auxiliary uniform. Even before Jane was sent away, her mother had joined her father out in the streets, part of the corps of volunteers who helped people who were trapped in wreckage and cordoned off unsafe areas after each round of shelling. A stitched leather gas mask hung loose around her neck, as grotesque as Jane remembered it, and her hair was cropped close to her head.
This was not the mother she had dreamed of conjuring. This was plucked impossibly from her memories. Dreams of her parents had long ago faded to bare suggestions, and when Jane had thought of her mother, her vague form always had long hair. Her vague features were always happy and loving. But this was her mother as her mother had been, the last time Jane had seen her. Until that moment, Jane had believed she'd forgotten her face. But Jane knew the lines that were just beginning to form at the corners of her eyes, the sweep of her pale lashes, the upturned angle of her nose. All the details a child had memorized in happier times, fixed fast upon her mind by the bright panic of calamity. "Do not do this," Jane said. Her mother made no response, as if she hadn't heard. And even though Jane knew that it was not her mother, that it was only one of the creatures wearing her face, that quiet disregard broke her. Jane sank to her knees, undone. "I forgot you," she breathed. "I wanted to forget you." Still, her mother did not respond. It would have been easier if she had. Jane could more readily argue away a kind and loving apparition, or a cruel one, the way she had with the Cunninghams. She could have walked past, or locked the apparition in another infinite circle. But this disinterest? Jane reached out for her, before recoiling. Did it matter that ghosts were not real, and this was not her mother? Or was it only the beating of her own heart that mattered? The longing there? The loneliness? To walk past her was abominable when Jane had no other trace of her left. "Please, please look at me," Jane whispered. Her mother shifted then, and Jane's heart leapt, but it was to take a step away, leaving once more. Jane surged forward then, desperate to see recognition in her eyes. She seized her mother by the shoulders, turning her around. Her mother's body was warm, and her features were so detailed, so specific. It could have been her mother, if she had wanted it, if she could have known it to be true. Surely magic could transform the creatures it had given life to. The temptation consumed her, and she whispered, "It's your daughter," as if it were only aging that caused this distance. "Your daughter, Jane. I am here. I am here." Her mother's expression flickered with faint annoyance, and her eyes focused briefly on Jane's face. It stole Jane's breath. And then her mother's attention moved on again to somewhere beyond her. How fitting that Jane could not see recognition in her eyes, or interest, or awareness. Jane had shut herself off from the memory of her mother long ago. But now, the old scar inside her was torn open afresh, and she was bleeding, hemorrhaging a pain she hadn't touched in near on 2 decades. She had forgotten how to staunch the flow. Crying, Jane let go of her mother's shoulders to touch her cheeks, her fingers light over the warm, real flesh. She brushed her thumbs along her mother's hairline and sought out every element of herself in her mother's face. She found the smallest buckle along the line of her jaw. At first, her eyes slid off it, her mind unwilling to accept the fracture in the illusion. But beneath that buckle was dark granite. Its weight anchored her when everything else threatened to fade away, and she dug her fingertips beneath it. It was tempting, so tempting, the idea of giving herself over to the melancholic, aching dream of her mother, the way she had planned to so many days ago. But she forced herself to fight instead, tearing at the false flesh, unveiling more and more of the truth beneath. She had forgone sleep for this. She had subsisted only on bits of hair, tangled seagrass, raw eggs. She had made herself half mad, following a set of rituals designed to open her mind to the workings of the world, and she saw them now. The flesh sloughed off like a drumhead cut from its frame. The statue rose above her, looking down with the same dispassion as her mother's eyes had held. It had always been that. Always. Always. "Why will you not feed us?" the creature said, its words unlike anything she had ever heard. They were more than sounds. They snaked over her chilled flesh, her tired bones. "Feed us, and we will carry you out of here." The same hunger that Mrs. Cunningham had voiced. These things grew desperate when denied, she realized, And that knowledge gave her strength. "And what would feed you?" she asked, stepping back and regarding it with her chin lifted. "Your shame." She remembered Augustine in the kitchen, bewitched, staring at her, and seeing blood in her eyes, sickness under her skin. Shame was overwhelming in its paradoxical comfort. When Jane saw her mother, she felt the desperate need to fix things. When Augustine saw his patients, he saw the chance to heal what he had failed to repair. Simple. It was so simple. These were not the ghosts of the dead, but hungry things that wore their forms, extracted from memory, bound to cause the maximum amount of pain because they drew only the details that hurt from their victims' minds. Jane bared her teeth. "I will not be ashamed," she said. "You will die down here without our help." It was barely a threat. It sounded like truth, and Jane had to claw her way past it, like spider webs tangling between her teeth and nails. "I will fight," Jane spat. There was no circle she could force the creature into. Could she draw a ring before her and drag it there? The thought seemed ludicrous, seeing the heavy base of the statue before her. But she could still draw one around herself. When she crouched, her legs gave out beneath her. She fell, exhausted, to her knees. She forced herself to reach, to scribble, to think of eels and walls. "You are so much greater than he," the statue murmured, words sliding across the folds of her brain. "So much more resilient. He had so much shame, so much regret. But yours is harder given and sweeter for it." She reached behind herself with shaking hands and completed the circle. "You tried to live a small life, Jane Shoringfield Lawrence. You tried to have no regrets. You tried to control everything. And now you are here, filled with guilt. How many have died because of your actions? Because you married a man who did not want to marry. Because you made him care enough to lie to you. Because you forced him to confront those lies." The creature spoke the truth, and the truth was so heavy that it bore her down to the ground. She curled around the pulsing mass within her belly. "What have you lost?" it asked, gliding an inch closer. "In pursuing the impossible. You have frightened many, forced your care upon them, made them fear you. You have ruined lives, more than you have killed." "No," Jane whispered. "I will not regret that. I will not regret any of it. Not until I am through. Not until I have saved him." She glared up at the thing. It stopped. It regarded her. Its crescent head did not move. Its carved robes did not shift. Then, think back to before. Think of when the bombs fell. Remember the fear, the guilt, when others around you died but you lived. There is meat enough in that for me. Think of it, and I will let you live. It was close. The hiss of gas, the heat of the flames, cowering in a basement and breathing through the filter of her mother's skirts, emerging each morning into the blasted-out streets of Camhurst. All the memories became real around her. She felt again the terror, the deprivation. So many days with so many dead. Before her, the statue's lower half became fabric, familiar. The very wool her mother had pulled across Jane's nose and mouth to save her from the gas. Beneath her, the stone hallway shook, as if with the impact of shelling. She stared at it. It wasn't hard-packed soil. It wasn't dirty stone. It was white and chill, and so very different from the buildings in Camhurst. Camhurst was far away, and Larrington far inland. This was where she had been safe. The war had never reached here. She must fix the truth in her mind. If she knew she was in the cellar of Camhurst, she would be there again. And she wanted to be at Lindridge Hall. She lifted her head, seeing the statue before her in granite only, and built her walls so high that the dim hallway was lit, as if it were only lines upon a page. Her abdomen exploded with pain. She grasped the outline of the statue, and she tugged and pulled and knotted until there was nothing left but a dense, dark scribble. Beyond her, something smooth and hard dropped from the air, clattering upon the stone. Jane sobbed with relief, then with pain, and dragged herself through the flexing call of the circle, back into the real world. Jane stood. Jane thought of Augustine. Jane pitched forward, once more, into the dark. No more statues appeared before her. There was only empty hall after empty hall, with no sign of Augustine, or of death, or even of herself. She turned down another pathway, staggering, close to exhaustion. Her vigor drained with her flagging candlelight. The cool air pressed in around her, on the little that was left of Jane Shoringfield Lawrence. And then, finally, there was a change. There was the faintest of shapes ahead of her, cloaked in shadow, a pile of dirt, or the form of a slumped body. Augustine. The possibility flooded her mind, overtook every inch of her, and she fell to her knees, trying to claw closer to it. But her stomach screamed, and her candle guttered. The light went out. She cast aside the candelabra and dragged herself forward, hand over hand along the cold stone, until the pain grew so great that she could not move, until exhaustion made the last of her willpower buckle. And then she felt warmth, hands against her shoulders, her back, hands that shook with hunger and fear and worry, hands that carried with them the stink of a man trapped in the dark for 6 days, and beneath that, the faint smell of antiseptic. She was cold. It was the first thought to swim into her consciousness, followed swiftly by, "It hurts." Her stomach was flooded with liquid agony, and even wiggling her toes made the pain spike.
She groaned and pressed back against the surface below her, but it did not yield. Around her was darkness, and then a light, a candle flame, burning where there was no wax left, above an iron candelabra that she recognized. And there, beside the flame, was a face that she recognized, a face that she had come to know so well she could have conjured it in her dreams. Augustine sat beside her, elbows braced upon his knees, hands tangled in his hair, clawing at his scalp. He was alive. "Do not be so hasty," she thought, but it was so hard not to believe, and she had no way left to test him. He had crossed her circle before, and beyond that she did not know how to verify his reality, his breath, his life. Her only hope was that he could see her suffering, that he could worry over her as he had not that night in the study, and by the pain writ upon his face, he knew. He knew, and he was frightened for her. And with that thought she was afraid, because the last time she had truly seen him, he would have killed her to save her. He was sitting in a high-backed white stone chair. She was lying on something cold and hard. She knew this room. She knew this plinth. Elodie had died here, her husband's hands inside her chest, and Jane had nearly followed. She did not feel the press of an ether sponge against her lips, but still she wanted to run, to hide, to close the door on him again. She tried to lift a hand and moaned in pain, so softly that he did not stir, so softly that she did not know if she'd truly made a sound. Her eyes rolled skyward, houseward, just one staircase between them and freedom. Why had he brought her here, instead of their bedroom, instead of the surgery? But he made no move to threaten her. He was still as stone, head in his hands, as if already mourning her. "Augustine," she whispered through heavy force of will. At that, Augustine looked up at last, eyes widening, lips twisting into a smile for just a moment before he registered the pain creasing her brow and came to her side. "Slow breaths, Jane, slow breaths," he said, stroking her hair, brushing the backs of his knuckles against her cheek. He held no scalpel in his hand, no purgatives lined the plinth beside her. She remembered the desperate light in his eyes that would have led him to kill her those many days ago, and she did not see it here. This was the Augustine she had first met, not the one she had feared so much that she had sealed him in this tomb. This was the Augustine she had come to save. He was both doctor and husband in that moment, and he stared at her as if he did not dare hope she was real.
though he could surely feel her pounding pulse beneath his fingertips. "Jane," he murmured, "Jane, you have come back for me." Come back for him. She laughed bitterly, and the laugh sent a new wave of agony through her. Come back for him. But what could she do now, immobilized and in so much pain? She had used the last of her strength destroying the memory of her mother, and she had nothing left to give him. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I trapped you here. The wall. I conjured the wall." He frowned, then looked toward the entry room, the stairs beyond. "No," he said, "I didn't mean to, but it was my will worked upon the world." Her voice caught. "I've taken the wall down now, though. We can leave." Augustine bowed his head, and she glimpsed how stricken his expression was, how desolate. She had seen that before, after Abigail used surgery, when he was convinced Abigail would die. She was very cold. "This growth," Augustine said, ignoring her apologies and directions, his hand dropping to hover just above her belly. "When did you first notice it?" He slipped so easily into his doctor's cadence. It wrapped around her, familiar and calming. She pushed that comfort aside. "I have worked magic, Augustine," she said. "Like Renton, like Athridge, I have worked magic. I have changed the makeup of the world, and I have changed something inside me as well." He did not thrill to hear that she was a magician now, that she understood him in a way she had once refused to. Instead, he shook his head and said, "It is killing you." No, she would not die. She did not want to die, and would not settle for it. She shuddered with dry tears. "You thought I was dying before," Jane whispered, "but I was well. You saw only what you feared, what the spirits of this house knew you feared. They preyed upon you. They preyed upon us, Augustine. But I have learned how to repel them, how to stop them. I am not dying, Augustine." He didn't argue. He only stroked the hair from her face, grief in his eyes. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps it was too late, grown too large. She could hardly move for it, and she was so cold. It had been so easy to borrow time against her future. "Jane," Augustine said. He took her hand, settled it on the mass. The pain lanced again. This was real. This was not spirit-led madness. This was going to be the death of her. "It is pressing too hard upon your organs. It grew too swiftly. I can't move you, not safely." "Then send for help," Jane said. But the words were hollow, light as ash, dissolving as she spoke them. She did not know if Laurentine still existed beyond Lindridge Hall, did not know if he could bring the larger wall down himself, did not know if he could escape. "I have doomed us both, Mr. Lowell. And there is a locum. They can assist in surgery, Jane." He cupped her cheeks, gently, and held her frantic gaze. "I do not want to hurt you. I am not sure I could, not even to save you." "Why not?" she cried. "The last time I tried, I was wrong, and I might have killed you. And for that injury, I have been trapped down here for days." He bowed his head, his brow pressed to hers. "You were right. Death always wins. It is arrogance to think that when I fail, it is always due to error. Sometimes there is nothing left." "I am asking you to save me," Jane whispered. He flinched, pulled away, and said nothing more. She had bent the world to one single purpose, to rescue him. She had driven herself mad with lack of sleep, had swallowed half-formed birds, had sat with ghosts and screamed and cried, and now, here, she was so close to her goal that she didn't know what came next. She had never thought beyond opening the stone blocking the cellar. She had never thought she might not follow him out. She had never thought she might die. She pressed her hand to the aching pain in her gut, forcing her fogged thoughts over what she knew. desperate for a solution. Here she was, a magician newly trained in ritual, disciplined, used to suffering, and at her side was a surgeon who similarly knew the rules of magic. They had, together, seen how an unpracticed magician could create something in his body that grew out of place, and now something grew out of place in her. Beneath her was the stone plinth where a woman had died. Elodie's death had bound the house in such a way that Jane would one day come and be forced to learn how mathematics could be used to organize the impossible, how zero could lead to provably true answers by impossible means, and how geometry could be used to divine the easiest way to protect herself or to provide a lens to see the bones of the world. They were all together here now, and they had all come to this place soaked in blood in one way or another. Synchronicity. "Do you have your doctor's bag?" Jane asked. She could smell the blood already, Abigail's blood, Mr. Renton's, her own, pattering against the floor. The ether, the blade, both filled her with horror, but they were necessary. "I have it," Augustine said, "right where I left it the last night I saw you." "Cut this thing out of me," she said. He recoiled in horror. "Jane, I can't. Not with an assistant, better lighting, antiseptic. I can't." "We don't have a choice," Jane said. She forced herself to move, a little twitching of her hand. It drew him to her side, close enough that she could touch his wrist. He felt warm, solid, alive.
"Do you want to leave me down here, then remain to suffer in this house where I have died? Do you want to add to your sins, your regrets, your shames? Do you want to lose me? No, no, but if you tell me this is your deserved punishment, I will scream," Jane said. He ducked his head. His breath shivered in his throat, close to tears. "You are a better physician than that," she murmured gently. "You are a better magician than that. I understand the surgery is dangerous, that you might fail. But this is not just surgery, this is ritual. You wanted magic that could save your patients. I have found it for you. You wanted a chance to atone for your failures. You wanted freedom. You wanted to know there was more left for you. We can do it here, now. A surgery and a working both." She scanned his face, searching for understanding, acceptance. It had to be there. It had to come now, as she laid out everything he had wanted but not dared to hope for, in service of her salvation. But he shook his head. He clasped her hand tenderly. "This talk of magic," he said, "this is my fault. I have filled your head with nonsense. Jane, there is no magic that can save you. There is no magic at all. But you yourself have imaginings, wishful thinking." She stared in horror. How could he not believe it anymore? How could he so easily cast aside what had sundered his entire adult life? Something had happened. Something had happened down here in the crypt, and she did not know what it was. She did not know how to undo it. "I've been down here so long," he said, brow furrowed. "I've had time to think. My obsession with the impossible cost me the dignity of Elodie's death. It has almost cost me you, and none of it is real. But you've seen them, the spirits, and you thought me ill when I was not." His forehead creased more deeply. He twitched. You saw them. They tormented you. Guilt, only guilt. Jane, there are other explanations. We can send for Dr. Nizamiev. She can help." "If magic is not real," Jane gasped out, her last desperate volley, "then where did the door go? Why haven't you died from thirst? It has been 6 days, Augustine." His entire body shuddered, his flesh rippling, and Jane cried out, sobbed, expecting him to fall into nothing, another apparition, another spell. But he remained. He shook his head violently. "Jane, Jane," he mumbled,
You must do this working for me, or else we have no chance at all. Look at me, please." He met her eyes. His were filled with tears and panic, deep panic, and beneath that a layer of paralytic confusion. How to go on? How to settle him? Dr. Nizamiev would have known what to do. And then it clicked. "You must promise me one thing," she said to Augustine, repeating Dr. Nizamiev's words. Her words, which Jane now recognized as an incantation, an establishment. "Anything," Augustine said. She smiled, trembling. "That you will accept as true everything I am about to tell you. It will not be easy, but it must become a part of your understanding of the world, or else I will have wasted my time." A beat of silence, a held breath. "I promise," he said. "Magic," she said slowly, with all the weight of ritual, "is real." And with that, the panic left his eyes. Simple, simple, and terrible, and she did not have time now to think of what must have happened to her those weeks ago in the sitting room, facing down a specialist of madness. "This is it," she said, exultant. "It is the unspooling of everything that has gone before, down to the moment when you held Elodie on this plinth and could not save her life. Save yourself instead. This mass is magic itself. We can remove it, make it the centerpiece of a spell, do a working so that you, at least, are freed. The spirits that feed on you, gone. The tether to this house, the sickness, all gone. And you free to help others, to save lives. And you? You have told me I will die either way," she said. "But maybe there is a chance. Knowing is the thing. Do the surgery, and I will know that I will survive. And we will see what happens. Undo the magic that is killing me." Augustine stared back at her for a long moment, then nodded. "I will do the working." There were candles in sconces along the stairwell wall. Augustine collected them and lit them from the impossible flame clinging to the candelabra. Illumination spread, dancing across the banquet hall, the burial room, the esoteric mausoleum that the Lawrences had built. They were not alone. Shadows gathered in the hallways that branched off the room, shadows with misshapen heads and still bodies. Augustine watched them warily as he scraped caked chalk and egg yolk from Jane's fingertips and used it to draw out the thinnest of circles around the table. Jane called the base of the wall up when it was done, building until she cried out in pain. Augustine stepped in to build the wall the rest of the way. It took the pressure off her, and the pain subsided. Her husband stripped off her soiled, torn dress and pushed her chemise up above her stomach. She kept her gaze fixed on him, not on the figures that glided closer, coming to the very edge of the circle. When he looked at them, he did not flinch. He, too, must have seen the truth at last. "Do you see their gowns?" he asked. She did. All the gathered statues were in full surgical gowns, pristine white, to better show the blood on them at the end of the day. "They are dressed as nurses," he said wonderingly. "They have come to watch the operation. This is to be theater for them. They wish to see us work. They wish to see us fail." Jane grimaced, but could not argue. "If you fail," she said instead, "you must promise me you will not feel ashamed. You will not feel guilty. It only feeds them, Augustine." He nodded, pulling himself away from his audience to tend to his patient. He settled a hand against her belly, palpating the margins of the mass. "Ovarian, I think," he said. "Over the intestines. Better than it could have been." "With ether?" "No ether," Jane said. "Without ether, the shock might kill you. With ether, I cannot help you work the spell." "It will hurt," he said. "It will be the worst pain you have ever felt. Are you sure?" Augustine had taken the wall she had started and built it strong. He was a magician, or had been, or believed himself now. He might be able to do the working alone, but she knew herself. The ether would bring up the old panic, no matter how much she trusted him, how much she focused.
That panic lived in her bones, emerging smoothly when it thought it might protect her. It could not be reasoned with. "I am sure," she said. Augustine nodded, pressed a quick kiss to her forehead, and went to his bag. He set out his tools, straps of leather carefully coiled, scalpels, curved needles and catgut thread, benzoin, laudanum. He left the ether and its sponge inside. "I will bind you now," Augustine murmured. His eyes kept darting to their ghostly audience, but he worked quickly, drawing a strap along the underside of the table and buckling it around her wrists. He did the same for her ankles, then across the tops of her thighs. She reached for her belief, her unerring faith that this was her Augustine, that this would work. He tightened the final strap holding her shoulders in place and reached for his scalpel. "Steady, Augustine. Steady, Jane." "I incise the flesh," Augustine said, words methodical and melodic, the expert tenor of a teacher explaining his next cut. "The flesh is the boundary between the internal world and the external reality." The blade cut into her. She jerked against the leather. She screamed. The pain was blinding, unimaginable. Distantly she could feel his hand steadying her abdomen. It burned where he touched. Had this been what Renton felt when he had torn into himself? This pain, all-consuming, all-encompassing? She was ruptured. She was torn asunder. She felt one layer of flesh parting, then the next, and she howled, shutting her eyes against the pain.
Augustine did not stop, though she could hear herself begging, pleading. Fear suffused her, fear that was not instinct, but something else, something darker, older, unfamiliar. A fear that was not hers. Elodie, half dead, borne down to the cellar so that her limbs would cool, so that Augustine would have more time to save her, but not comprehending what he was attempting. Elodie, struggling, confused, because she trusted Augustine, but she was afraid. "The internal world of the body is shaped by the external reality," he said. She could barely hear his voice over the pain, but she felt the incantation, the words throbbing inside her head. The correction of a rupture in the workings of the internal world may be used as a map whereupon we fix an aberration in the external world. That she could feel Elodie's fear was evidence that the spell was working, that she had been right. She bore down upon herself, pulling on all her discipline. It lay in her marrow as surely as Elodie's fear did, as surely as the pain did. His knife was no different from her tightened stays and pricking hairpins in kind, only in intensity. "I am awake to the work," Jane mumbled. "While the world closes its eyes, I remain alert." She fought to keep her eyes open, to stare at the vault of stone above her and see its architecture, its geometry. It fitted together so smoothly, as if even that had been planned by a magician's hand. Her stomach heaved as she felt his fingers slip beneath her skin, into her viscera, searching, pushing, pulling. She pressed down against the stone beneath her, trying to retreat, trying to flee. And then she spasmed against her bonds, as if to fight, the motion drawing another scream from her. The muscles of her belly had been cut, and her tensing had torn them further. This was impossible. She could not endure this. She heard Augustine curse, felt his hand withdraw. There was no relief, no easing of the pain, not even as he pressed his bloodied hand against her temple, as if to soothe her, then fumbled for another tool. He did not have his surgery here, or Mr. Lowell, or her to attend without flinching. How could he succeed? Jane's head lolled back on the stone. The pain never ceased, but it grew faint, distant, along with all the world. "Feel it," she demanded of herself. "Feel all of it." She could not give in, would not give in. She had to fix this. She had to fix this for all of them. For Elodie, on this table, confused and staggering toward death, only to be hauled back just long enough for horror. For Augustine, his hands inside both his wives, soaked in his own failure. For her, forcing her way upon the world and struggling to pick up the pieces when the world rejected her. The darkness closed in around her.
Jane stands at the head of the banquet table, looking out across the cellar of Lindridge Hall. There is no pain left in her. Where her stomach was is a gaping wound of blood and absence that does not match the form of her corpse on the slab in front of her. She wonders about that, but only distantly. All around her, Lindridge Hall spreads out in a scaffolding of half-sketched lines, atrophying ligaments that flex and contract. Echoes of the dead ring her, wearing 100 faces, layered one atop the other, none and all at the forefront. Augustine stands before her too, hands inside her corpse, still and silent. She leans forward, looking at her face. Agony. Is that what she feels? No, she feels nothing but a deep placidness, a calm, a level of detachment she has longed for all her life. But even in the moment of her death there is more, multitudes upon multitudes, condensed until she cannot breathe, condensed until it is nothing at all. She dissolves, spreads, coalesces, shifts. Time is only onion skins marked with similar drawings of place and actor, arranged in different scenes. Unexcavated earth presses in around her, all worms and soil and water. Men and women move within a warren of chambers, draw out circles, perform faded incantations. Initiations, desperate workings, children's games. Workers lay down white stone in heavy slabs. Spells pull at the bones of the world, failing and changing reality, ripple after ripple. She lies unconscious in the passage where she meets her mother. She touches the cellar door for the first time, and all her body is ice and pain. She watches flames consume her blood-stained sheets and kisses her husband, and works at sums. She sits in a chair in the dining room, happy, newly wed, still deep in dreaming of the possibilities before her, unknowing of what will come. But in her mind coils the first stirrings of confusion and distrust. She does not yet know Elodie's name, but she knows her face. Red-eyed Elodie, quiet in the windows. But the windows are empty. Is this that night, or is it another? There are many nights during which Jane sits in that chair, the window frames holding only night-black glass. But there is no seagrass or sprouted grain tangling down her throat. Her clothing is not torn, her body not shivering with exhaustion. She can still do her figures, would not short the servants, is in control of herself, and does not seek to control more beyond. For an eternity, a lifetime, the blink of an eye, Jane is happy, even knowing what comes next, if Elodie appears. But Elodie is absent, and if she does not come, there is only a void, a yawning white expanse that Jane cannot cross. There is something on the other side. She does not experience hope when she looks at it, because to hope is to imagine, to conceive of new worlds. But she lies curled in her mother's arms, in Augustine's arms, as if the past is the future, and she feels safe and loved and whole. Perhaps this is what exists, on the other side. But the white void remains. It spreads. Jane sits in the dining room at Lindridge Hall and does not see Elodie. The world beyond the windows disappears. She sees Augustine and the Lawrences and the Pinkcombes in a stone-hewn room, and sees the nothing that is Elodie. It spreads. It is everywhere. Jane can no longer tell where it ends and where the white expanse of her own paradox begins. She is afraid. She takes the measure of herself, of her boundaries, and she unplies the skein of her existence into its component strands, one following the other. It warps, bows, threatens to snap. Without Elodie in the glass at Lindridge Hall, she does not have the information needed to understand her circumstances. Two impossibilities rise, fall, struggle to resolve. She steps into the window pane herself. She looks close enough. Her eyes are bloodshot from days of sleeplessness, her hair tangled, her dress blood-stained. Jane, living, looks up from the dining-room table, sees herself, then quickly turns away. She tells herself it is nothing. Jane, dead, goes in search of Elodie. Statues stand motionless in the halls. They have no faces. There is nothing human about them except for their vague form, their uprightness. Augustine steels himself for the sufferant to come, and she sits in the library with her tome of the impossible. Elodie is absent. The white spreads. Jane steps in for her again, feeling worry now, feeling dread. Her death unravels. She must remember time if she is to fix this. She must sort the onion skins, lay them out in order, find the mistakes. She follows statues that march motionlessly down the stairs into the study. Augustine carries her to bed, tucks her in with loving care, goes to meet the ghosts in what he thinks is bravery, but is only cowardice. And where is Elodie? She is not in the darkness of the crypt. Jane does not see her as she staggers through the impossible maze of passages, and does not see her as she lies on the slab. Where is she? She is meant to be trapped, but she is as absent now as she was in the windows up above. This is a problem.
This is a problem not because Jane wants Elodie there to suffer or even to be freed, but because without Elodie's spirit there is no death, or life, or Jane. Without Elodie, Jane is lost 100 times over, and time, incomprehensible and tangled, falls apart to dust. What has happened? What has gone wrong? Jane's initiation, her vision. She must resurrect it into bloody, screaming life, study it for clues. Jane peels herself from the flow of time, the ply of her life twisting back on itself. She sees Elodie split open on the plinth, her heart in Augustine's hands. And then, nothing. Elodie is gone. Forward and backward, she is gone. In the past, the great nothingness of where she was still grows. There is wrongness, there is rupture. Jane touches the margins of Elodie and feels cold, feels her fingertips fragment away. Shame coalesces in their place. She draws back, stunned, then turns once more to herself. The white has slowed its advance, held back by her redefinitions. The variable of Elodie must be replaced, the fragmentary rupture of the past papered over with Jane's will, until Elodie can be restored. So she exists in those moments Elodie comes to her, searching for that yawning nothing. Does it climb out from Jane's vision and jump from moment to moment, obliterating as it goes? But there is no blankness in the windows. Elodie is simply not there. She continues to search. She hides in the study, pursued by a hungry thing wearing the face of a boy dead before his time. She gives herself Augustine's text. She builds the circle, learns magic, begins stumbling down the path again. So many moments threaten to fracture, even moments when Elodie never was. The doctor's bag that will almost be her undoing is not in the third-floor bedroom hearth. She sees Ving leave his unattended and does not know if they are the same or different or both. She takes it anyway. She burns it. The scalpel cuts into her finger. The ether burns her nose and mouth. Her mother's skirts wrap around her. Jane flees, blood streaking from her arm, and Augustine chases just behind. Augustine is slow, but not slow enough. He will reach her. He will catch her and drag her back down here, and she can see the shame in him, a living, twisting thing that curls around his heart and gnaws at his spine. This is not how this moment goes. She must change it. She must recalculate. Must she? The whiteness is held at bay, steady and distant. Perhaps she has done enough. Perhaps here she can fix what comes next, truly fix it. If she lets herself be caught and dragged back down, she will never conjure the stone that will doom Augustine. But she might die. The light in Augustine's eyes is not sane. The creatures that feed upon his shame have stoked him to a fever pitch. Because what would be more shameful than to think he is about to save his new wife, only to be the indisputable cause of her death? In the morning, when the clouding clears, he will hate himself. It is genius. It is horrible. She must stop it, for her own sake, for his. She shouts his name. He falters. Jane reaches the door and slams it shut. Augustine looks back once over his shoulder, searching for the cry that staggered him, but continues his climb. He beats himself against the wood, howling, "Jane, Jane, open this door." On the other side, Jane is slipping, weakened, whispering. "Jane, please," Augustine begs. "I am well." Jane mouths the words in the crypt and says them in the hall. This is when she falls. This is when she is too weak to keep fighting. The stone wall does not appear. She does not know enough to will a wall into existing. She can't even draw a circle. Is that true? Yes and no. She does know enough. She can draw a circle. She knows what will happen if she does not summon the wall, if she does not lock Augustine away. Jane reaches out and conjures the stone herself. The white expanse of an unknown future begins to crumble. She condemns Augustine to suffering. Augustine falls back. He stares at the unyielding stone for one long moment, then turns away. He sees her, standing at the base of the stairs, and his whole face falls. He is confused. He is despairing. He knows something is very wrong. He comes to her. "Jane? Jane, I saw you. I saw you leave." He collapses at her feet, staring up at her. "I don't understand." Jane, fading fast toward oblivion, hears him speak to her from upstairs in the hall. His voice is distant. It is close. He is reaching for her. She cannot see him. She watches everything. She flees, unwilling to see Augustine alone, afraid, because of her. The maze of the crypt folds around her. She steps past frozen statues, peers at their faces, and tries not to hear Augustine behind her. He collapses without a sound and curls up, weak and drawn. She does not face him, but still sees his hunger, fierce and gnawing, tangled in his abdomen and pulsing with bright fury in the lines of the world. He has tried to work magic, tried to feed himself with wishing, tried to conjure water, conjure warmth. He cannot do it, because he does not know the ritual forms, and the forms control him, though they are man-made, and magic, Jane knows, is not. He is weak, and Jane is too. She holds him in her arms, and he curls into her, whispering her name. She strokes his hair. She cradles him as he shivers, but she is not alive. She can provide no warmth, no help. He dies. He dies afraid. His body grows cold. He did not last long at all. She smells the smoke of blood-soaked sheets burning in the library fireplace. So soon. She never had a chance of saving him. He was dead as soon as Jane conjured the stone door, desperate to save her earlier self, heedless of the consequences. Just now? A lifetime ago? She looks at the body in her arms. And yet he comes to her, in the study. She feels an intimate presence. His touch is profound. His lips are hot against her cheek. But no, it is not him. She looks at this form that is shaped from him, shares the lines of him. In some places, like his hands, his face, there is intricate, exacting detail, fine sketched shapes against a chalkboard. But in his chest, his legs, there are gaps, great gaping holes where magic cannot describe him, because Jane does not know him well enough. She stares, she frowns, she touches the chest of the Augustine who operates on her, and the chest of Augustine nervous on their wedding night, and feels both warm and solid beneath her fingertips. And yet they are not the same. What is her surgeon? What is it that has killed her at her demand? Is he free to leave, or will he too evaporate with the dawn? She does not want him to. She wants him to be real. She wants to have had some chance of success. Augustine dies. Augustine lives. Both are true, here in death. She wishes that could be true elsewhere. But in life, time is linear. One thing happens, and then the other. There is no changing that. And then there is Renton. He exists 2 feet off the ground, his limbs knotted back on themselves, the way his bowel had twisted and killed him. He stinks of filth, the scent pungent and real in a way the burning sheets are not.
His head is bent back, tucked beneath one arm, and he looks at her calmly. He is not a statue. There is no blankness clinging to him, or the white expanse of Jane's paradox, or shame, or anything she has come to associate with the wreckage of Augustine's working. Jane frowns. "I know you." Her voice is not speech, not sound, but it ripples through the extended, compressed space around them, the space that is and is not Lindridge Hall. They are deep inside unhewn earth. They are inside a brilliantly lit ritual space. They are nowhere at all. Ghosts are not real, she says. He does not disappear, despite her logic. No, he replies, they are not. What are you? An echo. Somewhere between my magic, Augustine's, and yours, I am trapped. Is it bad to be trapped? Not when given form. She takes him at his word. What else is there, she asks.
It makes me real. And the rest? My magic made me other than human. Augustine's magic drew the memory of me to this house, between your guilt and his. And your magic made me more than hungry, more than endless. You mean you are not like the statues? He nods. It is unsettling. She considers him. Her magic made him real. She looks at Augustine, half sketched, half real. Renton sees where she is looking. He shrugs. That is worse than unsettling. We are more or less the same. You are very good at knowing things to be as they are. I was not as good. I knew wrong things. And this is not wrong? She asks. And they gaze together at Augustine, cutting out the mass from her belly. It has hair. It has teeth. It has one green eye. That is worst of all. It is intentional, Renton replies. Jane frowns and thinks to ask a question, but is interrupted. Interrupted? Interrupted how? There is time now, imposed upon no time at all, and Jane's confusion grows. Elodie, come! The voice is her own, but from a different time. Jane lifts her head. A mirror sits on the far side of the banquet hall that was not there before, and in it is Jane. Jane, ringed in blood. Jane knows this moment. If Elodie does not appear, Jane does not open the crypt. The white expanse of paradoxical future will grow again, will become unbounded. The nothingness it hides within it, Augustine's working and Elodie's absence, will metastasize. What comes next Jane cannot know, because Jane only exists within a precarious sequence of events, a knot that she cannot untangle. If Elodie does not appear, in the mirror Jane focuses. She knows that her reflection is Elodie. Jane, dead, looks at the space before the mirror, and hopes. She hopes that this is where Elodie returns, that she conjured Elodie from nothingness, and that, perhaps, Elodie did as Jane did, working backward, filling in where she was needed. But Elodie does not appear. It is Jane that feels a calling, a pulling. She looks at Renton, twisted in upon himself, impossible flesh in an impossible space. What does this mean? She asks him. He does not speak. She wants to beg him for answers, but he offers none. And so she leaves him. She approaches the mirror. She sits. She looks at herself. Jane sags and sways with exhaustion and terror as she focuses. Jane remembers going through her precepts, limiting her knowledge. Did it matter? She still willed Elodie to appear, and Jane is not Elodie. She searches herself. Is she changing? Will she now become Elodie? Is that how all this falls into place, becomes true, becomes what Jane knew? Nothing shifts inside of her. Is Augustine alive? Jane whispers to herself. She fights to control her expression, but she knows she looks pained. She still holds Augustine in her arms. Were you with him when he died? Yes, 100 times. He had known her when he died. She does not like to think of it, or else she will be drawn to that moment, and not here at all. Is there something I can do to fix this? To save him? No.
Jane looks at the plinth where the wrong Augustine works upon her. You will think there is, she almost says. You will believe you've saved him, but you have not. And yet, who is Jane to make that choice for her living self? This moment was what allowed Jane to continue on, to surmount the challenges before her, to feel as if she had atoned. She brought down the wall. She found Augustine. That he is dead does not matter, because Jane is dead too. Finally, Jane nods. Can you tell me? Jane nods again. What? What must I do? What must I know to fix everything? There is no way to fix everything. There is only the way to this moment, now. But Jane is glad that she has it. She is glad that Elodie is gone. She is glad Elodie has not been here to suffer for so many years, to torment, to wait, to long for. She is glad ghosts are not real. And that is when she realizes she has always been Elodie. No, not always. She is the woman who married Augustine, who died upon the plinth. But she is not the first woman to do so. There was Elodie. Augustine died. Augustine ripped her from her time, fixed her at the moment of her death, at least in echo, but she has not existed since. It was not Elodie who came to Jane. Elodie is gone. It has always been herself. She has not been Elodie's replacement. There was a mistake, a rupture, but it was long ago. Ghosts are not real. She needs only to write the words. Those 4 words change everything, and they are easy enough to spell out. They mean that Elodie is not Elodie. They mean that Abigail, with her rotted skull in her belly, did not suffer so. They mean that the Cunninghams have not died, and that the creatures wearing their faces have no power. They mean so much, and they free Jane, free her to triumph, to press onward, to reach this moment of understanding. And if ghosts are not real, then Augustine is not a ghost. He is something else. Perhaps he is alive. She wants to know he is alive. She takes up the journal. She writes the words. She sets the journal down, carefully, to mirror where it is in living Jane's reflection. She watches herself grow calm, grow still, then pick up the journal. She watches herself read. It is almost enough. Jane leaves the mirror. Renton is gone. She stands among the statues ringing the operating table, and she looks at the redness of her blood, the orderly disorder of her viscera. It does not look as painful as it felt. It looks, in the candlelight, like ink in water, like a painting, like something delicate and rageful. It looks like she felt all those days alone in Lindridge Hall. Ghosts are not real. The thing that operates upon her as she dies is not a ghost. The thing that pulls a tangled mass of the impossible from her belly is not a ghost. It is intentional. She first felt the mass quicken inside of her when Elodie grabbed her in the crypt, and that is the only moment she has not visited, has not repaired. She looks again at the Augustine who is, and follows back the threads of him. The first shards of bone are laid down while Augustine who was still lives, while he wanders, lost, far from Jane's voice. When Jane, alive and beyond the crypt, calls out for him, it is this new creation who responds, because she needs him to. It is this new creation who asks Jane where he is, and quickens when she tells him, "You are in the cellar." Even as the real Augustine fades, unable to move, lying in her arms and waiting to die, another Augustine is built, piece by piece, in answer to queries Jane doesn't realize she is posing, that he is asking, that she is answering. He is kind. He is gentle. He is the greatest surgeon the world has ever seen. And he does not believe in magic, because if only he had not, none of this would ever have happened. She does not need to build him, because she already has. Her living self knows beneath thought, knows in place of wants. And so this new Augustine comes to her, and crosses her circle.
Because ghosts are not real. And he is not a ghost, not exactly. He is something where magic converges. She can undo him. She does not need him to exist, not if she is dead. But she looks at him in the fullness that she has sketched him. He draws not only from her, but from the house, from his own memories that fill every crack and crevice of it. His magic still exists, and she can see it working its way into him, making him not just her creature, but his own. In her longing, she has taken the man she married and rebuilt him the way she dreamed he could have been. Subtle variations on the original pattern. He is himself, but better, or not better, but better suited to her tastes. Possibly he would have approved. Possibly he would have rather been made confident and proud and easy. The Augustine who has nothing to hide, who does not stand upon a shifting foundation of shame and obsession.
She has not made him flawless. She does not know what he would look like, flawless. But she has made his weakness conquerable. Or has that been his doing? Whoever has made him has made something wondrous and terrible, but they have made a man, and to unmake him would be to kill him. He lacks certain finer points of existence, but he is a living thing. To unmake him would be horrible. No, she cannot unmake him. But she can finish him. She can kindle in him true life. She can hope he never learns what she has done. The day the magicians leave and Jane goes down to the cellar, she finds herself. She begs Elodie, not knowing, not understanding, to explain it all. And instead, Jane seizes herself, terrifies herself, breaks herself down, knowing where it will lead, the pain that will come, the anger, the hatred. But it is necessary. She plants the seed, a quickening of an egg outside its time, and gives it meaning, a sequential ordering. She takes from the Augustine who lies dead in her arms and gives to the mass the truth of him. It grows his hair, his teeth, his eyes. She watches as it grows with her obsession, with each forward step she takes to knowledge, and as Jane begins to know, the mass begins to know too. When Augustine at last removes it from her body and burns it in ritual offering, it will banish his ghosts, replace the nothingness he has left in his wake, and complete the absent parts of him. The paradox will be resolved. The white brilliance of a life Jane could not have lived will shrink to a mere point buried in his heart, because, at last, all their actions will lead here. He is her great working. And then Jane Shoringfield Lawrence closes her eyes and for the first time in many weeks accepts what life has given her. She dies. A gasp. A name. Jane? Jane. Jane. Jane with a body that had weight, that felt pain, that breathed, that was no longer bound to cold stone. She gasped, air filling her lungs in a fiery cold rush, and then she was falling into Augustine's arms. The world was faded around her, blurry, but she saw black statues with crescent heads, all dressed in blood-spattered white, stepping back, beginning to crumble. She heard rock upon rock, pebbles falling, then greater stones. The statues' crescent heads broke apart, unmade, banished from the world. Shame followed with them, and then nothing except the roar around her and Augustine's arms beneath her. Augustine, she murmured, but was too weak to move. Hold tight, he said, and began to run. Her world expanded. They were in the crypt, and she was very cold. The room smelled of blood and burning hair. She clutched Augustine, craning her head, trying to see behind them, see the table where she had died, see the table where she hadn't died. She saw a bowl, and in it a mass with dying flames around it. Her wedding ring was no longer on her finger. It too smoldered in the dish, another thing grown out of place, sacrificed for their freedom. Dust rained down from the vaulted ceiling. The house was coming down, as surely as its ghostly inhabitants had fallen to pieces. Augustine surged up the stairs and down the hallway, and Jane held her breath,
remembering the great barrier bisecting the foyer, but it was gone. From above them came a great groan of collapsing metal and the shriek of shattering glass as the library fell in upon itself. But ahead of them was the door. Its frame was already distorting from the great weight upon it, the stone entryway beginning to buckle. But with a great shove, Augustine heaved the door open. They spilled down the front steps onto the mud drive. Behind them, Lindridge Hall collapsed upon itself. A huge cloud of dust and force slammed into her, rolling her farther through the muck. Her stitched-up belly burned, but it was outmatched by the cacophony of wreckage falling to the ground. In the distance, she could hear the crackle of flames. She blinked, stunned, trying to see, but found nothing. Then a hand touched hers. She grabbed it with all her fading might. The noise died to the hiss of fire and the last shifting of metal and stone. The dust settled enough for her to see. Augustine crouched beside her and gathered her up into his arms. "Is it done?" she asked him. "I saw the statues crumble. I saw something burning on the plinth." "It's done," he whispered. "The spell worked." "But Jane, you died. I felt you die. I saw it. I saw you die as well." She had meant to die. She had accepted death. That she hadn't died, what? That Augustine had worked a spell of his own? "I died," Jane agreed. He kissed her brow. "We need to get down to the road. A carriage. Somebody will find us. They'll have heard the house collapse." The house was gone. She wanted to laugh. She wanted to cry. Of course the house would come down, when the spell that had all but consumed it was untangled at last, and when its original master was dead. The house was gone, and with it every white wall she had conjured, every scrap of magic that she had added to its teetering edifice. "The magistrate will come," Jane said. "He will have me taken away. I will not let him. I told the servants I had killed you. And yet, here I am. Come on, we must go. The gas lines will feed the fire. It's too dangerous to stay." He staggered upright, favoring one leg, and tried to take her with him. She couldn't stand, though, not with the stitches in her gut, and she closed her eyes and wept from pain and confusion and relief. They were alive, in one fashion or another. Then voices, rising up through the fine shower of mist chilling them both. The sound of horses. More hands, words exchanged, and Mr. Lowell covering her with his cloak before he and Augustine lifted her into the back of a carriage. She heard them arguing, swearing, begging, and then the carriage was off, and Augustine sat across from her, the same way he had the day they were married, before everything went wrong. She traced a faint circle on the seat of the carriage, willing the wall to grow. When it didn't, she smiled and slept. She spent much of the next 4 days unconscious or barely otherwise, attended to by her husband when she woke. His leg had been injured in the collapse of Lindridge Hall, but it didn't stop him from curling up beside her, holding her in his arms. The splint on his leg pressed awkwardly into hers, but it was bearable, and she found the feeling of his breathing, their breathing, to be almost as much a balm as the laudanum she took to ease the aching burn of her gut. The magistrate came, and the servants, and even Abigail Yu, alive and almost well again, asking what had become of the woman who had stayed by her during her early recovery. Jane hid up in her bedroom from all of them, not ready to sort out her emotions, not ready to perform rationality for an audience. Mr. Lowell, however, was unavoidable, and though all was restored, he did not trust her. She heard him often in the hall outside her room, hesitating, wondering. He did not talk to her when he brought her food. Augustine offered to replace him with somebody less judgmental, but Jane stilled his hand. She had earned his doubt, after all. Augustine stayed every night at the surgery, and Gussie did not sicken. It was more a relief to her than to him. He barely seemed to remember what had gone before, though he could talk endlessly of his days at university. He skimmed over the memories of his games with Hunt's eating club of magicians, but told her all about Elodie, about his family, about his joys and losses, before everything had come undone.
She could only track perhaps half of what he said at first, but with every day she grew stronger. Her wound did not become infected. In fact, it healed faster than it should have, though it promised to scar in the process. Nearly a week after she had died, Jane sat propped up in bed, reading a text on pharmacologies, their origins and compounding formulae. Below, Augustine met with patients.
Outside, the sun drew low, though there was still at least an hour left before dark. With each dusk and dawn, the memory of half-formed talons scraping down her throat retreated a little more. From the road came the sound of carriage wheels, closer than usual. She tensed, reading forgotten, anticipating some disaster. But there was no screaming when the door below opened. And then Dr. Avdotia Semyonovna Nizimiev appeared in her doorway. She was much the same as Jane had last seen her, slight, dark-haired, sharp-featured, and entirely focused on Jane. She did not wait to be invited in, but came to Jane's bedside without introduction. "Where is my husband?" Jane asked. She was not ready for this meeting. With a patient, downstairs, Dr. Nizimiev replied, settling into the chair Augustine had placed at her bedside. "Did he send for you?" "No. Your housekeeper wrote to me after you threw her out of Lindridge Hall. She said she found you naked, covered in filth, at which point you fired her, and that when she came to fetch you to a doctor, you screamed about having killed your husband." Jane flinched with embarrassment. She glanced at the doorway, half expecting to see orderlies waiting to swoop down upon her, but to all appearances Dr. Nizimiev was alone. "Not exactly," Jane said, "but I understand why she was distressed. It was a trying time." She expected Dr. Nizimiev to understand, to cite the ritual steps she had sent to Jane, to ask how things had gone. The woman withdrew a small notebook instead. And why was that? She was the solicitous doctor, searching for symptoms, arranging a diagnosis. "I was grieving," Jane said, confused, "and ill. Dr. Lawrence has explained that such a growth as I had places an inordinate amount of stress on one's faculties. Along with the lack of sleep, the lack of food, the constant focus required of the working. Surely Dr. Nizimiev understood that. Grief can certainly perturb the mind." She scrawled a few lines, and Jane realized with creeping discomfort that she spoke in a different tone from the one she had the last time they met. Then Dr. Nizimiev had been sharp, engaged, didactic. Now she sounded like she was only humoring Jane. She made no mention of her own contributions, of the excerpt from the Doctrine of Seven, of her warnings and guidance. "That night at Lindridge Hall," Jane ventured warily, "you made me promise to accept everything you told me." And when she had repeated it to her husband, he had remembered to believe in magic. It had unlocked something in him. "It was intentional," echoed Renton's voice. Dr. Nizimiev gazed back, placid. "Did I?" Jane's heart gave a sideways lurch. She remembered that conversation with piercing clarity more than all that came after. She weighed her words carefully. It would be better not to press, not when everything behind her now felt like shifting sand. But she could not bear not to know, not after everything that had happened. "You're not just a doctor, are you?" Jane whispered. "I am many things besides my profession. You will have to be more specific, Mrs. Lawrence. You told me you were not a sorceress, and I am not." Her throat was dry. Her belly clenched with frustration and fear. "Is it a matter of semantics? Do I only have to guess the right word? Are you—" She cut herself off, clutching at the counterpane. She must not show distress or agitation. One deep breath steadied her, and then she asked, "You do not play games with Dr. Hunt and the others, but do you believe that magic is possible?" "If it were, it would hardly be a matter of belief," Dr. Nizimiev responded. "True, but in what direction? Do you claim to be able to do magic, Mrs. Lawrence?" Nizimiev was a rational doctor, and Jane knew what answer to give her, the answer that was simplest, the answer of a rational woman. "No," Jane said, "of course not. Magic is impossible." She met Dr. Nizimiev's gaze and refused to flinch, refused to back down. Magic was real, but they were not magicians. Of course they were not. If Jane began to believe otherwise, she might be lost again.
But if Jane could know there had been no magic at Lindridge Hall, it could all be over. She could no longer raise a circle, there were no spirits, and her husband was as whole as any man's. So what was there tying her to that fiction? A useful fiction, yes, a fiction wherein a sort of truth lay. But there were other truths. And your husband? He no longer plays such games. I'm sorry, I will clarify. Your husband, does he know what happened to him? Jane's breath caught. In the long, blurred days of her recovery, it had been easy enough to forget what she had seen in that indistinct, unreal place at the edge of death. The holes in Augustine, the yawning gaps that proved he was not the same man who had married her. When those memories came, as if from dreams, they came too with a vision of the final piece of the working, the mass of hair and eye and flesh grown from the both of them and destroyed to set them free. It was easy to believe she had succeeded, or that there had been no trial to best at all, because to bring a man back from the dead was impossible, and he was there, and present, and warm, and did that not mean that he was as he seemed? But there had been moments, glimpses in the mirror, gaps in his memory, inescapable evidence that he was not a man at all, but something else. Had Dr. Nizamiev seen it too, in what could only have been a glance in the hallway? I don't know what you're talking about, Jane said at last, though her voice trembled. His long absence, where was he? Another leading question, another balancing upon the precipice. Jane wanted to scream, hurl insults, drive Dr. Nizamiev away, but it was only for an instant. She and Augustine had already rehearsed this answer. The cellar, she said. The tunnels are unstable. He was trapped for a time. Their total collapse after he escaped is what destroyed the house. Or hadn't you heard? He went down below instead of attending a patient. My understanding, Dr. Nizamiev said, making another note, was that you saw him go out. Mr. Lowell mentioned searching the hills with the magistrate's men. I was wrong, she said, overworked, exhausted. He left me to sleep, and I assumed he'd gone, but apparently he had stored books down there, medical texts. It was dangerous, but less damp than the house proper. Dr. Nizamiev had not seen Augustine's study in the house. The lie came easily, and Jane saw no flicker of distrust in her. Or of faith. I'm sorry, Jane added, before Dr. Nizamiev had a chance to probe further, but I fear I must ask that you leave me to rest. You understand, the surgical intervention I required, it has left me quite worn down. Of course, Dr. Nizamiev said, rising from her seat, her dark skirts undulating. She closed her notebook, tucked it away in a pocket. You have gone through a harrowing trial, and I am glad you have made it out the other side. Thank you. I'm glad as well, more glad that Augustine has come with me. Dr. Nizamiev inclined her head, bid Jane farewell, moved toward the door. But she hesitated at the frame, turned back to Jane. Do not be a stranger, Mrs. Lawrence. It may be that in the weeks and months to come, you find you are not as much yourself as you would hope. Please do not hesitate to call on me, should you need my services. And then she was gone in truth, her boots light on the stairs. Jane listened until the front door opened and closed, and only then began to sob. Relief. It was relief only that Dr. Nizamiev had not lingered to see Augustine, though it was the final confirmation that Dr. Nizamiev had been here to evaluate her. Jane. She lifted her head to see her husband waiting just outside the room, his brow furrowed in worry. Are you well? The question stilled her tears. It brought with it a moment of panic, but it passed off quick enough. Her nightmares would not fade for some time, but this man who came to her, sat on her bedside, stroked her hair, she trusted him.
She trusted him in a way she couldn't have 2 weeks ago. She no longer needed the impossible. It was time to put away the reaching, grasping, arrogant part of herself, the part that had hungered for more than her husband's salvation. She knew where that led. Dr. Nizamiev had done her a favor, whether it was intentional or not. I am well, she said. She turned her head, kissed his palm. He smiled and did not mention their visitor. He might not even have seen her pass. Jane did not bother to ask as he toed off his shoes. Don't you have patience? I've asked Mr. Lowell to close up the surgery for a few hours, he said. I need rest. He levered himself into bed next to her.
I've been doing far too much thinking today. Thinking? About what? What do you think of moving to Camhurst? He asked. Camhurst? Why? You could attend university, study mathematics. And Vang has sent me word of a surgical posting. We could leave Larrington, Lindridge Hall, all of it behind. Start over. Jane hesitated, thinking of bombs and basements, but her old fears felt smaller now, a marble bumping across the floorboards until stopping, silent in a dark corner. She thought, too, of cells and floating magicians, of being so close to Dr. Nizamiev. But she was not a magician anymore. She would keep her silence. There was no danger. That sounds wonderful, she said. Augustine kissed her forehead and drew her closer, mindful of her injury. She nestled in against him and closed her eyes, and knew that she was happy. The lights